got you here, whether it be Nottinghamshire or Leicestershire. And if you don't mind me saying, it's also a reward for the sacrifices your family have made. It's a story that I know well, and I know what your old man has been through. Pride you must have in your heart this week watching your 18-year-old son playing cricket at the National Stadium, Karachi, is incomparable. So many congratulations to the family. This is also a bit of cloth that you wear on your head, hopefully, for a long time to come. It is a journey that you've got ahead. And if you don't mind me saying, I couldn't think of a better set of lads and a better team to start this journey on. Many congratulations. Enjoy the week.
Right.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much.
It's been 17 long years since England toured Pakistan for a test series. They are here, they are ready to go.
Third test match century for Olipur.
What a day for Harry Brook. What a day for England.
The third test 100 for Abdullah Shafiq. The last day of this first test match, and it is set up perfectly.
Anderson to the last man. Oh, Stokes can't believe it. Naseem survives. Pakistan survive.
Oh, close, very close, Gibbon. That is one of the greatest test match victories you'll ever see. After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan, the city of Saint. You just want to get that ball in his hand and have a bowl.
Oh, what a start this is.
It is a test fight on the first morning as an international test match cricketer, Abra Ahmed.
Babar wants 50, Babar gets 50.
And that's another one.
But you'll get that, you'll get that, you'll get that. That's a beauty. Oh, what a morning that has been for England.
Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. Oh, what a Jaffa! What an absolute Jaffa! Off stump, halfway up. It's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through.
Well, it's all set up beautifully for this second test match. Day 4, Multan, and we should have a result here today.
Beautifully bowled, and England have yet another famous victory here in Pakistan.
Hello and welcome to National Bank Cricket Arena for the third and final test. Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, England are leading the series 2-0. They've won the series, and it is an opportunity, of course, for Pakistan to make a comeback. A couple of changes are also expected, a couple of new faces. So, plenty to look forward to in this test match. And England, of course, will be eyeing that all-important whitewash in Pakistan. I've got with me David Kaur and Waqar Yunus who join me. David, from an England perspective, it's been a fantastic series for them. They've already won it, but we are expecting some kind of changes just to sort of give opportunities to some of the other guys in the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they've had to work very hard for those wins. If you think back to Pindi, it was 10, maybe 15 minutes away from close of play when they managed to get the win. If you think to Multan, it was 26 runs between the two teams. So they've had to work hard. The changes, I think, to be fair to England, it's not just giving someone a chance, because we know what's happening with that team, with the youngster, with the man making his debut today, Rayan Ahmed. It's not just giving him a game. They're hoping to improve the strength of their team, because they obviously would like to make it 3 if they can. Again, it won't come easily, but if they can, they'd like to make sure they have every chance of doing so with the right people in place. Nasser Hussain giving the cap to a very proud Rayan Ahmed, 18 years and something like 129 days old, the youngest ever for England. So what a day for him.
Yeah, amazing day for him. But from a Pakistan perspective as well, Mohammad Wasim Jr. also received his cap. So certainly a proud moment when you receive that cap. I'm sure you remember the time when you got it and how you felt at that particular time, Waqar.
I mean, I can't even forget. When I see this, it brings back all the good memories. I made my debut in the very same ground, and he's a very talented cricketer. I mean, big step from white ball cricket to test match cricket. It's not going to be easy for him. It's going to be a lot of pressure on him because Pakistan have made few changes, which we'll come to. Huge pressure, but a huge moment for him, for his family, and for the entire country.
Also a huge moment for someone like Azhar Ali, because he's already made his announcement. This is going to be his last test match. Just thoughts on that? I mean, do you think perhaps it was the right time to call it a day?
I think so. I mean, he had few issues with the injuries and form, and he's not getting younger. So I think he's probably spoken to his family, his friends, and decided that it's about time that I should just say goodbye to international cricket. And he served Pakistan over the years, and he's done it beautifully. I mean, Pakistan cannot really thank him enough. He's captained a test match level also, one-day cricket also. So I don't think for someone like Azhar, who started as a right-arm leg spinner, become a batsman number 3, getting these many runs and winning heaps of games for Pakistan.
Definitely has been the backbone of that Pakistan side for many, many years. In particular, after Misbah and Yunus Khan retired, he's certainly been the main man. Right, time to take a short break. Be back just in a bit. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pit Side Show, where the news from the England camp is that Rehan Ahmed is making his debut. Pakistan struggling with some injuries, but they've obviously made some changes. Azhar Ali playing his last game today as well. Let's find out from Bazid Khan, who's at the toss.
Toss, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It's toss time here at Karachi. We've got the match referee Andy Pycroft, Babar Azam, Ben Stokes. Babar, I believe you have the coin. Give it a flip.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
It's a head.
It's a head.
Very good. Back first.
You won the toss finally, and apparently we want to bat first.
Yeah.
Why would that be?
Yeah, we will bat first because pitch look like dry, and we will try to run on the board and put pressure on them.
You've got a few changes as well, I've heard.
Yeah, definitely. We have 4 changes. Wasim Junior is debut, Numan is replaced Zahid, and Shan is replaced Imam because of unfortunately Imam is not fit, and Azhar Ali is back.
Azhar Ali, the announcement a couple of days, was it a surprise? Was it something that you knew? And just a few words on him.
Yeah, we knew it, and he is an impression for everyone, and especially in youngsters. He serves a lot for Pakistan, and I hope he's all the best for the rest of the life, and good luck for the match.
Thank you very much, Babar.
Go on, boss.
Ben, you would have batted first as well. Looks quite dry, doesn't it?
Yeah, we would have batted, yeah.
In terms of team changes, we've heard that there's some exciting news with a debutant.
Yeah, Rayhan's coming in to make his debut this week for England. Very exciting times for himself, his family, and for English cricket as well. You know, a young lad coming in and you know, hopefully be able to feel like he can go out and express himself. And I think we've got the start of something exciting for us here.
Jimmy not playing, how difficult was that?
To be honest, I think it was obviously being 2-0 up in the series coming to this game. You know, it was relatively easy decision, to be honest, with obviously everything we've got coming up with New Zealand and Australia. So yeah, you know, obviously he's put in an amazing effort for the first 2 games. So we thought the best option was to give him a break.
And with him not playing, do we expect Ben Stokes to bowl more?
Yeah, I mean, I've been getting it in from the seamers saying, am I going to bowl? So I guess I'm going to have to with 3 seamers this week.
Yeah, you already lost that bet to your coach with 6 hittings of bowling it is. First day, you're bowling first. What do you expect to get out of, especially the first session?
Yeah, to be honest, looking at the wicket, I wasn't too fussed if I won or lost because I feel as if, you know, we get a good chance to come on this pitch, which looks pretty dry. So you know, hopefully we can affect the game quite early and just sort of keep going on the good work that we've been doing.
And you suggested 3-0. Nobody's done that in Pakistan. That's a big thing for you guys.
Yeah, well, obviously we'd love to win this game and love to win, leave here 3-0. But I think the biggest and most important thing for us for this game is the process and how we want to play. You know, regardless of the result here, if we can stick to our process, and at least we're giving ourselves the best opportunity.
Thank you, Ben. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
So the news out here in the centre is that Pakistan have won the toss and have decided to bat.
Toss, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Babar Azam winning the toss for a change. A couple of changes from the Pakistan camp and the England camp as well. David, Rehan Ahmed, you know, he's a young guy, obviously making his debut here. Did really well in that Under-19 World Cup for England. Exciting prospect all round. And then you've also got Ben Stokes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Ben Stokes was a little unlucky in Pindi to miss out because he was ill, as simple as that. So Ollie Pope took over, did a fair job, not 100%, but say 80%. And of course, he is meant to be a number 3 batsman. So they've allowed Pope to focus on the batting now. Stokes is a very, very good keeper, deserves his place as a keeper in any side, really. But the excitement is Rehan Ahmed. Now, he's played 3 first-class games, so has so little first-class experience for his county, Leicestershire, which was my original county as well. So I take some full responsibility for his, you know, for his abilities. So it'll be a big test. I mean, he's precocious, he's played under-19s, he's done everything on the way up, and he's a confident lad, but this is a big test for him.
I think he'll be closely looking at that pitch as well to see if there's going to be any kind of turn at offer. We saw a bit of it in the Multan test as well. It played really well, saw 20 wickets. How is that Karachi pitch going to play out? Let's find out from Arooj Mumtaz.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, England leading the series and winning it 2-0. One more to play as the action moves to my hometown, Karachi, at the newly named National Bank Cricket Arena. So have a look at the surface a little bit. It just doesn't look as compact. You can already see a lot of dryness, a lot of cracks on offer. Almost seems like it's into halfway through day 2, maybe an early day 3 wicket. So it will turn a little bit more than Multan. We obviously didn't see any turn in Rawalpindi, but it just seems drier. It just seems it's got a lot of cracks pretty much all the way through. So spin might come into play quite significantly. The other thing as well, if you have a look at the square in Karachi, they've got 12 surfaces, but there's a lot of grass on those surfaces. It's not like those drier brown wickets where it gets the ball to scuff off for reverse swing. So I'm just expecting this one to turn a little bit more than Multan did. So it'll be a good one to watch some spin.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, Arooj Mumtaz is expecting it to turn a little more. I'm sure Rehan Ahmed, the debutant, is going to be happy hearing that. Let's have a look at the Pakistan side, because there have been a couple of changes from their perspective. Imam is out because of his injury. He's struggling without Waqar. 4 changes for Pakistan. Shan Masood comes in. We've also got Mohammad Wasim Jr., who's the debutant, and Noman Ali will be seen in action.
Yeah, and Noman comes in, lots of experience. He knows how to bowl on these sort of pitches. He will really tighten things up. And Shan Masood, I'm sure Azhar has been given the opportunity in this game purely because they wanted to give him the farewell game, and rightly so. Pakistan may be thin in their bowling when you look at it, but Noman, who likes to bowl long spells, he controls the game well. Abrar, full of confidence, 11 wickets last game. So Pakistan's spin attack is, I think, pretty intact. But the thing is, Pakistan's bowling attack, the fast bowling attack, is a little bit weak for my liking. Javed, Fahim and Mohammad Wasim.
All right, moving on to the England side. Things are obviously looking really good for England, David Gower. When you look at the way they've played, their batters are in good form. And now they've got Ben Foakes. He returns to the England side as well.
Yeah, Ben can bat, as he's proven before, as can Rehan Ahmed as well. He's got a first-class 100 in those 3 matches he's played for Leicester. One of them included a first-class 100, so he's not going to weaken the batting as such. And the batting has, by and large, worked very well. So you can say the England side has kept its balance throughout those first 2 games. It worked for them those first 2 games. They're hoping, obviously, it's going to work again here in Karachi, if at all possible. But, of course, for the first time in the series, they will be batting 4th. And if this pitch is turning as Arooj tells us it will, that'll be an interesting thing to try and see through.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, definitely, for from an England perspective. A different kind of challenge when they'll be batting in that 4th innings, but we're looking ahead to this test match. Plenty to look forward to. Now, let's head over to Sikandar Bakht, who's with Nasir Hussain, looking into this test match.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Thank you, Zainab, and here we are in Karachi, and we're all excited for this last final test match. I've got Nasir Hussain alongside me, as you said. Now, it just seems like yesterday. Lights were dim, tube lights were on in the dressing room. You had a Moin Khan, hands up in the air. But someone wanted to win this and finish it off.
Yeah, 22 years ago, doesn't time fly when you're having fun? It was a pretty turgid, boring test match, actually, that was just drifting away to a draw, and then suddenly there was a collapse in the Pakistan second innings. Suddenly the light was fading. Inzi was out at deep point, running in the wrong direction. Moeen was having a go at umpire Buckner. Buckner turned to Moeen and said, "Moeen, we are finishing off this test match." And then Graham Thorpe inside edge one. And it was the first time Pakistan were beaten here, in the fortress that is Karachi.
Yeah. And 20 odd years now, here we are for this final test match. We know the team now, 2 changes from England. How do you see the 11 expected to go this way?
I think so. I think Jimmy Anderson, 40 years of age, bowling back-to-back test matches on those 2 very low, slow pitches takes it out of you. And Rehan Ahmed, they need a second spinner. They think it's going to spin. They need a second spinner. They went with a couple of part-time spinners in previous games. So it's great to see him. 18 years of age. I mean, the youngest male test match cricketer to play for England. His dad, Naeem, was here
in the huddle. You know, obviously born in Karachi, Naeem was. You know, Rehan's a product of Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. It's a great story.
Tell us a bit more about him. For 3 first-class games, and he's got the cap today.
Yeah, it's the sort of story you'd get in the subcontinent, where they throw people in. They're not afraid of throwing people in very young. It's not a story you usually get in England. He's a bit of an all-rounder. He's not just a spinner. He smashes it with the bat as well, so he fits in to Bazball really well. He's a very confident young man. He had a brilliant under-19 World Cup with England. He has a superb googly. And we've seen at times Barber struggle against Adil Rashid's googly. So that matchup later today could be interesting to see if Barber will pick his googly. He's still a bit of a work in progress, which is obvious because he's played 3 first-class games. And it's something that England, the cupboard is pretty bare with their second spinner. So it's a great opportunity for him to take.
Good toss to win for Pakistan, you reckon, over here?
Yeah, I had a quick word with Barber as he was walking off. I said, are you batting first? And he just said 2 words, of course. So he thinks it's going to spin. The key here is getting first innings runs. It's still a pretty good, it's Karachi after all. It's still a very good surface. I think the last time there was a first-class game here, there were tons of runs. So it's still pretty good for batting, but both sides expect it to spin.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us. We're all set and ready for the 3rd and final test match here.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Waqar, Pakistan has sort of been playing catch-up throughout the test series because they've been losing tosses. This is a great opportunity for them to, you know, pose, you know, a good total on board. I mean, this is the first opportunity that they've got to bat first in that sense.
Yeah, especially on this pitch. It looks very, very dry, as Aruj also said. But I don't understand why Nas has to keep bringing that, you know, 22 years back, what happened. I know, we all know that you were the captain. You won that series because of that game. It was dark. Fair enough. Okay, let it go now, mate.
Did you see the way it was lit with Sikander with the sun on his face, Nas with the sun behind him? It looked like Nas was still in the dark there. You know, it was still like Karachi at 6:30 at night, just knocking the final runs off.
I know, but it's an opportunity for Rehan. I'm really happy for a youngster, 18 years of age, playing big game. It's a massive game, massive day of his life. The dad was there, so it's great to see, and hopefully we'll see a lot of him in the future and in this game that what he has to offer.
All right. Well, we're definitely looking forward to watching Rehan Ahmed bowl in these conditions. It's now time for expert predictions.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Right, so is Nas going to stop gloating about that win? That's the expert prediction.
No, my expert prediction is Nas will gloat about it each and every opportunity he has until the day he dies. Each and every time he comes back to Karachi, he will put it in a full-page advert in the local newspaper. He will have it online. He will have it written on his suitcase. It'll be on his hotel door.
Umpiring, they should have just come out long time back. I mean, even the fielders were struggling to see the ball.
All right. On a serious note, how many runs do you think Pakistan is going to score in that first session?
Give or take 100.
It'll take 100. All right, that's pretty accurate. What about you, Waqar?
Look, it is tough because I have not seen a pitch like this in Karachi previously. Even against Australia, it wasn't this dry. This looks very dry and it's got a lot more cracks. So I'm not sure if it is going to start spinning from the word go. If it starts spinning from the word go, that means the run's going to come slowly. They're not going to come that easy. Then the sort of sweep, reverse sweep, they're all going to come in. So I wouldn't say 100, maybe 80 to 85 runs in the first session.
All right. Waqar Yunus thinks that it looks drier than what he's seen previously over here and throughout the test series. This is what it looks like. Pretty dry, but that's why you've got the extra spin option with England. Rehan Ahmed, with just 3 first-class games, is going to be making his debut.
Even the drone is staying away from it because it's so dry. It's not really coming on.
Right. Yeah, that was the expert predictions for you. You heard it from the experts. It looks dry, and 80 to 85 runs is what Waqar Yunus has to say, and 100 runs is what David Cower has to say in that first session.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Shan Masood is also going to be playing today, and he's been somebody who's scored a lot of runs for Derbyshire in county cricket, and he's coming at the back of some good form. He seems to be kicking things off in that T20 World Cup, so things are looking good for him.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's such a good player. He has scored so many runs, as you said, for Derby. But this is going to be different. This is a test match cricket, different pressure. In the past, we've seen that Shan sometimes struggles early on against the new ball when that test match pressure comes on. I hope he's over it. He's scored runs. He's done well in the T20 World Cup also. So all the best to him, because he is one batsman. Once he gets going, he will score those big runs which Pakistan look for.
David, Nas spoke about how Rehan Ahmed has only played 3 first-class games. We're obviously looking at Shan Masood's career as well. It is, Rehan Ahmed is work in progress. I think Shan Masood's career has also been work in progress in so many ways.
Yeah, Shan is a good player. And I think what he's done, he's a thinking cricketer. He's a very intelligent man, thinking cricketer. He used that time in England last summer to make a lot of runs and to just add knowledge, I think. So when you get to a certain age, all those early, you either start as a precocious, 20-year-old where there is no fear because you're young and bumptious, there's no fear. When you get older, sometimes you still have those anxieties, but what he's done is build his confidence, build his game. He can trust his game. Okay, if you get a good ball early on, that's one of those sort of things in this game of cricket that does you in. But he can trust his game, he can trust himself.
Right, he's definitely going to be trusting his game. They've also got Noman Ali, who's actually come in for Zayed Mahmood. I guess just a case of, giving somebody else an opportunity as well, because we know that this track is going to have plenty to offer to the spinners. So that'll be interesting to see how it works out for the spinners, especially Rehan Ahmed. He's only got 3 first-class games behind him, which is always... It's always a different ball game. But thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. It's a pleasure having you on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. We'll be seeing you guys on the other side with all the live action. Remember, Pakistan won the toss and they're batting first.
been 17 long years since England toured Pakistan for a test series. They are here, they are ready to go.
Third test match century for Ollie Brook.
What a day for Harry Brook. What a day for England.
The third test 100 for Abdullah Shafiq. The last day of this first test match, and it is set up perfectly.
Anderson to the last man. Oh, Stokes can't believe it. Naseem survives. Pakistan survive.
Oh, close, very close, given. That is one of the greatest test match victories you'll ever see. After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan, the city of Saint. Just want to get that ball in his hand and have a bowl.
Oh, what a start this is.
It is a test fight on the first morning as an international test match cricketer, Abra Ahmed.
Barber wants 50, Barber gets 50.
And that's another one.
But you'll get that, you'll get that, you'll get that. That's a beauty. Oh, what a morning that has been for England.
Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. Oh, what a Jaffa! What an absolute Jaffa! Off stump, halfway up. It's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through.
Well, it's all set up beautifully for this second test match. Day 4, Multan, and we should have a result here today.
Beautifully bowled, and England have yet another famous victory here in Pakistan.
Well, it's the National Bank Cricket Arena, Karachi. It's the final test of a riveting series. England 2-0 up with 1 match to go. It's the Dafa News presents KFC, Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. We've had an excellent series so far. 2 test matches which England have won. The first test, because of the speed England got their runs, 657 and 264 for 7, gave them time to get 20 wickets. Pakistan 579 and 268 all out. 10 minutes they had to survive at the end. They couldn't. England won that first test by 74 runs. Then we moved to Multan on a pitch that spun a little bit more. Abra Ahmed was given his debut, and look at those figures on debut. 5 before lunch, 7 for 114. England 281 and 275, so a lower scoring game. Pakistan 202 and 328. They fell short by 26 runs. England 2-0 up. A spell either side of lunch by Mark Wood. He finished with impressive figures of 4 for 65. Saud Shakil is having an excellent series. He fell just 6 short of a first test 100. So we've had a pitch that was flat and a pitch that spun a bit. What's this one going to be like? Aruj and Bazid Khan had a look.
Action now shifts to Karachi and the hustle bustle of Karachi. Well, normally that hustle bustle and that city of light doesn't transcend into the pitch conditions, but I won't talk about that because I've got somebody who's got local knowledge and she'll tell us all about how this pitch will play, Aruj.
Thanks, Baz. Baz looks drier. Just sort of had a look around it. It just looks like it will break. It will turn. Again, with the heat, and the look, just looks like the moisture is not there as much. So it just looks a little bit drier to me. The other thing as well, that if you have a look at the square that is in Karachi, they've got about 12 surfaces on. And normally they're dry, hard surfaces which scuff the ball up. And traditionally, it reverses a lot more in Karachi as well. But I just see a lot of grass on the square. So that's something that might not be, that might not come into play earlier normally that we see.
Yeah, the last time we had a test match here, Pakistan batted over 170 overs to save that test match. This starts off as if it's almost like a day 2 pitch.
Absolutely, and I think that's what it is. You'll also see Rehan Ahmed making his debut for England, the young 18-year-old, the youngest ever to play Test cricket for England, and it just sort of adds up because the cracks on offer, a little bit more obvious, a little more patent already. So you'll just have to see what the combinations will be like, and if the ball does get to reverse as early as we normally see it in Karachi.
Yeah, we hear that there's a problem of water in Karachi. I think there's a lack of water at the stadium as well. It doesn't look at it's been produced with any sort of water. It's extremely dry.
Yeah, I think it'll be very different to Rawalpindi for sure, where it was an absolute road to begin with and ended like that as well. Multan saw a little bit of turn maybe towards the back end, but I think Karachi will be different, which is again really good to see because it spices things up with the spin on either side. Abrar with his mystery, the young Rehan Ahmed from England. So it does set up for a good spin matchup, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The operative word here is it looks very dry. So dry, and the conditions here are all set for something exciting to be brewed.
Yeah, let's hope so. Babar Azam and Ben Stokes both wanted to win the toss and bat. It was Babar that won the toss. He's not won that many. He's not been too lucky with that coin. Lost 6 in a row. He's won this one. No hesitation in saying we'll have a bat first. Good to see Shah Masood back in the side. And there he is at number 3, Azhar Ali. What a servant he has been for Pakistan cricket. Over 7,000 test match runs. His 97th and final test match. A very emotional press conference he gave yesterday. And this will be the last time we see him in a Pakistan shirt. He's going to play for Worcestershire next summer all year. Abrar Ahmed is still there. Battle of the Ahmeds. Rehan Ahmed for England on debut. Abrar Ahmed with a 10-wicket haul back in Multan. So 4 changes there for Pakistan and a couple for England. James Anderson, 40 years of age, has been rested, so the average age of this team has plummeted with the youngest ever male test match cricketer coming in for England. Rehan Ahmed, 18 years of old, just pipping Brian Close by a few days. Wood is still there. Folkes is back in. And the batting lineup doesn't change too much. Still all those batters there. Will Jacks was left out. And that was in the huddle this morning. Hamid Wasim Jr. getting his cap. What a proud moment for him. And in the England huddle, they had some clown giving Rehan Ahmed his first test cap. And his dad was so emotional. Naeem Ahmed, a big hug at the end it was when he saw his son, his 18-year-old boy, put on his cap here in Karachi. So a debutant this test for England, a debutant last test for Pakistan, and David Gower, what a debut he had.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Clown. Yes, for Abrar, a pitch that just turned enough to encourage his spin, but he was nervous, wasn't he? He displayed all his varieties, he kept his head. There were times in the first innings where England went after him, sometimes like this, Harry Brook misjudged it and realised he shouldn't have done that. Times in the second innings where again, England went after him, but he kept his nerve, as I say, picked up the wickets, that googly, the change of pace, the change of flight, all those things are very much in his favour, and at least he, I'm sure, will be looking forward to bowling here with a 4th innings target for England. So he'll be bowling 2nd innings and 4th innings. For Rehan Ahmed, well, okay, he's playing his first test match after 3 first-class games for Leicestershire. The pitch this morning, one would assume, will be pretty much at its best, but a fascinating experience for him. And good news for Babar Azam. Yes, he's won the toss the first time in the series, and he gets to bat first for the first time in the series. So these men, Abdullah Shafiq, who's been in good form throughout the series, and a new partner in Shah Masood, will try and make the most of these conditions this morning, I am sure.
Yeah, Shah Masood has a lot of experience against this England bowling lineup. He's had a very successful summer back in England, playing for Derbyshire. He's moved on to Yorkshire next summer. And Ollie Robinson with the new ball, which he hasn't always got in the last 2 games, but without Anderson, Robinson, no, Anderson and Broad, very rarely do you see that in an England test match. So it's Robinson with the first delivery of the 3rd test. A stiff delivery there. Warmer conditions here in Karachi, and we will have longer periods of play as well. The light lasts longer, and in the morning, as you can see, it is clear, and I think you could even start earlier if you need to make up overs. Good morning. Bazid Khan, you think this one's going to spin from your pitch report?
Yeah, morning, Nas. It certainly looks a lot drier than what we're used to here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. But as with all Pakistani pitches, they don't really deteriorate or don't develop as quickly as other parts of the world. In Pakistan with 4 changes, so they've rung those changes. Numan Ali, consistent left arm spinner, he'll bowl it quicker into the pitch. Mohammad Wasim in the side. Azhar Ali, obviously his final test, but Shan Masood, that's another story because he's been knocking at the door, breaking down the door for quite a while. He gets his opportunity.
Really is a mindset for these England seamers. They've put in so much toil. Okay, the last pitch had some cracks, but it didn't have much carry or bounce. So it's a case of just picking themselves up mentally. Hot day, and to go again on a pitch they know just won't bounce that much. So it's more a mental thing than a physical. They've had 4 days off. We're just thanking the Barmy Army and their trumpeter for an early chorus.
But first things first, Nas, how good does this ground look in light, in daylight?
Yeah, I can't remember it being so bright in Karachi, to be honest. I've been waffling on about that for 22 years.
And that's not the end of it, we know.
5 more days. Gun barrel straight at the moment. Just a couple of slips, 3 on the ring on the offside, a short leg in, which you don't often see, especially in the subcontinent. Short leg's quite deep, almost to catch it off the face of the bat. Nice to see Ben Folkes with the gloves again. He was ill that first game. I think they just felt that Ollie Pope concentrate on his batting and get Folkes back in. Well, that's a nice little outside edge. It's played pretty softly and it will go away for 4. The outfield's quick. First boundary of the test match. 4 for none, Pakistan.
Yeah, these are always under complete control, I feel. And the batsman lets it come to him. Just that little bit wide. He angled the bat. It's not really an edge, to be fair. It's more just the outside part of the bat. And everything, as I say, under complete control, just guided down into the gap. Shafiq and Pakistan off the mark with a boundary.
They're the 2 teams. No Anderson, no Broad. I guess the last time we saw that off the top of my head would be in the Caribbean, where they were both rested in the Caribbean. Ollie Robinson's stats in the last few years have been phenomenal. He's averaging 17 with the ball this year. And a man of surprises is our Ben Stokes. The skipper wants to see if there's any turn early. Maybe they think it's a bit tacky at one end. They were watering it again yesterday, the ground staff. And if you remember Multan, it spun more on the first day than any other day. So maybe the skipper just wants to see if it will spin. Or maybe it's for Shan Masood up front.
Well, just the merest evidence of a little grip. That first ball from Jack Leach.
Go!
Shan Masood playing his first test match after a couple of years. There are a couple of debuts in this test match, but also remember that this is a comeback for Shan Masood, and sometimes that is more difficult than actually your very first game. but he's come into the side on the back of a lot of runs, domestic cricket, List A cricket, even T20 cricket. He's got runs in every format, so he's made sure that he's ticked every box.
On the pitch and up and over, a bit of aggression straight away from Shan Masood. Doesn't get all of it, but enough. He's off the mark in the series.
Well, the gap between Test cricket and T20 cricket narrows every day, it seems. It's a good shot. Good use of the feet. Gets just where he wants to be and then just plays through the line very, very nicely. So, yes, good start.
Yeah, noticeable as he went down the pitch there with his spikes. It was just disturbing the surface as he ran down the pitch. Goes again. This time he hits it better. 4 more. He didn't quite get as close to that one, and that's why he could get under it a bit better.
Well, if you've got the confidence to do this in the first over of your innings, so the second over of the team innings, if you've got the confidence to do this, it's a very good marker to lay down. Jack Leach will think, now what do I do? Ben Stokes might well think, actually, hang on a second. The experiment might have failed very quickly, but all credit to Shan Masood, if Stokes has to go back to the seamer straight away. If this over of reconnaissance is failing, so be it. He might just give him another go just to say, OK, well, you've had a good first over, Shan, but see if you can keep doing it. That is if we get the ball back.
Well, while they get the ball back, Stokes and Leach just have a chat about the field. It's an ongoing discussion, mid-on and long-on, between Stokes and Leach. Mid-on still up, so Shan Masood can go again if he wants.
This is really good from Shan Masood. He's signalling that he's coming at him.
Well, for none after 2.
Well, a sign of confidence from Shan Masood. I think his game has grown over the last couple of years, as Bazit was saying. Lots of runs here in Pakistan in all forms, lots of runs for him in the UK last summer. And all that sort of experience is just adding to your knowledge. And I think his game, as I say, has improved and grown. Things for Ben Stokes to think about straight away, having lost the toss today, bowling first for the first time in the series. Whether or not he goes with Jack Leach again remains to be seen, but he'll stick with Robinson, that is for sure.
Controlled, wasn't it, the use of the feet? It wasn't a hack, he just had to clear mid-on. Players are so good at taking the aerial route nowadays. They just know they can trust their instinct to get it over. Don't overhit, especially with a new ball. Then the discussion happens. Leach tells him what he wants and Stokes does it his way.
Shan is one of those cricketers who thinks a lot about his game, the way he wants to bat. And the 2 years that he hasn't played for Pakistan, he's made a conscious effort of trying and getting his strike rate up in terms of the longer format especially, and whenever he's gone out to bat, he's talked about being proactive and talked about getting runs at a quicker rate. And the way that he started, I think he'll just make that belief or make that way of playing come into test match cricket as well.
Bazit, I haven't asked you about Azhar Ali announcing his retirement yesterday from Test match cricket. What did you make of that? Did it surprise you?
Yeah, slightly, but the type of guy he is, I think once he got dropped from the side in that second test match, I think he then thought that I'm not guaranteed a side I'm not guaranteed a spot in the side, and that would have weighed on his mind and pushed him towards that. And he's always been talking about being not at the top of the game, but going out when he's still good, doesn't want to linger on, doesn't want to then retire when he's forced to. He's just stepped over. But yeah, it was a bit of a surprise because I know he wanted to play 100 tests, but he then saw that maybe he's pushing it, so he just said enough's enough. But that's the way that he's built, the way that he is.
Yeah, he's a good man, great player, good man. Test triple 100, had to wait, what, 75 test matches to play in his home country, and then was the first Pakistan player to get 100 on return. Over 7,000 test match runs, and a very, very decent human being. Very emotional yesterday in the press conference. More than just those stats, the value as a teammate, and that rock coming in the top 3. I think he said Jimmy Anderson was one of the best bowlers he's ever faced. He mentioned him in particular yesterday. He won't miss facing Jimmy.
And just from memory, I think Ijaz Ahmed, I can remember, who didn't drop down the order as he got more experience, or a senior member. He's batted number 3 or opened or batted number 3 throughout his career, even when it's, well, now he's retired, but the fag end of the career, he's batted number 3. So that's one quality that stands out. When Pakistan had, say, Yunus and Misbah, he was the one who's fronting up to the new ball, and he did it throughout.
Beautiful off drive. Well, he's the future. When the likes of Azhar Ali retire, the likes of Shafiq, Saud, Shakil, they look good players. That's an excellent boundary to end the third over, 17 for none.
And that boundary just takes Pakistan to 17, which I'm told has overtaken Sydney Thunder.
That is harsh. So it's still going to be spin, and it's still going to be mid-on up. One difference is that there is a mid-wicket that's gone back to deep mid-wicket. I think it's Harry Brook out there at deep mid-wicket. Cover point has been moved over. And if that keeps going left, that camera, you'll see the extra fielder just there, Brook, as a very straight deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, one for you, Lord David Gower. First time in 100 years an England spinner is sharing the new ball in the first innings of a test match. Last one, 1921. Jack White.
Does he say this one for you, David, because he thought you were playing in 1921?
Well, knowing Bazit, yes. I remember Jack well. He was a sort of garrulous sort of chap. Backed himself under all circumstances. What did he bowl again?
Did I see you having a bat on Twitter the other day?
Well,
David, you still seem to strike it beautifully.
I was at the National Performance Centre at Lahore, having a look around, looking through the pictures as well, but I was encouraged to have a little bat in the indoor nets against the bowling machine, ramped up to 90, 95 miles an hour. Sorry, 40, 45 miles. It was fun.
Right-hander on strike now, so there's a slip, a drive man and a short leg. First bowl that Leach has got to the right-hander. See if he can grip any at all, or even skid this new ball on and get an LBW.
Yeah, the one cover drive was really elegant, and then you said, what you said a little earlier, you said the gap between T20 and Test match cricket is narrowing, so the second shot was more T20, wasn't it?
Well, it was, but I mean, you have to move with the times, Baz. If you want to get your spot back in a team, you have to move with the times and learn how to score runs in different ways. So I thought I'd manufacture that hoik over mid-wicket, hit it rather well, I thought. I mean, there is, if you really want, I've got a much longer clip of my long net in Lahore, which I can show you. It will take some people by surprise that I played with all those years ago, because they didn't necessarily associate the words nets and Lord Gower in the same sentence.
Interesting to see what Stokes does with Leach. Maybe it's just an early look. Maybe the one seamer less that he feels that the spinner has to do more of a role here. He's obviously got two frontline spinners. When does he introduce young Rayan Ahmed? Does he give him an early bowl? That'll be a little bit of a battle as well. Babar Azam hasn't always picked Adil Rashid, has he, in white ball cricket? And Adil Rashid's googly. Rayan Ahmed has a very good googly. It's probably got more control on his googly than the leg break at the moment. So when Babar comes in, just a little look at Rayan against him, but that's in the future. Just an umbrella has to go down at that far end. The poor cameraman now has to stand there in the heat with the umbrella down. But it was a red umbrella, that was the problem.
See, this game at the highest level, it's all about attention to detail, isn't it? Stand a camera in front of a white site, so you can give him a red umbrella. Poor attention to detail. All that. Well, we feel for him. Actually, I'll tell you someone else who I feel for is the Pakistan debutant here, Mohammad Wasim Jr., because for all these pacemen making their debuts in this series, flattest of pitches. I'm sure they all between them would have wished to have made a debut somewhere where there's actually grass on the pitch, that sort of thing.
Not a lot in it for the seamer, that is for certain. As I said earlier, it's a mental thing now. There's no seam, no swing, back-to-back test matches. All that fitness work Robinson's done in the last year, and this is when it will count. As I say, incredible stats, first-class stats. 20 he gets them at. Test matches, his average is 19, and this year 17 in test match cricket. And he gets good players out. I was looking, well, obviously in first-class cricket before he got selected, it was obvious he was getting good players out. But also in test matches, he's got Kohli a few times. He's got Rohit Sharma. He's got Babar twice in the last game. Rishabh Pant a couple of times.
Well, I know I mentioned this earlier in the series. It's been a really good comeback in the sense, if you just go back to Australia, start of the year, the end of that tour, he was taking a lot of flack from within the camp, let alone outside it, for his fitness and stamina and all such things. So he's turned it around. So whoever's persuaded him to pay serious attention has done England and Ollie Robinson himself a big, big favour, because he's got endless talent, as we've seen on these flat pitches here. He's now got the fitness and the stamina to carry on, pick up wickets at the end of the game, for instance in Pindi. And he does have that sort of natural rhythm for a bowler, where you sort of look at him, for instance, you look at the ball as it's on the way down. It's not electric pace. You look at it on the way down, it's just always threatening to do just a little something, and it's that decent length. And if he's got any sort of bounce in the pitch, of course, he'll hit the bat high up. But I think that attitudinal change has been absolutely the making of him.
As you reckon at the toss, when Pakistan won the toss, there'd be a few groans in that English dressing room?
From the seamers, I think so. You know, they worked hard, they toiled. It was 4 days ago, but there's just nothing there. Maybe the cracks they'd want to bowl last on it and they'd be a bit uneven. But a hot, sunny day and a flat pitch. The seamers, maybe. Punched nicely. 18 for none. To be honest, Bazid, I don't think they stress too much this side. Not with McCullum as their coach. You just ask them to go a bit harder. They may see it as a good way to win the game, you know. Go and smash it and get past whatever Pakistan get. But the challenge on here is going to be 20 wickets.
Yeah, Baz was so chuffed in the morning. I asked him about his victory over Stokes in that 6 hitting competition and said, yeah, easy victory, easy target then Stoke.
Shows how much the game's changed. And the day before a test match, England are having a 6 hitting competition which their coach wins.
Have you ever had one? Have you ever had a 6 hitting competition?
No. As you saw.
Where did you do your power hitting demonstration all those years ago?
Port Elizabeth, I did one with Johnny Bairstow, yeah.
Yeah.
I just about got it off the square and Johnny Bairstow hit it out of Port Elizabeth. Oh, now close given. New ball skidding on, will he review?
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with the front on spin vision, please? I'll have to check ultra edge if there's any bat involved. Let it roll through. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready. Joel, pitch in line, impact is in line, and it's umpire score on the stumps. So you can stay with your original out decision. Your on-screen signal now.
Yeah, the new ball just skidding. He played for the turn, and as we've seen often with Leach with this new ball, it just skids through. It's the shiny side. And Stokes' magic again works wonders. New ball to Leach, he gets a wicket. Shafiq goes for 8, it's 18 for 1. Well, Azhar Ali playing in his last test match. There's not many in, but those that were, and Jack Leach will give him a bit of a fist pump because Jack played with Azhar Ali at Somerset. So it was good to see. Very popular man, Azhar Ali, playing in his last test match, his 97th test match.
Superb career, averaging over 7,000, a triple hundred in Test match cricket. 97 matches.
That's middle right there.
Well, he got one that just gripped, and then it probably just hit the shiny side of the ball, and it just went on, and the only thing that could save him was it missing leg, and it was clipping. Leg slip and a short leg now for that very reason, really, that again the ball goes on with the arm inside edge to Crawley, I think, that's standing there at a leg gully.
Catch!
Yeah, I think the danger ball actually is the inside edge and the pad, as opposed to if he bowls you a Jaffa with a new ball on a day one in Karachi, then you just say well bowled, and if you nick it to slip. But actually the danger ball is beating you on the inside edge, as Shafiq just found out. Wanted to get away, he couldn't. Good from Leach, 18 for 1.
Yeah, very good from Leach. If you compare that, or this little opening spell, for instance, to Multan, I thought at Multan he lacked the absolute control that he would have wished for, and Stokes as well. Here, that's been good. He had those 2 boundaries off his first over from Shan Masood, 2 very, very good shots. He's much preferred bowling at the right-handers, which is completely logical. And now he's settled into a rhythm. That wicket does him a power of good.
What is it? Blow for Robinson, who had 3 overs. Warmer conditions here than in the last 2 Test matches, and with the seamer down, England will have to look after their faster men. So just the short spells, and it was a short spell either side of lunch that changed the course of the last Test match. 2 left-handers caught down the leg side. 2 batters that were in, Nawaz and Saud Shakil. And Wood was the difference. 2 men out. Can he get anything out of this docile pitch for the quicker men?
Well, he might be trying in due course, because the field has covered all things, all options. You've got the short, sorry, you've got the mid-wicket in, the mid-on in, implying straight bowling, just the ring of fielders on the onside with the short point, but also the deep square is out on the boundary, 5-6 yards in, as well as the orthodox long leg. Just have a little look round to the right, maybe. Keep going. Yeah, there we are. Deep square leg is out. So if anything short comes into play, I mean, the first thing that each and every batsman has to do, but in this case Shan Masood, is just find out how the ball is coming off the pitch when it is dug in short. Is it going to bounce? Is it going to just die? Is it going to be chest tight, waist tight, head height? You've got to find out what the options are before you settle into a way of playing.
With Shan Masood, he wouldn't mind the ball being dug in because he's quite good with the pull shot. He's quite good off the back foot. Early on, the only thing that he really bothers about is the one that's attacking the front pad. That's normally where he struggles, but he'll be happy with the bowlers digging it in. Obviously no swing, but it plays to his strength a little bit when the ball's back of a length or short.
Slightly different actually for Azhar Ali. The man in the deep is very, very square, almost on the direct line of the umpire. First one that's an attempted dig-in ball, just hardly races off. Let's put it that way. It's hardly raced off and, you know, taking his eyebrows off. He's just looked at it, stood there, looked at it, dabbed it down. Not the most encouraging sight for Mark Wood.
Sign of the pitch, no slips now. We're only into the 7th over. England's quickest bowler, no slips, and probably a sign of the length as well. Maybe they feel even on a slow pitch they can go at Azhar Ali with the short stuff. They've done this with the new ball at times, England, in this series. Sometimes it's harder to play. There's been quite a few gloves down the leg side, not just the ones in the last game, but a couple have carried to Pope that he either just got to or quite couldn't get to. So the short ball ploy from Wood, and that also scuffs that ball up as Stokes is looking at it and gets it reversing a bit quicker.
Gloves and fingers under the ball as well.
You realise that Bazit and elephants have something in common.
Sways out the way, 19 for 1 after 7.
One for on there is genius.
It's been a quiet start here in Karachi. A slow, low pitch, very dry. Slightly worrying news for England there with Ollie Robinson wandering off the pitch. He's bowled a new ball spell, but he's leaving the pitch now. Will Jacks is on as a substitute. Remember, England are a one-seamer down already in this game, having left out James Anderson. Stokes is expected to bowl more. But they certainly wouldn't want a situation where a seamer down, then another one gets an injury. So we'll wait for the update on Robinson as Leach, who is the wicket taker this morning, continues with this new ball at the start of play. In a good battle against Shan Masood, who was pretty aggressive early on. He hit Leach twice over the top for boundaries, and that forced Stokes to put a second man out. And he goes again. Didn't hit this one well at all, but will be picked up out in the deep. That's how he's been looking to play, Jack Leach. These are the couple of boundaries early on that we talked about. Lovely footwork, and even in defence he's looking to come down the pitch at every opportunity. Because that's what he's trying to get Leach to do by coming down the pitch He's trying to force Leach to bowl shorter, and then he can pick him off through the offside. Morning, Rouge. Morning, Vakar.
Good morning, Athers. Good morning, Aruj. Shan looks really good. Came down the pitch earlier, hit a couple of boundaries, and now just sitting back and hitting through the cover. Was waiting for this opportunity for a long, long time. Scored heaps of runs back in England. Was one of the best players we had in T20 World Cup recently. Busy player, he will keep looking for runs. That's the change he has brought in his game over the years. He's been in and out of the team, hasn't really had a great run. But once he gets going, he's one of those batsmen who can play long innings, 400s in 26 games. So he knows how to get big runs.
Targeting that front pad to the right-hander. 26 for 1, 8 gone. You recovered from the PSL draft, Rouge? It was a lengthy stint, wasn't it?
It was all right for me, but for my very dear friend Zainab, I think it was marathon run for her, 5 hours on stage. She's quite a champion, isn't she? She kept it alive. Well, her energy couldn't take it. The stage couldn't take it. Got the lights to blow up completely, and so it was just like, well, she was there to save the day. It was brilliant in the end. Some really interesting picks from a lot of franchises. Babar, the big one, the talk where he moves to Peshawar, Zalmi. Shaping up nicely for a couple of months ahead.
She was moaning about her back this morning.
I can't blame her. In her 4 inches heels, she was on the stage for a marathon run for 4 hours 58 minutes if I got my timer right. So yeah,
she doesn't mind. She loves being on telly, doesn't she?
She's made for it. She is absolutely made for it. She was a star performer in the PSL draft. We were hoping the teams were made their picks and stuff, but they looked happy in the end of it. The owners, the stats guys, they were all good.
Well, this is a replay, really. Cast your mind back to Multan, the last day, when that run chase was getting very tight, and Ben Stokes threw the ball to Mark Wood and said, come on, give me some short stuff to the left-handers. And if you remember, Mark Wood got a couple of wickets, just like that, actually. You've got to be very careful. Rising ball down the leg side. There was two left-handers who tickled it to Ollie Pope, who's the wicketkeeper on that occasion. Ben Foakes has the gloves now, and that's why that leg slip has come in place that you can see right next to Ben Foakes.
Must have been very hard to tackle this sort of length when you have that leg slip there. That's the one from the previous match. First one, quite an easy one. Then Saud Shakil, who's in his 90s, is gone. Those 2 wickets made a big difference when you talk about the result of the game.
Gets it fine, but Leach himself is fine down there. And the question is really for the left-hander, why play? Given the field, given the obvious intent of Wood to bowl short, it's a shot that can only bring trouble, really.
But the question is how to get away with that, because that is the angle Wood's creating. It is coming toward you, is coming in your body, and suddenly it just swings away from you. Your natural reaction is to play at it, isn't it?
Take a blow into the ribs. Famously, the last Rayan Ahmed's just become the youngest men's Test cricketer for England. The man he replaced in the record books, Brian Close, was famous for letting the ball hit him in the ribs.
Also with the protection now, I mean, you possibly can't consistently go with that ploy once the batter just is willing to take it. Pakistan, even during the Australian series, had a couple of dismissals down that leg side. Stokes has been very consistent with that leg slip, so it's almost obvious that that's the line. It's just you leave it for a period of time and then the opposition just changes things up.
.27 for 1. Azhar Ali still looking for that first run.
Athas, I don't know if you remember Rehan Ali Khan, back in the 90s, early 90s at Surrey. He was one batsman I've seen, a very brave batsman. He always used to work on his technique, but he always used to struggle against the short delivery. So what he used to do is just, when he sees the short ball, he's used to just drop his hands. It doesn't matter where the ball goes. If it hits him on the left shoulder, right, on the chest, sometime in the helmet also. I've seen him hit by Malcolm Marshall about 3 times in an over, but he just never moved. That needs some courage to do it.
Yes, perhaps less courage now than back in the day, given, as Aruj said, with helmets and chest guards and arm guards. And Shan comes down the pitch again beautifully. That's the 3rd boundary he's hit off Jack Leach. 3 sweet shots over the top with excellent footwork. Ball is, if there is any turn, it's coming into him, so he's unlikely to be beaten on the outside. And that is really risk-free return for Shan.
Also, he's not trying to overhit it. He's just trying to get to the pitch of the ball and swing through. He's a very natural timer, and he's looking to hit them straight.
Had a hugely successful time of it in English county cricket last summer, Shan Masood, for Derbyshire under Mickey Arthur, of course, who knew him from his time here as Pakistan's coach, and he's left now. He's gone to captain Yorkshire next year. Gets this away, reverse sweep. There's a big gap behind square.
Good positive cricket from Shan. Till the time he is at the crease, he will make sure that he keeps scoring runs. On the other hand, Azhar Ali, naturally he will take time. Reverse sweep for the first time we're seeing from Pakistani playing that shot. We've seen a lot from the Englishmen in the series. Something we have learned.
Well, that'll be some relief to Azhar Ali, who's walked out this morning to play his last Test match for his country. Will be desperate to put on a show and finish on a high. And now, after 11 balls, he's off the mark. He's been a very fine player for a long period of time. Mainstay of the middle order, former captain. He's done most things that his country has asked him to do, and now wants to finish on a high. Slight change in the field. Mid-on goes out. That's where Shan Masood has been looking to hit Jack Leach, and the deep mid-wicket comes up. And mid-on is a bit wide. He's just probably 10 or 15 yards further to his left than he would be in an orthodox position. Not sure. It was just a bit of turn off the deck for Leach. Was there an inside edge onto the pad? Judging from the appeal, it wasn't a hugely optimistic appeal, was it? And therefore, after conversation, Stokes has declined the opportunity to review. Wisely so, I would suggest, on that evidence.
A little bit more bounce on this surface, what we've seen from Multan or Rawalpindi. There are a little edge now. There's daylight between the bat and pad.
Outside the line of off stump as Masood looks to reverse sweep again, but Leach just causing some problems with the new ball. 35 for 1.
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot, fair delivery. May we start with the spin vision front on, please. I'll have to check ultra edge if it's hit the glove or bat. Just rock and roll that when it goes past the glove again, please. Okay, roll forward. Okay. No glove involved or bat. Ball tracking when ready. Impact is umpire's call. Wickets hitting. You can stay with your original not out decision, Joel. You're on screen now, signal.
Well, in real time, that was the impression that the ball hit outside the line, but actually on replay there, it was a lot closer than perhaps we imagined. So England don't lose the review because it was an umpire's call. So perfectly fair review by Stokes. Thing is, from the umpire's perspective, Aruj, you can kind of see middle and off, can't you, by the time that it hits him? So you suspect that it's outside the line.
Again, it was one of those with the angle. It just, as he went down, he went far across the stumps as well. And just the enthusiasm and the appeal as well. But they don't lose the review because it stuck with umpire's call. Now the field change is what caused probably Shan to play that, pushed long on, deep and wide, and sort of trying to block the one that he comes down the track.
That's a lively bouncer from Wood, and it's hit Azhar Ali and hurt him as he jogs to the far end. He looks as though he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it looks like his right arm, he looked very uncomfortable the minute he took that impact. It's just there as it's bounced up, it's his right forearm further up closer to his elbow. He's probably taken it straight on the bone. Oh, it doesn't look nice.
First test match, where was he hit? He was hit on the finger, wasn't he? And struggled in the second innings of that game and has taken a nasty one here.
Yeah, last time it was his finger. I'm not sure if it's still the same finger or is it the hand. I think it's more of his forearm. He's squeezing the hand, so I think hand is okay. It's just this forearm hitting on the bone. It can be very, very painful.
Well, that's a good sign, I would say. If he's gripping the physio's hand quite firmly, so I'd suggest that's probably a decent sign that there's no break or real damage. But a nasty blow. There's an unprotected bit there on almost the back of the right forearm.
Just checking to make sure his wrist is okay. Just where the glove finishes, it was just there. Cliffy Deacon, the physio for the Pakistan team, big strong man. So
yeah,
Fazal Ali is not jumping.
This will do the job.
The magic spray, isn't it?
The magic spray. Put the magic spray. Get on with the job. Abdullah Shafiq was the first wicket, the only wicket England have taken. Pitched in line, straightened a little bit, hitting the leg stump. Good decision by umpire. Normally the pain comes a little later. We saw it in Rawalpindi also. About 10 minutes the physio spent on his finger, and then he put his gloves on and he went on to look to play a first delivery, and then he said, no, it's not good enough. I hope that is not the case. Playing his last game, so he doesn't want to leave the crease now. He want to make it the impact. He wants to stay out there, make a big one. That's the first test match when he got hit on his right finger. It was painful, had to leave, and then came very next day. It wasn't broken, so that was a good sign.
Well, he's good to go, thankfully. Takes it on, but one of three men in the deep. Just a bit of update on Ollie Robinson from the England camp. He's got an upset tummy, so it's kind of good news and bad for England. Not good that he's got an upset tummy, but at least it's not a hamstring strain or a side strain. Hopefully that will be short-lived, but there's just been a bit of illness floating through the England camp throughout this tour. Rehan Ahmed, the young leg spinner who has made his debut this morning, he didn't train yesterday. He was feeling a little under the weather, but is good to go today. And
the Osaka boundary contest continues. Every time a boundary is hit and the LED boards for Osaka are lit up, a batsman will be awarded with 10,000 Pakistani rupees.
it's not always easy, actually, when you're facing a fast bowler like Mark Wood on a really slow pitch, because you're just not quite sure how high the ball is going to bounce. If you're facing somebody like Wood at Perth, say, or Brisbane, and you see it whacked in halfway down, you're just pretty confident the ball will fly over the top of your head. But here, as you can see, it barely carries through to Ben Foakes. You're not quite sure whether you should play, duck, sway. And that's why Wood is in this mode at the moment, with no slip, short leg, and plenty dotted on the leg side. Bit of short stuff coming. And Azhar Ali's just got to be clear in his own mind what he's looking to do.
This pitch here, Karachi, is a lot drier than Rawalpindi or Multan. So I feel you don't really need a a square with no grass or have grass, doesn't really matter, because this pitch is so dry that every time the ball is going to hit, it is going to scuff up the ball. So we will see a lot of reverse. There's a little bit of grass there somewhere.
He's beaten those three men. Three men waiting for that shot. And he's put it in between Zach Crawley and Rehan Ahmed, the two squarer on the leg side. And Shan Masood going smoothly this morning now. He's 30 from 34.
Yeah, Shan plays a short ball better than any other in the team. Cuts it really well, and then this time around, yes, hands on the head, thinking that this could have gone in the air, but Shan really controlled that well. Striking it well, Shan Masood.
Four changes for Pakistan as they look to avoid a first ever whitewash on home soil.
Brilliant, mate. Awesome nutter.
Generally, Leach has been very straight to the right-handers. He's looked to target the pads and bowl virtually stump to stump. But here he's just given Azhar Ali a hint of room to work with outside the off stump.
Sheer timing. He was waiting for that delivery outside the off stump. Outfield is lightning fast. Timing was just superb.
The guys behind the side screen. Oh, he's complaining about the dressing room, you know? The guys on top of it.
That's exactly where he's been bowling, to the right-hander. He's really trying to use the new ball and get it to skid off the surface and just run into the pads, which these days, with combination of DRS and umpires far more willing to give batters out on the front foot, it's far more likely you're going to get beaten on the inside edge than out at the moment.
Leach did it before as well with the new ball, got Azhar Ali. Got the ball to skid in where he played on the back foot. Already picked up Abdullah Shafiq. 12 done. Pakistan 46 for 1.
Well, just the early loss of Abdullah Shafiq, but since then Shan Masood with 30 and Azhar have taken Pakistan to 46 for 1. Drinks on the first morning.
So halfway through this morning's session at the newly renamed National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. It's 46 for 1. Abdullah Shafiq, the one man out. Just skids on from Jack Leach and would have hit leg stump reasonably firmly. Confirmed as umpire's call when the finger went up. Mark Wood has banged it in and struck a blow. Azhar Ali in his final test match taking a blow from that short ball. Awkward short balls here because I don't think a batsman's entirely sure how it's going to come out of the pitch, to be honest. Not racing quick by any stretch of the imagination, but here comes Mark Wood again. Just arrives at Ben Foakes on the half volley. We hear that Ollie Robinson has what's known as one of those stomach issues today. Just popped off the field briefly.
No.
Take a blow. It's the tortoise shell, isn't it? Try and withdraw everything into the protective shell at short leg. Trust the helmet. Just hope you don't get hit anywhere painful. Now it's gone in the air, straight down to long leg. Safe hands underneath it. Mark Wood has struck with a short ball. And Shan Masood on his comeback finds himself on the way back to pavilion shortly after drinks as Jack Leach takes the catch.
The ploy yet again has worked. Short ball, Shan Masood has taken on the short ball all morning. This one maybe just didn't arrive, just didn't bounce enough, so he had to go low. The top edge carried all the way. Jack Leach takes it at fine leg. Wood happy. England, well, somehow they've got another wicket. It's 46 for 2. Well, Babar Azam is at number 4 today, slipped down from number 3 where he had to go in the last game after Azhar Ali was left out. Much better average at number 4 compared to his career at number 3, but a pretty good average all round at 47, best part of 48. Now this dismissal of Shan Masood, it doesn't bounce. So although he tries to come down on top of it, just the alteration to the stroke, it was a leading edge that ended up going high in the sky to Jack Leach, who took it not quite in the orthodox way, took it really low down. But it was all perfectly safe, so second wicket goes down. Now someone for Pakistan has to try and take control, because for the first time in the series Babar Azam has won a toss.
First time in the series Pakistan are batting first, a pitch that's expected to turn more as the game goes on. So the rules of that sort of contest are you put as many runs as you possibly can on the board in the first innings. Big runs first innings. But Leach and now Wood doing their best to dent that theory. 46 for 2. Well, parried in the gully, but indecision out in the middle. There was almost a moment there where there were two batsmen in the middle of the pitch having a chat with each other. Root in the gully does well to get his hands on this. Couple of steps here. Oh, no, no, stop. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's a combination of the short ball ploy which we've seen from England all tour and the subtle changes in the field from the skipper. Stokes Wood spoke about it at the end of the last test match, just moving fielders 5-10 yards, and obviously the pace of the pitch as well. That ball just died on Shan Masood and he was through the shot too early. Good tactics from England, taking the pitch out of the equation, banging it in. Nothing in it really for pitching it up, so why not test it halfway down? Scuffs up the ball, get some reverse going.
Yeah, talking to Mohammad Yusuf in the morning, very seldom does he show any sort of frustration, and he just mentioned it passing by that, look, if they just batted through a couple of overs from Mark Wood, they would maybe have won the test match, that previous test match. And here again, you're looking at Mark Wood into his 4th over and he picks up a wicket. And I think he should be slightly frustrated by that yet again.
.46 for 2, 13 overs in. Yeah, he does his best, doesn't he, Baba, to stand tall, stand straight. He's not the tallest of men physically, but he'll stand and play the ball as best he can.
He stands tall, David, because he struggles to duck, because he gets very chest on. He almost has to do the limbo to duck. Look how chest on he is there. If you stay sideways on, you can sway and duck easier. So that's why England feel that they can go short at him. The chest on is not the easiest of positions to sway or duck from, but he tends to ride it pretty well. We shall see.
Well, just the 3 bowlers used so far. Jack Leach has been in operation all the way through from the pavilion end. 1 for 28 from his 6. Happy, of course, that he's got right-handers to bowl at now. Shan Masood did well, taking the attack to Leach early on. But he's gone, so it's just right-handers, and all the angles work quite nicely for Leach with that. Oh, nearly. Azhar didn't quite get there, started to come, realised he hadn't made it, got the pad in the way, tried to cover as much of the spin and the bounce as possible.
That was a good sign for Leach. That's exactly what he's been working with Jeetan Patel on, getting that position of that seam pointing towards gully so you can get a bit of drop. The thing he's been lacking on this tour is drop on the ball by the overspin, and that seam position was excellent, and it did drop on Azhar Ali and didn't get to the pitch of the ball. It's a good sign from Leach.
I think he's been much more consistent this morning, Jack Leach, compared to Multan, where too often his lines and lengths just varied. I mean, so often actually that there were various people muttering around the ground at Multan, well, should he play in Karachi? And the evidence from this first hour and a bit this morning is that yes, he should play in Karachi. And he's certainly improved, I think, on his performance in that second test match. In fact, on both test matches. That is kept a little low as well. With that sort of line, dead straight, keeps you in the game as a bowler for sure. A little flatter this time.
Yeah, just on that dip, Graham Swan got a wonderful dip when he bowled.
Yeah, because of that seam position. Swan moved from Northants where it turned to Trent Bridge where it doesn't turn as much. So he had to deceive the batter before it landed. Helped him as a spin bowler. Leach a bit more a product of his environment. At Taunton, more side spin. Drives it in, ball after each other, 47 for 2.
Right, when's the moment due, do we think? In other words, a man making his debut at the age of 18 years and, what is it, 129 days? Somewhere around there anyway.
Well, not far away. I'd definitely give him a bowl before lunch, and I'd definitely give him a bowl to Barber, because we've said Barber struggles at times to pick the googly. Maybe it was just the googly of Adil Rashid. And Rayan Ahmed has a very good wrong-un. It's probably more consistent with the wrong-un with the leg break.
Hasn't he had his moment, handed his cap by another leg spinner?
A long time ago.
The elephant is back. Well, just on that googly thing, I mean, there's, whether it's Adil Rashid, who Bubba finds hard to pick, or whatever, remains to be seen. But every time you see a new bowler, it just takes a little while, does it not, to get used to that particular hand? It's well left, one of those ones that might have been angled down the leg side. But as we saw in Multan, if you try and nudge it round onto the onside from that sort of length, that sort of height, you can end up gloving it to the keeper. This is a very good instance where, first of all, it's wide enough, but there's no effort at all to get anywhere near the ball. In fact, completely the opposite, just in case. You just put the hands well away from any potential line down the onside.
Yeah, and that's another thing Mohammed Yusuf would have been disappointed about, Bazid talking to him this morning. They didn't get their gloves and their hands out the way, the two left-handers, just before lunch.
That's up in the air. Hasn't got the carry, though. Hasn't got the carry to reach Duckett at square leg.
Not in control at all of that shot. He didn't know whether to pull, keep it down, just guide it around. Lack of pace again doing for him. Usually you just react to Mark Wood. Here he has about 4 shots going through his mind.
He's actually sort of tried to duck first. He's actually sat down to duck. This is Wood with the pace off the pitch. Either it's coming at your head or your waist, and different pace as well with that ball.
Well, that has been thumped. Royally thumped. No problems with that one at all.
Yeah, the man had been brought up. There was still a couple back, but he rolled his wrists nicely on that, and it didn't die on him as it did to Sham Masood. Look at the roll on the wrists there. Kept it down beautifully.
It's almost better to attack the short ball, but England, with so many fielders on the leg side, with so much protection, you have to nail every one of those.
Here's another example of what I was talking about. Barber gets in that position very chest on, and you'll see both his feet pointing straight down the pitch.
And it also gets exaggerated once Mark Wood goes round the wicket.
Yeah, he may. That's why he's also a bit leg side of it, but there is a third man catching and a deep point. So in one day cricket, he'd be playing like an uppercut. But that's been taken out of the equation. Again, tinkering in the field from Stokes. Having seen that pull shot, short leg's gone to a catching square leg.
It's a good bouncer, seriously good bouncer, especially on a pitch like this. And very well played.
Only Mark Wood can get it out of this pitch, this delivery. That's why he's such an asset. That's why he's the X factor, really. On a dead pitch, you can still have Barber hopping around. And he did sway out the way beautifully there. Good contest, this. Even on a docile pitch. Pace against a class player. Very watchable.
Well, that man who's been pushed back from short leg to short wicket gets in the action. Ollie Pope, 52 for 2. Ollie Pope has been in the firing line at short leg and slightly deeper short leg. Relieved of the gloves in this game and asked to focus on getting his runs at number 3. He's had a pretty good series all round. Actually kept very decently in those first 2 games. The odd fumble here and there. But kept very well overall. Took some good catches. So oh, well, he's thumped it down the ground, but it was, if you want to be critical, it was catchable height. But it was hit very hard.
It's past him before he's reacted. It's been hit right off the meat. Was really just having enough of that forward defensive. Wanted some runs.
Well, fair enough, to be honest. He's been there, what, for 31 balls now. He gets there, doesn't quite get underneath him. And to be fair to Jack Leach, I mean, it's hit so hard that he's had no time at all to do anything much apart from almost take evasive action. Yeah, I mean, Azhar Ali's intent was to get more elevation on the ball and goes more safely straight down the ground, but he hit it so well that he was never really in danger. And I think, yeah, it's a perfectly valid tactic. If you just let Leach bowl at you, bowl at you, bowl at you, bowl at you without trying to do anything, you give the advantage to the bowler who gets exactly what he wants. If you start to make the bowler think again, you get some of that advantage back. Little tuck away on the onside, easy 2. .59 for 2 now. Well, here we go then. Rehan Ahmed. Debut for England today, the youngest ever to play Test match cricket for England. Number 53 on his back. His father, proud father, in the crowd here. Agent on the left. So there are certainly 2 people, but I suspect many more, willing him on. All he wants to do, Rehan Ahmed, is make sure the first one comes out of the hands nicely. Get those fingers loose, get the wrist loose. So it's such a quick path into this game, of course, into this highest level of the game, but via the England under-19s, where he was a very, very major performer. Accelerated into the Test match arena after just 3 first-class matches. And his first ball will be heading towards Azhar Ali any moment now. Nicely pitched. Worked mid-on, but first ball delivered, so that's the first task.
Yeah, he's got a bustling run up. He bowls fairly quickish leg spinners, and you can see from that action why the googly comes out well for him, because he's halfway there anyway. His arms right up high. The runs there. Just the 3 first-class games. I think you have to go back to Alfred Archer. 1899 was the last time you may have been playing, David.
Please don't ask me what I remember of Mr. Archer. Too late.
Well, his Test debut was his first-class debut.
That's pulled away. A little bit too short. Good footwork, good hands, good quick hands. And between Azhar Ali and Babar Azam, they will do everything they can to make it very hard for Rehan Ahmed to settle.
And Stokes' handling of him is going to be interesting, because with Leach, he doesn't give him any men back hardly. And with a young leg spinner, and I mean really young, the youngest we've had since Brian Close, you've just got to give him a bit of confidence by having the odd fielder back.
That's nice, yeah. It's in the end, it's all about consistency. I mean, that last ball was the sort of line, the sort of length, the sort of pace that will serve him well. And on these pitches, if you're going to make slight error in length, better to be full than short.
Right over the top, so as Nas mentioned, the googly probably will be the wicket ball. The pass turned away, so first over in Test match cricket, Rehan Ahmed goes for 7.
Ground that's seen many famous cricketers, but famous players who've had a Test debut here in Karachi: Mike Gatting, Waqar Younis, Michael Bevan, and the great Sachin Tendulkar. Test debut on this ground, so he joins that elite list. Jimmy Anderson was playing in his 10th Test match for England when Rehan Ahmed was born. Real drop in age, the average age today, with Anderson resting.
A little quirky one, I'm told, is that Anderson has more Test wickets than Rehan has days on this planet. Test match cap number 710, and actually really nice to have his dad right next door. steered away. Just the one.
Yes, it's a little bit of role reversal. Last game, Abrar Ahmed played for Pakistan, and England didn't have much footage of him, so they had to video him in the nets in the warm-up days and try and get footage, which isn't ideal because you don't get the close-ups of the wrist and the fingers of Abrar Ahmed. I guess with Rayan Ahmed, he played in that under-19 World Cup, so there is some footage of him playing for England, who got through to the final and lost to India. If you want to see that wrong or see his variations, the analysts of the Pakistan side can try and get that up.
Down he goes again. Couple of skipping paces down the pitch. Thumps it over long on this time.
You went early and knew that the opportunity hit over the top. Barber likes playing in Karachi. Before this game, he averaged 85, a couple of centuries in there, so it's a pitch, a ground that he's quite comfortable batting at. I think Pakistan has a little win, one up, or maybe a couple, while you guys are getting giddy. Youngest test player ever to play for England. Pakistan has a test player who's only 14. Another one was only 15, so a couple of victories there.
Azid Khan clutching at straws.
Yes, mate.
72 for 2.
$72 for 2. Pakistan. England would certainly settle for one more before lunch. They'd be very happy to take 3 from the first session if they could on what is a very flat looking pitch, albeit dry. Just a minute past 11:30, and Rayan Ahmed, who's already bowled one over, is about to start his second. I think Ben Stokes is wise just to give him a little bit of cover. He's got a deep point, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square. But that combination of nerves and excitement, the nerves will gradually settle as he gets into his work. His heart would have been pounding before that first ball, I can tell you. And now it's just about trying to settle in and trying to land it on a decent length.
What a proud moment for him, his family. His dad's obviously watching live pictures here. Mum, I'm sure, and the rest of the family must be glued to television back home. And for English cricket as well. And like you say, Ath, obviously just moments before you actually let the first ball rip out of your hands.
Yes, heart pounding, sweaty palms. You just pray that the first one gets down there. And then very quickly, actually, even though he's incredibly young at 18, very quickly those nerves will dissipate and you just get into the action, into the competition. He's got a kind of fast arm, quite a high arm. You can see why he bowls a natural googly, because he's got very high arm, but he brisk pace. Pakistan 74 for 2 from 19.
Just before toss, he was getting a few balls to go down on the practice surfaces and managed to catch a word with him, and he said his dad said he would be too emotional to watch. Very supportive of him, his brothers. I believe they all play cricket as well. It was certainly a very proud moment for him, and he'll obviously want to, once his nerves are settled, look for one and then carry on with more wickets as well. Well, it's that time again, isn't it? Sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitivity. The gentleman in the middle.
After 3 tests, they've found a good actor at last. Yeah, you're talking about Rayan Ahmed's father being here. It's a peculiarly difficult game for parents, isn't it, when they watch their offspring play, just because of how individual the focus is in cricket. There's no escape from the scrutiny, really. Whereas in football or rugby, games that are more team sports, fast-moving team sports, your son or daughter is not quite so exposed. But in cricket, there's no escape from it, and therefore it makes it a very difficult game for parents, some of whom watch more easily than others. Abdullah Shafiq was telling me before the series that his father finds it very difficult to watch him live, and he usually kind of waits till Shafiq's got about 30 or 40 and then he tunes in. Very nice. Saw lots of the blade of the bat there. That was a lovely straight on drive from Azhar Ali. He's looked very comfortable there, you would say, Azhar Ali. Whenever Jack Leach has just given him a little bit of room outside off stump, that's where he's looked most comfortable.
It's just early on when Azhar comes on to bat. If the left arm is bowling, he have issues. And once he gets settled in, get the pace of the ball, he feels a lot comfortable. We've seen from the last 2 shots he's played. Looks like that he's now just moving on, just trying to make up for those deliveries which is played, the dot deliveries, 79 for 2.
So Rayan Ahmed, England men's youngest ever Test cricketer, about to start his 3rd over.
Take a little bit of time before he settles down. He's just erring on the fuller side. Hasn't quite hit his length yet, obviously. 18 balls now, and still finding it's difficult, obviously, in these slow pitches. Not enough turn, not enough bounce.
Very good. A bit of drift into the pads. Yeah, it'd just be a case of Stokes looking after him in this first innings. You'd expect a wrist spinner to come into his own as the pitch starts to deteriorate. Oh, there was a thick outside edge there. It was wide, it was full, it was inviting. And Babar Azam was certainly going to take up the invitation. It wasn't that far away from Joe Root.
Although he's been hit for a boundary, I don't think he'll mind that, because he got a little bit more out of the surface, a little bit wide, but went in the air, so that'll make him feel really good. Little expensive to begin with, one can understand that. He's got the slip in, and that third man fielder has just gone a little finer.
Nice, Ray, nice, Ray. Brilliant that, Ray, awesome, bud. Lovely stuff, Ray. Pull it here, mate, real good. Brilliant, right, Ray. Get it.
Full again and driven very neatly by Azhar Ali, who's just now starting to look in really good touch. It took him a while to get going this morning, took him a while to get off the mark, but he looks in his groove now.
Yeah, still struggling to find the right length. It's been too full or too wide at times, and Azhar, with so much experience, not going to miss out. Very easy to the crease. Maybe just need to work on his front arm a little bit more. I think he will work on that. You'll see his videos, and once he starts using his front arm a little bit more, I think he'll get a little bit more purchase out of the surface.
He first came to the notice of some of these England players when he was 11, actually. He came as a net bowler before a test match and got Ben Stokes out, and I think he might have got Alistair Cook out as well, as a very young man, just given a bit of net bowling practice. He was at Nottinghamshire then he made the journey to Leicestershire, which is a journey that a lot of young cricketers have made the other way. Think of James Taylor and Stuart Broad, who've gone from Leicestershire to Nottinghamshire. Rayan Ahmed went the other way. Played for England under-19s and then played 3 first-class games last year for Leicestershire, 2 at the back end of the season. He got a maiden 5 and a maiden 100 in his 3rd first-class game, last game of the season against Derbyshire. So he's got some ability with the bat as well. In fact, ahead of the game, Ben Stokes said he couldn't quite work out yet which was his strongest suit. So there's all-round ability there, both with bat and ball, but it's very early days. Get a couple here. It was almost like a bottom-handed steer from Azhar Ali.
And it's just because of that little push where you've seen Leach now operate with the off-stump line, and he's got the men catching in front. He's been quite a champion in his own right at number 3 for Pakistan, over 5,000 runs. And he will want and look to get some big runs here. 1,500s to his name. And these are obviously stats at number 3, where he's come out to bat today as well in his last test in his international career. He's hanging up the boots after this. Just the off-stump line where Leach in England looking for that little bit of a push that he has, maybe on the off-stump. And some illustrious company there. Yunus Khan, 4,000 runs. And the list goes on. Babar Azam just in that pecking order, normally bats at 4.
And in general, where would he rank kind of in the pantheon of Pakistan batsmen? Absolutely top rank or just below top rank? Or is that... It's hard to say. I mean, there have been so many good players over the years. 93 for 2.
I think just the company that he belongs in, where you look at that was obviously a table with number 3, but if you look at the greats of Pakistan, you got never-ending list of those greats. It's hard to fit in the likes of Zahir Abbas, Saeed Anwar, Javed Miandad, Yunus Khan, Mohammad Yusuf, Inzamam ul Haq. He's surely been a great servant of Pakistan cricket.
Yep, and a fine player for a long time. And number 3 and captain, those are positions of real responsibility. So you factor in that as well when you're kind of passing judgment on a player at the end of his career. Slightly over pitch from Rehan Ahmed. Babar Azam just helping it round the corner.
At the moment, Pakistani batsmen, both of them having no issues against both spinners. It's a good partnership between these two. 52 of 59. The run rate has come very quickly, scoring at 4.39. A good start for Pakistan, although they lost 2 wickets, but I think they'll feel that they've done the job in the first session so far, if they don't lose any more wicket from here.
Slipping a leg slip now. That's where he wants to be. If he can drop it on that length, just around off stump, middle and off. That's just about where he wants to be.
Well, at this age, what you look for is an early success. If he picks up early wicket, it'll be a different ball game altogether for him. He'll settle in well. Time for Tapal Danidati.
It was the wrong one. It was a little short, and from the way that he played it, you rather suspect that Babar Azam read it out of the hand as well. Pulled it away very firmly in front of square. 100 up.
And dropping it in short was the wrong one, but Babar Azam too good to miss out on that opportunity. The wicket obviously on the slower slide, giving him time off the surface. 23 done, Pakistan 102 for 2.
Along Robinson off. That's the ball. How many Robinson bowled? 3. Well, Ollie Robinson bowled 3 overs at the start of the day with the new ball, and he left the field with a bit of a tummy upset, but back on the field now and able to bowl. and replacing Leach, who put in a long stint, an hour and 50 with the new ball.
Let's go, guys.
Robinson, a very skillful bowler, and that ball now 23 overs old. It'll be interesting to see when there are first signs of reverse swing. The pitch is crusty and abrasive, so you'd think there will be some reverse swing. Whether it'll come as early as the 23rd over remains to be seen. That was Leach's initial stint, quite expensive, but an important wicket, that of Abdullah Shafiq. Looks like Robinson wants to bowl straight at Azhar Ali with a leg slip. Catcher at silly mid-on, short mid-wicket as well. Yeah, it's going to spear it in there about middle and leg with lots of cover on the leg side. Target the pads, bowl straight with the old ball on slow pitches.
I'm a little surprised with this tummy bug. I mean, England has already been here for the last 3 weeks and still having issues, especially when they have their own chef.
Some of the commentators are staying strong, Waqar. Some of the English commentators are staying strong, but I say some. Some. My good friend and colleague, Mr. Hussain, has been coughing and spluttering now for the last 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Edged. Genuine edge, but as we've seen throughout this series, there have been very few slips in place, first of all, and most of the edges wouldn't have carried anyway. It's just not been a mode of dismissal.
Well, Azhar wasn't really sure that should he drive at it or defend, and in the end he looked to drive, and that too with the bottom hand. Lucky that it didn't get the faint edge. You get the pretty thick edge. No third man there.
Play that very well. He's already been struck on the arm by Mark Wood. You'd say that Mark Wood is a bit livelier than Ollie Robinson. And he just turned his head away from it and lost it, really. Well, Oscar is putting us all to shame this morning. The first morning of a test match. He is looking absolutely immaculate. Good to see you, Oscar.
And he's not happy with the results so far of this tour, because he's a big supporter of Pakistan. As you can see, with the jacket he's wearing is a Pakistan jacket. Show us that jacket. Show us that star. Look at that. Look at that.
Cameramen, like commentators, should be neutral.
He's definitely looked much better than us.
Ooh, now there's a bit of swing there for Robinson. He maybe feels it just flicked boot or pad before it went onto the bat, and if it did, it's close. Well, it matters not in the end, because Robinson has overstepped, not for the first time in this series. But there was a sign of a little reverse swing there, which will give him some optimism.
Yeah, clearly over the line. And when you talk about reverse swing, you talk about Karachi. Karachi, you will see a little bit more swing I don't think he hit the boot. Azhar Ali bringing his bat right on time. But got to be very careful, very watchful with the no balls, because wickets are hard to come here in Karachi. So if you get a wicket on a no ball, you'll be just kicking yourself.
$108 for 2. Looks like it'll be Rehan Ahmed and Ollie Robinson to take us through to lunch. For about 5 or 6 minutes away. Ben Stokes there hasn't bowled yet, didn't bowl in Multan. I suspect the way that last over went from Robinson with that one ball that suggested some reverse swing. We may see a bit of Stokes after lunch. We expect him to bowl more here. He put in a long shift in the nets the day before the game. Although his knee was heavily strapped, he takes up the third seamer role here. And the way there was just a bit of reverse swing, I suspect we'll see him after lunch. Pulled firmly, drops short again. And what Pakistan are not going to do is try and let Rehan Ahmed settle. Bowl a bad ball, they want to put it away to try and put pressure on the young man.
Yeah, Azhar getting in a position very early. He understands the youngster playing for the first time, so he's gonna give him some bad deliveries or poor deliveries, and he will bowl good deliveries also. That's what you got to watch out. Got a very good googly. Still sort of learning the art. Only his 5th game. He's played 4 first-class games before playing this one. 3 first-class games. This is 4th game, 4th longer version game.
That's why Stokes has got a bit of cover out there. There's a long on deep mid-wicket and a deep cover in place, because he knows at 18 and with all relatively lack of first-class experience, he's still going to bowl some loose deliveries. So it's right and proper that Stokes, who generally doesn't like to put fielders out, has given him some cover. It's Mark Wood, who is out in the deep on the offside.
I think it's important as well. A debut, he's still very young. It's important that Stokes gives him that margin, because he is going to go for runs if he doesn't get the length right. You just don't want it to be too many runs up front. And they'll pick up another 2. 9 of Rehan's 5th over. 25 done. 117 for 2.
Well, it will be good that Rehan Ahmed has had his hands on the ball before lunch. Nice to get into the action early rather than having to sit and stew over lunch and wondering when your first bowl will come. This will be the final over before lunch. Pakistan 172. This partnership now a good one. 71 from 76 balls between these two fine and experienced batters.
it's not as cool as it was in Multan and Pindi, and certainly crowd enjoying drinks, which will be followed by Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Oh, careful down there. It's Folkes moving sharply to his left. He thinks this is out, and this is a very similar situation to Multan, where it was Saud Shakil on that occasion down the leg side. So let's look for the soft signal.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire's review for fair catch. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. So we'll start with the spin vision front on. Check with ultra edge that it hits the glove or bat. Okay, it's on the glove. Your best angle for the catch, please. Yeah, something from the front. Okay, looks like it's going straight into the glove. Something from the side. Something from the side. Anything else? Yeah, that's straight into the glove. Have you got anything else? Okay, I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, I think the third umpire, Murray Erasmus, has made the correct decision there. The replays, to my mind at least, showed that clearly going into Ben Folkes' gloves, unlike the second test match where I thought Saud Shakil was hard done to the catch to Ollie Pope. I felt that there was evidence that the ball had been grounded, but this one went into the gloves, the fingers were under the ball, and despite the fact that the on-field soft signal was not out, I thought Murray Erasmus, the third umpire, absolutely got that right. It clearly went into the gloves. It's a big moment in the game because Azhar Ali had started to look good, but he goes now for 45. That's the evidence that Murray Erasmus saw, and to my mind that is clearly out. Ball into the gloves, fingers under the ball, and out. And a third wicket for England this morning. That has just turned the session their way. I think they'll be very satisfied to have taken 3 wickets on this slow, flat surface here in Karachi. Shafiq first of all, Shan Masood then to the short ball, and another short ball down the leg side, bringing the dismissal of Azhar Ali. Babar Azam unbeaten on 30, Pakistan 117 for 3. Wicket apiece for Robinson, Leach and Wood. England's youngest ever debutant for their men's side, Rehan Ahmed, bowled 5 overs before the break for 37. So just a spring in their step as they go up the stairs for lunch, with the final ball of that session bringing them a 3rd wicket. And bring you the morning's highlights after Babar Azam won the toss. No hesitation in electing to bat first. Shan Masood, facing Jack Leach, played him very aggressively at the start, using his feet, hit him beautifully over the top 3 times. Abdullah Shafiq played that one gorgeous off drive before Jack Leach just slid one onto his front pad, and a review showed umpire's call in the end of Shah Masood. Then there was a change of ploy, really, following that good shot down the ground. Mark Wood came on to bowl some short stuff. Shah Masood was determined to take the short ball on, but it proved to be his undoing in the end. The top edge comfortably taken by Jack Leach down at fine leg. So short ball ploy for Mark Wood working. Eventually Wood gave way to Rayan Ahmed, the young leg spinner, who bowled 5 overs. Didn't always get it right and landed on a length, but we'll be glad to get those first 5 overs out of the way. And a little bit of turn from time to time. Pakistan at this point was sailing towards lunch quite comfortably with Azhar Ali and Babar Azam, and then the final ball for the lunch break. Lee Robinson, who'd been off the field with a tummy upset, came back and produced that glove down the leg side. Well taken by Ben Folkes. It was sent upstairs. Correct decision in my view given by Maria Rasmus, ball clearly carrying into the gloves. And Azhar Ali, on his final test match appearance, goes for 45 on the stroke of lunch. So 117 for 3 Pakistan from 25.2 overs. We'll take a break for about 35 minutes now and be back with the second session.
Where do you want that? Here? On a roll. 1, 2, 1, 2. Happy, sir, happy. 1, 2.
First morning here in Karachi as the third and final test match starts off, and England would feel that this session goes to them when they got Azhar Ali right at the stroke of lunch. Let's have a look at the batting card. This is Pakistan winning the toss and batting first. They lost their first wicket, Abdullah Shafiq, pretty quickly, and then a small partnership. Shan looked with a lot of intent. He was trying to score a run of ball, got a top edge, and he was dismissed. And Azhar Ali just now at the stroke of lunch, as I said, was dismissed, got 45, which means Babar now will have to look to play the session, which is coming up next. And that's the bowling here. A wicket each for Robinson, Leach and Wood. And it's a short ball strategy has worked for England. Hello and welcome to Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Session 1 is done, and as we know, it's 117 for 3. Before I get in my guess, let's head down to Zainab. She's got something special lined up. Let's see what that is.
Welcome to the felicitation ceremony of one of the top batters to come out of Pakistan cricket. He's been the absolute backbone of this test lineup. Of course, none other than Azhar Ali, who's decided to call it quits. This is going to be his last test match, and we're here to celebrate his achievements and all the memorable moments that he's given to Pakistan cricket. Now, alongside me, I've got the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board, Mr. Ramiz Raja, CEO Faisal Hasnain, and Director International Cricket, Zakir Khan. Of course, we've all got the teammates as well to overlook this ceremony and celebrate all the achievements of Azhar Ali. If I could please call upon the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board first to hand out the souvenir to Azhar Ali in order to celebrate his long career and all the achievements that he's made. Azhar, if you could please come forward and receive a souvenir from the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board. What an illustrious career it's been for somebody like Azhar Ali. He's played numerous innings that will stay with Pakistan cricket for a long period of time. And if I can please call upon the chairman and just to celebrate his achievements, Chairman, I mean, you've seen his career, you've done commentary on it, you've followed it very closely. He's literally been the one person that has held the Pakistan batting lineup together. What are your thoughts on his career overall? How do you look at his career?
So, I mean, he is or has been a true ambassador for our cricket. And congratulations to Azhar and to his family, to his mates, because to have such a selfless cricketer in the dressing room has meant a great deal to our cricket system, to our cricket team. And very rarely you see cricketers retiring on such a high. I would have liked him to play 100 test matches, but just to let you know, Azhar, that I also ended up playing 198 one-day matches, so it doesn't matter. So 200 or 100, it's just a number, but what you have achieved is truly amazing. आपको बहुत-बहुत मुबारक हो, आपकी फैमिली को मुबारक हो, आपके प्लेयर्स को मुबारक हो, क्योंकि आपने सेल्फलेस क्रिकेट खेली है, आपने हम सब को उठा के रखा है और हर नाजुक मौके पे आप खड़े हुए हैं और आप एक ग्रेट एग्जाम्पल हैं और मैं चाहूँगा कि सब आपकी तरह जो हैं क्रिकेट खेलें, स्माइल चेहरे पे रख के उसको एंजॉय करके, और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपकी फैमिली का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि जितनी भी आपने इनकी फॉलो किया है करियर, any specific innings that you remember, which is a personal favorite that will stay with you for a long while?
You see, two innings come to my mind. Obviously, his 300 in a day-night game, which was a Herculean task. You know, the pink ball moved a great deal, and he was absolutely brilliant with his technique. Then his 100 in Australia. So getting 100 in Australia is always special for a Pakistani. I think these two innings, plus the committed effort. Every time he went out there, it was all about doing well for Pakistan and winning games for Pakistan and playing at any position according to the situation. So it really has been a real team player.
I mean, he's a real role model for all the young cricketers that are watching, that want to come and play Test cricket. I mean, जब हम Test cricket की बात करते हैं, you know, you've played the game as well. इतना आसान नहीं है इस फॉर्मेट में खेलना. So just watching him the way he's done it for Pakistan, what would you say to all the people that are watching?
देखिए कई ऐसे कंट्रीब्यूटर्स होते हैं जो कि बेस के आपका बेस बनाते हैं टू ग्रेटनेस. और इस वक्त जो पाकिस्तान टीम खड़ी हुई है, एक ब्रांड है, हम जीत रहे हैं. इस सीरीज़ में थोड़ी सी हमें मार पड़ी है, बट एनीवे जीत हाथ होती है एज लॉन्ग एज हम फाइट करते रहें. उसमें इनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन बेमिसाल है. जहाँ तक अभी पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट पहुँची है, वो इनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन की वजह से जो सतून लगाए गए थे ऑफ सक्सेस, उनमें इनकी बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन.
Chale, thank you so much for your thoughts, Chairman Azhar. If we could also call you forward to come and say a few words, just your initial thoughts. Azhar, बहुत ही emotional moment for you. कल आपकी press conference में भी देखा था that obviously emotions were running through, but it's been an illustrious career for Pakistan. Test में जिस तरह की आपकी contributions हैं, I think everybody's seen your contributions all around the world. Initial thoughts बताएं, how do you look back at your career?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. सबसे पहले तो I would like to thank Almighty Allah for giving me the strength to play that many test matches. Not easy. I will speak in Urdu. जो इतने साल ड्रेसिंग रूम मैंने शेयर किया है, उसको छोड़ना आसान नहीं है. क्रिकेट तो अलग रह जाती है, लेकिन जितने अच्छे दोस्त मैंने बनाए हैं, बिल्कुल भाइयों की तरह हम 7-8 साल से खेल रहे हैं. और जिस तरीके से मेरी टीम ने मुझे बैक किया है हमेशा, मेरे लिए वो हमेशा यादगार रहेगा. और फिर इमोशन आ जाते हैं, ट्राई करूँगा अपनाएं, लेकिन ये कि बहुत यादगार मेरा कैरियर रहा है. अचीवमेंट्स होती हैं, लेकिन सबसे अच्छी चीज़ है आपके दोस्त हों, आपके फैमिली हो अराउंड, चेरिश करने के लिए, वो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है.
चले जाते जाते बस ये बता दें कि पर्सनल फेवरेट इनिंग्स, मैंने रमीज़ भाई से भी पूछा था, उन्होंने आपकी ट्रिपल टन के बारे में मेंशन किया, आपकी पर्सनल फेवरेट?
आई थिंक कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में डबल 100 करना हमेशा बहुत बड़ी बात रही है, लेकिन अगर स्ट्रेस वाइज देखा जाए और प्रेशर वाइज देखा जाए तो मेरे ख्याल में 141 अगेंस्ट इंग्लैंड जो साउथहैम्पटन में किया था, मेरे लिए पर्सनली साइकोलॉजिकली, टेक्निकली सारे चैलेंजेस थे मेरे पे. और उस वक्त जो मैंने 141 किया था, मेरे ख्याल में वो सबसे चैलेंजिंग इनिंग थी मेरे लिए, और मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा बेहतर इनिंग लगती है अपनी.
Chale, thank you so much for your thoughts. All the best for your future. You heard it from Azhar Ali. 141 is his favorite innings in Southampton against England. It's been a brilliant career for Azhar Ali, and we wish him all the best. It's now back to you guys in the studio. Sikandar, you can take over.
Thank you, Zainab. And of course, 97th match, test match that Azhar Ali is playing at the moment. And what a brilliant career that he's had. We've got Bazid Khan and David Gower alongside me. Since we're talking about Azhar, I'll come to you, Bazid, first. Came in as a leggy, and he's one of those players to have known to work hard his way to be an opening batter or number 3 batter.
Yeah, obviously evolved. Very few players that come to mind who started off as a genuine leg spinner. Stephen Smith, obviously, but you look at him and he's sort of evolved in the way that you'd expect an international player to, because he's improved every step of the way. And the greatest thing about him is that he never backs down from a challenge. You look at the history of Pakistan cricket. Most of the batters in the middle order tend to drop down a spot as they get senior player or become a senior player, but he never did so. He batted number 3 throughout. The only other player that comes to mind is probably Ijaz Ahmed, who batted till the end at number 3, and that sort of shows you the character of wanting to front up, wanting to take on the challenge of the harder new ball, and throughout the career he's done exactly that.
And just continuation of that, 97 test matches, to be able to be there and consistently perform is no joke.
Yeah, his average is good. It's an interesting thing. Number 3 for some people is exactly what suits them. Some people like that challenge of going in with the adrenaline when the new ball might be still quite fresh. Sometimes if the openers do their job properly, you come in much later. The one thing about batting at 3, you always have lots of time to bat. So if you do get in, you've got a big chance to make those things like the 100 that remains his highest score. But batting at number 3 all the time comes with a lot of responsibility. And a lot of the best players say, like Baba, for instance, prefers rather to bat at number 4, it seems, judging by his stats. and a lot of the best players do bat at 4, but 3 is a really crucial position. So to occupy that for so long, so successfully, gives you a real clue as to how good he was.
Usually for the longest time, 3 and 4 had to face the new ball.
Well, they can do. I mean, it depends where you're playing, and it depends who's bowling with that new ball. Here in Karachi, it's Jack Leach, which is a bit of a different challenge to, say, Mitchell Stark in Perth or something, but there you go.
Okay, so talking about Azhar Ali, he's our top performer, scoring the 45, just getting out at the stroke of lunch. Let's have a look at his innings. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Well, Basit, you want to do something good for your side with the bat, looking good, probably would be feeling bad that he just got out probably a few minutes before lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked set, he looked organized as he does, and he looked in the zone for quite a while of that innings, and it came at a surprise that he did get out. But yeah, the numbers that he has, the way that he's gone about playing and sort of gone under the radar as he's played 96 test matches, now his 97th test match. Over 7,000 test match runs. That's an achievement in itself, but just the way that he's gone about being very close to his teammates and then with the different eras being able to perform throughout.
All right, that was our top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Well, if Azhar Ali's wicket hadn't fallen just before lunch, probably would say this session was shared between England and Pakistan. But with 3 down, 117, probably England has that edge. Let's have a look at the fall of wickets. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, first one went down to Jack Leach, who opened with the new ball. The one that goes straight on, slides on with the arm. And Abdullah Shafiq, given out LBW, had a quick look at it just to check. But it was just clipping leg stump pretty firmly. And for Leach, with the new ball, this is one of the things that he will threaten you with, because the ball wasn't turning particularly much at that stage. So straight on and with the arm, turning out to be very, very effective. Put upstairs to the third umpire, to Murray, and the original decision justified with the umpire's call. Second wicket going down was that of Shah Masood, who looked pretty good actually, played very positively. And the problem for him was the ball just didn't come out of the pitch, so he had to change the shot halfway through. Couldn't play it as he originally intended. Somehow managed to get underneath it, somehow managed to get that top edge. And Jack Leach actually took the catch very low down. I wouldn't say he judged it perfectly, but at least it was safe in the end. And Azhar Ali down the leg side, folks getting his gloves underneath it rather more clearly than we've seen before on other occasions, but that's a clean catch, I would say, and an unfortunate method of dismissal.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, here we are. So talking about Jack Leach and that new ball, he bowled in, of course, in Pindi and in Multan as well, and he's done well. And Basit, if you look at his performance with the new ball, we have something that we'll share with you. Some of them gripped and bounced, and some of them, the arm ball you talk about, just skids through because the ball is still new.
Yeah, on these kind of wickets, you want pace off the pitch as well, and that's what you get with the new ball. The harder, newer ball with that pronounced seam does get to grip, and that's why it makes it difficult to face spin, especially with the new ball. As it goes softer, it slightly becomes easier because there's not that pace off the surface, but always with the new ball, the one coming back in or attacking that front pad will be the dangerous delivery, the inside edge or the front pad.
Just I wouldn't say a comparison, but you know that Ben Stokes trusts Leach and his work and he can attack more. How did you see Rehan and starting off and the kind of feel Ben Stokes can offer him? Can he still attack with him around and he has to give him something?
Well, yeah, this is the classic situation of easing a young man into an unfamiliar situation. You know, at his age, 18 years old, playing his first test match with so little first-class experience, 3 matches under his belt before this. You've got to take time to settle. I mean, the one thing that really settles, as we saw, for instance, with Abra, older and more experienced, but playing his first test match in Multan, get an early wicket, your spirits are lifted straight away. So for Rehan Ahmed, I mean, ordinary. Let's be fair. If if you didn't want to give him a little bit of leeway for being young and playing his first Test match, it was just an ordinary spell. You know, some were too short. He started to get a little bit of rhythm, I think, but he needs to settle in, and it's a very slow pitch. So if you don't get it in the right place, you've either got to get it on the right length or too full. And when you pitch it short, we've seen, someone like Barber, for instance, is very, very quick to put it away. And Pakistan will do exactly the right thing, which is as soon as they get those opportunities, they'll put the pressure back on the youngster and try and make life hard for him, which is exactly what they have to do.
Yeah. Okay, we'll discuss more on the third and final Test match and session 2 that's about to start. We'll take a short break and we'll talk about this. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Well, we're in Karachi, and when you're here, you've got to try the food out. And when you speak of food, no better than Bazid Khan. He knows exactly where to go and where to take us to get some really good food. So this time around, it's Burns Road. Let's join the City Trail. City Trail, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Come to Karachi, the first stop has to be Bunce Road. The sights, the sound, the smells, all things Karachi. And just in general, life that doesn't stop. It's a city of lights, and the lights here will burn bright all day, all night. many options here at Bunce Road, so much to eat, so much flavor. But the one thing that everybody wants to eat and comes to Bunce Road for is kebab. भैया कौन से कबाब लगाए हुए हैं? धागा कबाब। धागा कबाब? तो धागा और गोले में क्या फर्क होता है? धागा जो है ना इसमें लगा हुआ होता है, गोले में बगैर धागे का होता है। उसमें धागा नहीं होता। लेकिन बनाने का तरीका एक ही है? दोनों सेम चीज़। ये मलाई पूरी ये चटकारा। चटकारा में क्या मसाला डालते हैं ज़्यादा? ज़्यादा स्पाइसी। तो स्पाइसी होती है। So this is it. This is the fry kebab. It's actual kebab that is fried in butter. And the amount of butter that I can see, I'm told that all of this on top is butter. So I'm salivating. It's time for this to meet its destination. It is time now. We've waited long enough, I have. And Karachi fry kebab, a match made in heaven.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, I got to that restaurant just 5 minutes after Bazid left. I thoroughly enjoyed the food. Only difference was I had to pay for my food. So that's a huge difference, actually. Okay, so let's just wrap up this session and quickly coming to you guys. We talk about England. Of course, we were talking in the start of the day, and I was listening to the others that you would love to bat first. So Pakistan would be happy. You're talking about 100, 125 runs per session. Yes, you've lost 3 wickets. We'd still be happy with the scoreboard.
Well, the one thing Pakistan needs is for someone, it could be Babar, it could be someone else, to get 100 and maybe a big 100. Someone who can get used to the conditions. There is that little bit of turn. It's not a straightforward pitch. It's not an absolute belter as it was, say, in Pindi on day one, where you could just play every shot you wanted to. So someone needs to get stuck in. Someone needs to make a big 100, because those first inning runs are always going to be interesting and crucial. So if they end up at the day, wickets down and 300-ish, that's probably not as good as it should be.
Okay. We saw Azhar Ali retiring himself at the 97 Test match, and some just refused to leave that bat. Have a look at this. Please explain what's happening here. Are you coming out of your retirement? That's the high performance centre.
It was a high performance centre. Whether this is absolutely high performance by definition is, I'll leave you to judge. But I was up there the other day with a tour group from Black Opal, who were having a lovely, lovely time here, and they had the bowling machine going. They said, "Go on, have a bat." So I did. I kept saying, ramp it up to 90 miles an hour, in which case I've got a chance of getting the game again. It was suitably slow, but you never lose.
Pace on the ball seems like it's Zainab bowling.
No, it's quicker than Zainab. I promise you, it's quicker than Zainab, and straighter too. But it was it turned out to be quite good fun, and I'm just about ready now, as long as someone else can field for me.
What do you make of that, Bazit?
Well, I liked a few shots, like the cover drive, like the elegance, but I didn't like that last shot where he hoiked it.
But look, hang on, look.
No.
Normally, 40 years ago, no, you're right,
No.
unnecessary. But look, the modern game, can I put it to you both? The modern game needs a little bit of ingenuity.
No.
You've got to show you're prepared to take risks.
We don't want you to, Jen. You want elegance. We don't want that hoiks from David Gower. No, not at all.
Okay, quick one from you, Bazit, before we just coming to the end of the show. 117, should Pakistan not worry about the 3 wickets lost? Babar still there, Saud Shakil, and make sure that they get another 100 in the session too?
Yeah, Pakistan need to get partnerships. They unfortunately lose wickets at situation where they're almost ahead of the game or sort of building up towards that. You remember that Australia game? Australia batted for 189 overs. I think Pakistan should make sure that they bat long and make sure that they make a big total. Then we'll see how England approach it. But at the moment, they want to bat through the day, bat through tomorrow as far ahead as possible.
I mean, just look at Pakistan's 11 today. Good to see Shan and Azhar coming back. And you're happy with that balance of bowler and batters?
Yeah, Shan coming back, but you look at the bowling and you've dropped Nawaz and you've gone for a specialist left-arm spinner, which begs to question, couldn't you have done that earlier in the series? Wasim coming in, a debutant again. The fast bowling, obviously these pitches has been a problem, but I still think that if you could have, in the earlier games, you could have gone with a specialist spinner. Numan should have played earlier. He's playing now, and he'll be very accurate.
We have to end the show. David needs to get in the shade. Enjoy cricket.
Welcome back to the National Bank Cricket Arena. It is the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Remember, England are 2-0 up with this final Test match to play. A flat pitch, definitely, for the seamer up front. Didn't do a lot for the seamers, but as ever, England's two seamers in Wood and Robinson found a way of getting a wicket each, and Leach also bowling with the new ball got Shafiq out LBW. Let's have a look at those 3 wickets. Leach took the new ball and it just skidded on. He got one to grip and then the next one skidded on. Given out on the field, it looked like it was clipping leg. It was. And then the short ball ploy, which we've seen from Wood, was the undoing of Shan Masood. Threw the shot too early. Top edge, good catch from Leach. And then on the stroke of lunch, another thing that we've seen throughout the series, the glove down the leg side. And this time, the third umpire had a look at it, and like last time, he decided that Ben Foakes had got his fingers and his gloves under the ball. So wicket each for Robinson, Leach and Wood. Expensive for the debutant Rayan Ahmed. 5 overs for 37. The skipper's still there, Babar Azam. He's played nicely. England went with the short stuff to him as well. And the most consistent player of the series for Pakistan is still there. Saud Shakil already with 350s and nearly converting to 100 in his last innings. So they need a big partnership from these two. Still 4 deliveries left of this Robinson over, who's also been excellent on some pretty flat pitches for the seamer. Shakil, small sample size, but averaging 67.5 in the 3 matches. Bazid, what do you think? A couple of soft dismissals in there on a flat pitch. 3 down at lunch. England will be quite pleased with that on here.
Yeah, again, frustrating from Pakistan's point of view, because whenever they built a little bit of a partnership, England have got a wicket, and especially that knack of losing a wicket before a break or right after a break has really dented Pakistan.
Again, Robinson with the short ball. Shakil off the mark straight away.
The last test match here, Australia and Pakistan. Australia batted first and got a big total, but they batted for 189 overs, and Pakistan will be thinking, we bat long, we take the game deeper into that second day, or be able to post a big total. Then, as England do, England will take more chances, then you're in the game. But if you don't get a huge score, if you get a middling score, then England will make sure that the game moves quickly.
And goes out for Barber. There's a leg slip and a short mid-wicket. And historically, this present Pakistan squad and team, have they had problems with the short ball down the leg side? I noticed in the T20s, definitely some of them struggled against the pace of, was it Wood that was bowling some wheels? Yeah, it was Wood. Robinson's been struggling with no balls in this test match. That was called a no ball.
Yeah, specifically, if you say, yes, Wood has caused them problems whenever he's bowled short, obviously high pace. But it is a way of attack now, especially against Pakistan. Not many teams use it that often, as often as England have done. Australia went to reverse swing. They had high pace, but they went to reverse swing and won the test series through reverse swing. It wasn't about actually hitting the track or bowling those bounces. The concerted effort and with the field set, England have done really well. Something about social media, something in there saying that now that Azhar Ali has retired, that crux of Misbah's era, that team has sort of now gone away. Azhar Ali was probably the last remaining out of that. Babar played a little bit.
120 for 3.
But you go back to that side and your question about the short ball. Hafiz played the short ball really well. Misbah used to, in his own way, play the short ball well, and then Yunus too. So they weren't having this repeat dismissals on the bouncer. It's only now in this series where now it will get really questioned with the way that England have attacked him with the short ball theory.
Still no sight of Stokes, who didn't bowl in the test match. I don't think he had any intention of bowling in the last test match. If you looked at him in the warm-up days, he didn't bowl. He didn't bowl before the match days at any stage. Didn't warm up in the test match at any stage. But this morning he was marking out his run. Last 2 days in nets he's bowled quite a bit, and this morning he was having a bowl as well. So in the absence of Anderson, when it does start reversing, that's when Stokes will bring himself on. Talking about bringing himself on, here's David Gow. Where have you been, Dave lad?
It's called lunch. I'm sorry, I can only apologise, Nas lad. I made what's known as a slightly false assumption. And I'm just finishing off a naan, as you can hear.
Spinners have been expensive. It's been the policy of Pakistan to try and see off the seamers and go after the spinners. Ahmed on debut has gone for a few boundaries, and even Leach, some of that due to Shah Masood targeting him early. Bowled better Leach here than he did first innings Multan. He's been more consistent. Can he carry that on after lunch? Change of ends. I thought there was a little bit more for the spinner bowling the end that Leach is now. The problem for Leach, where I saw it, it was a little bit more outside off stump. From where Leach bowls, I think an off spinner would be very useful. Someone like Root landing, you can see outside the off stump there, there's a little bit of rough. That's not going to spin much from there.
Fellas. Get it. Yeah, good lads, good lads.
Yeah, just back of a length from there are a few cracks that if some England seamers or Pakistan seamers bowl round the wicket from that end, an off spinner will target as the game progresses.
Yeah, also a few marks actually where batsmen have come down the pitch already today. There are signs, evidence that the pitch is not exactly held together by very, very strong glue. I thought your point was right about Leach as well. He was much tighter, much better today. Though Shah Masood deliberately tried to go after him, they were good shots. Whereas, for instance, just to compare that with Rehan, there are one or two loose balls, short balls, but you just cannot bowl on these pitches. While he settles in, that's the perfect tactic for Pakistan to try and take advantage of those.
Sad Shakil has played spin well. He has got out to Jack Leach. If you play in the middle order and you're facing spin, you will get out to him, but he's used his feet and played him really well.
Yeah, South Shakir, I think, is one of the revelations of this series for Pakistan. He's looked very organised, very compact, plays some lovely shots, times the ball well.
bit of spin from that end for Leach, definitely. And Pakistan won't mind this as long as they get a good score, par score in the first innings, because that would mean England are batting last. But if they get below par and England go past them, that will be a concern. So it is just a little bit of spin there after lunch. 122 for 3.
Yep, all good points, which is why that wicket of Azhar Ali just before lunch was actually so important. Mainly to England, of course. A disappointment for Azhar in his final test match and to Pakistan, because what it needs is someone to take command. Maybe it's Babar, maybe it's Saud, or maybe it's both of them, to make big scores and get those runs on the board in the first innings. That's the most very, very obvious tactic of all.
Well, they've gone really funky here now, Ben Stokes. We've seen a leg slip for most of the series. Jimmy Anderson said on interview that he's never bowled more than with Stokes and having a leg slip. They've now gone two, a leg slip and a leg gully. Azad, you did your excellent pitch report out there again today. The Multan pitch spun on day one and then didn't spin more as the game progressed. What do you think about this one? Do you think it will spin more, or do you think it will harden up like some pitches in Pakistan do?
I've not got an answer for you now. Because I've never seen a Karachi pitch so dry. I looked at the pitch this morning and thought, yes, it is dry, but this is super dry. I've never seen a pitch like this prepared before. Even in the Australia series, it was dry, but not as dry as this.
Which would suggest it would spin more.
Yeah, but normally, first day, if it's spinning, it would die down. It would go slower in Karachi even, like, for instance, Multan. But now that it's so dry, I can't really predict if it'll go on spinning or it'll die down. Because whenever you come to Karachi, if there's movement on the first day, you go heavy roller and it just goes dead. If there's spin, you go heavy roller, it just goes dead. But this one is slightly different.
Well, thanks, Baz.
Yeah, my best bit of analysis ever.
Professor pitch.
But Mark would talk to you, Nas, about bowling that bouncer and making sure that it's almost middle stump, leg stump for it to be effective. And the feel that Stokes set is to make sure the bowlers are tight with the bouncer as well.
Yeah, it's not quite Jardine and leg theory, but the regulations have changed as well. You're only allowed a couple behind there, which is what he's got. That means the man on the boundary has to be in front of square. Otherwise, by the laws of the game, it will be a no ball. So if that camera zooms out, you'll see that the man on the boundary has to be in front of square, which is where Rayan Ahmed is. If he pops behind, which I've seen a couple of dopey bowlers do occasionally, ends up being called a no ball. That's why the umpire will go across to point occasionally to keep an eye on him. And that does go behind square. So the pull shot becomes more useful when that man has to be in front.
Well, it's what we've seen in the morning session, which is basically, can you be sure of the bounce? If you can be, then these shots become easier. That's a comfortable. I just had to slow it down a little bit, didn't he? Just had to slow the shot down right at the end to make sure he got good bat on it, which he did. I mean, it certainly takes away the leg slip and the leg gully out of the equation. They disappear completely, and the deep square leg can't get round.
Full toss, and when you're in nick and getting runs, you don't miss out on that back-to-back boundaries. For Saud Shakil, it's 130 for 3.
Well, that's what I like about him. He's just had the short ball. A lot of batsmen would be contemplating maybe another one, but he's in the perfect position to deal with the full toss. Balance is good, just taps it away, but times it perfectly. Real good sign that, okay, albeit they are slow pitches, he does have time to play his shots short or full. And someone like him could be a big problem if England don't find a way of getting him out soon.
Excellent stats, aren't they? I mean, they've been good pitches, so you'd want to cash in at home in Pakistan. He's averaging the best part of 70.
Yeah, he's, what, in the 90s, wasn't he? 94 or so when he was dismissed in the second innings in Multan. Fully deserved 100.
Get it. Come in, lads.
Average turn less so far in day one. Multan definitely spun more on day one and then diminished. Let's see how we go. We're not through day one here, so it's a smaller sample size. Whether that's from this point on those other two pitches, but I think this will spin. It's just whether it will spin throughout the test.
Yeah, Robert.
Salshiki's third test match and he's playing in Karachi. It is his home ground. He's got 3 first-class centuries here, 4 first-class centuries here, and it's quite a privilege now because of that hiatus that Pakistan had. Sarfraz, he's played 49 test matches, has never played at his home ground. Azhar Ali played 93 test matches before playing at Lahore, so you've got to count yourself lucky that you're just into your 3rd test match. It's quite unique, a 3rd test match and you're playing at your home ground.
That's why tours like this are so important. Teams feel comfortable to keep coming back year after year. We've had the Aussies, we've now got England here. Security's tight, but the cricket's been excellent. It was Azhar Ali who had to wait 75 test matches to play at home. It's a career for most people. Would have gone without playing a test match at home. And when he did, he got 100. Down the pitch. In the air. Can they get back? Can either mid-off or mid-on get back? No. A stiff-looking Robinson turned and gave chase. And it was just out of his grasp.
Well, these are the moments that change the course of a day's cricket. That's a kite in the sky, first of all. And there's the ball dropping just in front of Robinson. It was tantalising. I mean, I can only imagine some of the most brilliant fielders in the world with a little bit more pace over the ground and the final dive being even able to get near it. Just enough bat to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, you could have imagined a De Villiers or a Stokes just turning and going at full speed and then trying to locate the ball. That's what your gun fielders do. They turn, sprint, go. It looked like Robinson, who's bowling now, obviously a bit stiff, been off the field as well with stomach upset. He just took his time turning, locating the ball, and the moment had passed.
Yeah, change the field now with a man behind square in the deep as well as the man on square in the deep. One of those leg side fielders is gone. So the onus now on Saud Shakil, if the ball is short like that, is to keep on top of it, keep it down and make sure it doesn't offer a catch in the deep.
We had a little media day yesterday, and thankfully I got the luck of the draw. I didn't have Nasser Hussain. I had the better interview, Mike Atherton. Also did an interview with Saud Shakil. And the player that you guys must have played with, I asked him if anybody had said to him that you remind him or her of Asif Mujtaba. And he said that around the circuit, Saud Shakil said that everybody goes up to him, says, whoever's played with Asif Mujtaba says that you're almost similar in the way that you're so organized in the way that you bat. I think he toured in 92, he toured in 96 as well. I think both of you guys would have played against him.
Nice cover drive, but off the toe of the bat. He was a good cricketer, Asif Mujtaba. I saw an interview where Saud Shakil mentioned the likes of Saeed Anwar and Mike Hussey as well. Two players that he's modelled himself on. I was lucky as well, Baz. I had Uruj interviewing me, not you. The other time I came across Asif Mujtaba was in 1995, the winter for England anyway. Asif Mujtaba was the captain on the A tour, and I came across as England A captain. Atherton had left me out the main side, and we had a thoroughly enjoyable trip. It was actually hugely beneficial for me as a skipper, having been here on an A tour. It's a sort of bridge building tour after the Shakurana Mike Gatting incident. Come here, and that held me in good stead for the 2000 tour, just to know conditions really, and flat pitches and short days. "17,000 first-class runs Asif Mujtaba got, 135 for 3.
Stokesy! Felici! Good tempo! Okay, lads, right, lads! Love that nut! Yes, Licha, yes, Licha! Fill in that nut!
Time for a postprandial cup of tea.
Here, lads!
Enjoyed the naan bread, now it's time for a cup of Tapal tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Yeah, creeps, yeah, creeps!
Slight misfield.
Awesome, boys. Round this, Lichi. Brilliant, lads. Very good, that, Nat. Yeah, yeah. Good day, lads. Yes, great shot.
137 for 3.
It's just been the feature of all 3 games, actually. If the spinners are just a fraction short, by and large, batsmen have a chance to watch it off the pitch, whether it turns a little bit or a little bit more. They have time to watch it off the pitch, or have had. That's why the question that Nasser was asking about it earlier is going to be interesting, because if this pitch is so dry and it does break up a wee bit and we start to get more exaggerated turn, then it does get interesting.
Yeah, the 2 other factors, one Baz had mentioned was the heavy roller, which absolutely deadens a pitch that's already lacking any life, and also the Kookaburra ball. At this stage it starts going soft, so it does it slower with the Kookaburra ball and lower.
Now, every time we get a boundary, as in the previous 2 games, 10,000 PKR will be given to the batsman. Nominally, that's each time the boundary is struck and the LED boards are lit up. A couple of 100,000 were donated during the course of the Multan test. And once again, I'd suggest the Flood Relief Fund would be a very good place for those monies to end up.
Punch down the ground. Does it get past mid-on? It does. And the cheer will tell you the rest. It's a boundary. The Babar Azami moves to 40.
Yeah, it's been interesting just watching Bubba, because some he's timed, some he hasn't. This is a nice full length, and he does keep it simple, doesn't he? Just full face to the bat, just a firm push through it. And when he times it and places it like that, away it goes.
Just the first sign of a hint of very gentle reverse swing. All that banging it into the pitch. Got one side scuffed up. Just a hint of in-swing there. There you go again. And Barber just telling Saud Shakil at the other end, it's reversing. Yep.
Yeah, a bit of drift in. I think all the fast bowlers now will look at Stokes. Come on, time for you. Haven't bowled in a while.
Good solid block. 141 for 3.
Come on, lads. Come on, Nacha. Come on, boy.
Pakistan 141 for 3 now. Leach bowled a long spell first up. 11 overs was expensive. So picked up one important wicket, giving away 51 in his first 11 overs. He's come back. He's bowled tighter lines. Some turn. Every now and then the ball's gripping on this drier surface here in Karachi.
There's a bit, but it's slow, isn't it? Very slow off the surface. And the question is whether, as in the second test in Multan, whether we'll just see it kind of stay the same throughout the game rather than deteriorate and break up. The pitches here often just get harder and more concrete-like.
Oh, Leachy, that's class, bud.
Was up on the pitch earlier with Bazid for the pitch report, and he had a similar opinion as well. It's probably a very dry surface, not used to, doesn't look similar to a Karachi. Oh, big shout. Did he raise his foot in the back? Umpires are unmoved. He's gone for the slog here. Saud Shakil across the line.
Well, you want to keep that back foot anchored with Ben Foakes behind the stumps. Foakes, of course, in for Pope for his first test match of this series, and he's very quick. He's very quick to take those bails off.
Back foot unmoved. That's good from Saud Shakil as well. Was confident when the appeal went up. Slightly uncharacteristic to bring out the big sweep in the middle. He's batted well so far.
Going back, the previous test match played here against Australia, the pitch played in a very similar fashion to begin with, but it wasn't this dry though. Fourth, fifth day, it did start spinning a little slow, but it was not easy to bat on, and Babar Azam was the man who saved that game, scoring 194. That's probably one of his best knock I've seen. But it does become tougher, and what we've seen in the first day here, more dryness, and I think it will get tougher for a batsman going third day, fourth day. Already seen not every delivery, but the odd delivery spins. 33 gone, 141 for 3. Karachi is known for reverse swing. Once the ball get old, and morning sessions and the sort of last session, evening session, should I say, after tea, the ball swings a touch more than the other parts of the world. Pakistan. Wood comes back. This ball 5 overs, 1 for 12. It looked very threatening. He bowled a lot of short deliveries and around the wicket to the right-handers, left-handers. He was banging it short. I think he will come out with a different plan coming this spell.
He's got the ball to reverse slightly just before lunch as well. It's an area that they've targeted Pakistan and they've got the results, angling across the left-handers and the right-handers, and Pakistan have just continued to play that line. Nawaz, Saud Shakil, Azhar Ali, Zahid, Imam and Azhar Ali again today. Pakistan have continuously persisted to fall for the ploy that England have put in place. 6 wickets in this series, and some of them changed the momentum of the game. Now, Ath and Waqar, you just wonder, they had the ploy in. If Pakistan continue to persist and fall for that, it just makes it that much more successful for them. Just drop your hands, take a few on the body, chest guard up.
Well, it's not a fluke, is it? Often, you know, you think of a bit of a strangle down the leg side, but it's been a definite ploy in this series, partly because on these slow pitches you want to bowl straight. And that combination of bowling straight, we've seen 1 or 2 catches to the fuller balls, but also the definite ploy of bowling short into the ribs it's paid rich dividends, hasn't it? 6 wickets, as you say. And how many have gone to the outside edge in this series? I can think of one, Rizwan to Anderson, a very good ball that he nicked in Pindi. I can't think of that many more that have gone to the outside edge. So that's completely different to how England would approach matters at home.
It was that Wood spell in the second innings in the Multan test on day 4 where the stranglehold was on. It was Nawaz, the first one who played that, and Saud, I thought, a big wicket in the moment. Obviously that decision from the third umpire will be debated for a long time, but that did surely change the momentum of the game, that dismissal. And you almost wondered, like, just leave them or take a few. And surely on the slow wickets, it is the effort ball in, there is no pace in the surface. If you leave it for about a couple of overs, the ploy is going to change. Pakistan obviously have consistently felt like playing that short, which comes with instinct as well. And it's lost them 6 wickets as well. Today as well, Azhar Ali, correction there, feathering one down to Foakes. Brilliant catch in the end, but a similar line and a similar dismissal. Here's that dismissal. Caught the glove on the way back and then just dipping down. Excellent catch from Foakes, and he's got his fingers curled and under. And you see that ball well into the glove there. So a very clean catch, an excellent decision. But again, a discussion which is when it's been one of the big points in this series has been Pakistan playing down that line, and England obviously persisting with leg slip throughout, which is, like you say, that has been hugely successful for them. He's starting to look good, but he's starting to time them even better now. 42, he's got the runs in quick fashion also.
Aruj, on the pitches which are even, it is very easy to sort of let go or take it on your body and not play those deliveries. But when the ball is not really bouncing consistently, odd ones sort of coming up and the odd keeping low, then the problem starts. Then either you have to really take it in your body and play and hope that it will not bounce that much. But as you go inside the line of the ball, if it is slow, it's hard to sort of play that also. And if it comes quickly, you saw Azhar Ali getting hit a couple of times. So these pitches, this sort of strategy works. And when you have a pace like wood, it becomes even more harder for a batsman to handle. So I think good captaincy, very smart captaincy, and also putting the fielders in the right position. He has not only strangled by putting a leg slip in, but the other fielders around the bat has made big difference too. See, that one sort of died, but because it was banged well short, it's easy to leave. 144 for 3.
Has surely been a feature of Stokes' captaincy, those slight adjustments in the field, few yards, 5 yards, 10 yards off the fielders, and it's what's also yielded so many successes, where out of nowhere is the strategic field placements which has caused for Pakistan's wickets to fall. With the reverse swing on, we saw just the ball tail back in before lunch and got Robinson as well. Again, after lunch, to tail it back in. Keep an eye on that ball. They'll be very meticulous with the way they shine it. Joe Root is probably appointed to take special care of that ball. Well, where they shine it from and where they find the sweat was interesting to watch throughout the series. England have come up with unique ways and interesting areas to find a little bit of sweat. Cannot use saliva. With the rules changed from the ICC, you cannot use saliva on the ball anymore. So Leach's head has been fruitful in that regard.
Oh! Nice, Leachy. Brilliant, Leachy. Come on, mate. Brilliant, that. What's in there, Paul?
Yeah, when you bowl a little slower, it does grip. But the quicker you try to bowl, it just comes onto the bat better.
Get it. 1-1. Nice, Nutter.
Another thing what Stokes needs to do is he's got to make sure that he kept his right arm leg spinner Rehan, youngster, 18 years of age, keep him involved, because he had a poor first session, not the best he was looking for, not getting any wicket in that session. He probably be sinking out there thinking that I haven't done well. So is that it? What is going? There's a lot of things going on in his mind. So you've got to make sure that to keep him comfortable, keep talking to him, and keep bringing him back. All he need is just to get the lines and lengths right, which will come, I'm sure. All it is need is ball more overs.
Nicely swept. Nicely timed from Saud Shakil. Picks up a boundary. He's been a find for Pakistan. He's come off a very good domestic circuit as well, and he's showing all of that experience here.
Yeah, swept on length, really. The line was threatening because from round the wicket, pitching on the stumps and straightening brings an LBW into play, but Saud Shakil picked the length particularly well.
Nice, Leachy. Very good, Leachy.
150 for 3.
Keaton Jennings coming off.
3 wickets for England on day one. Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, no, Keaton Jennings just come on
Sean,
with a
who is
drink.
looking good. Nazar Ali,
now.
in his last game in his Test career, was caught off his legs. Babar Azam, the captain, looking good. He's starting to look more comfortable as he gets into a rhythm as well, timing the ball nicely.
Just interested to see Keaton Jennings coming off there, Aruj. He got his MBA last night. He graduated with an MBA from Manchester University. It's a course he'd been taking over a year or so, and the graduation was last night, which he joined on Zoom. Actually, he got a distinction. He's very chuffed with himself. And it's quite a highly regarded university for an MBA, Masters of Business Administration, so it's a pretty good effort from him in the middle of a full-time cricketing career, both with Lancashire and now England, to do that.
Congratulations. I'm sure England will be celebrating more than one thing then tonight. Smart guy distinction.
Yes, just interesting that, you know, some cricketers like to fill their time, don't they? Even though it's he's in a full-on career. He'd already done a degree, I think, in accounting and finance. He'd already done that, and then he decided to take on an MBA as well, which is not an insignificant degree. It's quite a tough degree to get. So not just a smart cookie, but somebody who can organise his time wisely to fit it all in.
He's wasting his time here.
He should be running a private equity firm somewhere in San Francisco. Days of young English cricketers going to university have rather diminished. It used to be a regular avenue into the first-class game, actually. You'd go to university for a few years and then become first-class cricketers, but it's changed. There's not so many do that. There's still some that do it, but not so many. It's partly a consequence, I think, of the greater rewards in the game for cricket. Young players like Rayan Ahmed and others will just decide that they want to go straight into the game, and I still think there's some value in taking some time out at university, though, to get a degree and experience other things. You know, career is a short-lived thing. You're probably not going to go much beyond between 35 and 40, and you've a lot more of your life to live still. Nazar reminding me, our statistician, that Misbah is a holder of an MBA. So what's he doing at the moment, Misbah? Haven't seen him around this tour. What's he up to?
Yeah, problem with Misbah is when he's not around the game, you don't see him at all. He just disappears. Nobody knows where he goes. The last time I heard about him that he went to US, he's also building a hospital, a charity hospital in Lahore. So he was gone for some fundraiser there. 150 for 3.
It's been brilliant from Wood again. He's been exceptional to watch. What a luxury for a captain to have somebody like Mark Wood, who comes in, bowls around the 150, 147 clicks. Effort ball every time. Saw his interview after the Multan test where he said he was emotionally and physically completely shattered with the effort that they'd put in. It's special to see the effort that the boys are willing to put in for Stokes and the trust he in return puts on them as well. Mark Wood, a fine example of what that victory meant to England in Multan.
Yeah, and in between games, England tend to relax a lot, actually. Every practice is optional. There's no formal set practice for everybody. You turn up if you want to. Stokes thinks that players should be given the responsibility to work out how best to prepare. What he demands is absolute commitment in the days of the competition, the match days. And then in between, he basically says to the players, do what you want. Just make sure you're ready. You get yourself ready for the game.
Go. Let's kick.
With the way the England team is set up right now, I think Nas mentioned it while presenting the cap to Ryan Ahmed this morning, is the kind of lads on the English setup right now and the mindset, and it's probably the best time for him to make a debut. I'm sure he's loving every moment of it. He hasn't gone his way so far, still looking to get rhythm. He'll want to do better when he comes around second time.
Yeah, we have to keep our expectations grounded because he's, as has been widely mentioned, he's only playing his fourth first-class game, but also not really expecting a wrist spinner to come into play until the latter half of the game, really. So Stokes will look after him in this first innings and hope England get into a position where he can then come to prominence in the second. 151 for 3.
Great work here, Woody.
Pakistan 151 for 3 after Azhar Ali fell just before lunch. It's been good rebuilding so far. There's a few out there, but they're enjoying a Tapal tea moment in that Tapal tea lounge. A lovely weather to enjoy a cup of tea. And of course the action as well with the number 1 tea. The ball shaping into the right-hander, the leg slip is there. There's a short mid-wicket catching 2 of them as well. Mid-on quite up as well. Stuck down the legs for 1.
Well, that's a good example. Mark Wood is deliberately bowling that ball there, looking to try and get Babar into the leg trap. He's got Joe Root at a leg slip or fine leg gully. In England, you'd probably say, well, this is a bad line. He's drifting down the leg stump. But that's deliberately bowled by Mark Wood. England have had far more success. Yeah, exactly. Had far more success there than on the outside edge. Mark Wood was giving Babar a bit of advice how to play that then. Keep it down.
Or maybe just how to clip it into Joe Root on leg slip.
Wood has just called Stokes over there. Maybe he's saying, skipper, the ball's reversing, get yourself on. We haven't seen him yet, Stokes.
So far from Wood, we've seen coming round the wicket to South and trying to take the ball away from him and trying to swing it from the stump line. And South Shakil is unmoved, is looking to just defend, playing with a straighter bat. Wouldn't be a bad idea to just throw one outside the off stump and see what he does. He likes to drive. We all know that he's lost twice his wicket driving the ball. So just check it outside the off stump a little bit. Because from there, bringing the ball back in can only make a big angle on it, but I don't think it will spin that much or swing that much.
It's a good finish to the over. 38 overs done, Pakistan 153 for 3. Pakistan scoring just a tick over 4. Partnership now 36 between Shakil and Babar, looking good in the middle. The surface providing plenty of time for the batters to rock back, nudge it away for runs, and every now and then when it's pierced the gap, the Karachi outfield is lightning quick. It's another conversation between Stokes and Leach. A little bit of a ball situation.
Nice, Licha. Brilliant, no. Pull in, Paul. What's the Lichi?
Pick up a single here. Anything that's been short, easier to time away. Again, the slow nature of the pitch.
Good there, boys. Effort in, effort not.
Keep talking about the drier nature of this Karachi surface. A few foot marks outside the right-hander's off stump. A little bit outside, maybe sixth stump.
Oi, get it. Yes, Jacko.
We saw an absolute beauty from Robinson in the previous game to Abdullah Shafiq. He jacked back in from around that similar area, obviously slightly shorter of length. That's a little bit full, but he was brilliant.
Boys.
157 for 3. And it's time for a drinks break.
ये थोड़ी लगा दो बस
2. Bless you. And again. Bless you.
$157 for 3 here in Karachi. It's great to be back in the city. Popped out, a few of us. We've been down to the coast and had dinner in a restaurant overlooking the ocean and been in the parks playing a bit of cricket. Great to be back in Karachi. Haven't seen a cloud in the last 3 days. It's been warm, it's sunny. We'll have longer days here. Shouldn't have any problem with the light really, unless the overrate is pedestrian. It's not great at the moment, but spin will bowl for the bulk of the afternoon, and it's a very, very flat pitch. And we're going to have a look at Rayan Ahmed again. He was a bit expensive in his first spell. Change of ends for him. Hopefully a change of luck if you're an England fan. Didn't quite get his length right. He was a little bit short. And these Pakistan players are used to playing on slow, low pitches, so they played him off the back foot. The challenge here Stokes to just try and whisper in his ear, just try and get him on the front foot as much as possible. Even if you get driven, get him on the front foot. It's too slow to be back of a length. And rightly, I mentioned earlier, whereas Stokes attacks with Leach, who's played quite a bit of first-class cricket and Test match cricket. Rightly, he's giving his young leg spinner some cover on both sides. 3 men out, which you very rarely see under Stokes' captaincy, but it's absolutely the right thing to do with Rayan Ahmed.
Yeah, in a sense, that first ball proves the point entirely, because it was just a little bit of width and a little bit short, and yet the shot was ever so easy. No turn whatsoever. Hence, that man in the deep becomes a man who's just potentially saved 3.
Slightly different for the left-hander. He is attacking a bit more. He's setting his own field, which is good to see. Men come up either side, so just the one man out on the sweep, on the top edge sweep. See if he can get Saud Shakil playing on the front foot.
Yeah, just thinking back in the mid-80s when Abdul Qadir was such a good bowler in this part of the world. If it's any consolation to Rayan Ahmed, a lot of our players in that on that tour of '84, for instance, would play back as a way of giving themselves a chance. And the thing about Abdul was that he was pretty good at getting it up there. He had a flipper as well that would take people by surprise. But you have to have people coming forward. But if you aren't combating it well, on these really, really slow pitches, you do have a chance to go back more often than not. That sort of length, which is good, and I'd rather see the drive coming out than the cut. It's a little over pitched, yes, but I'd rather see the drive being played rather more than the cut shot. Cut shot, you've got so much time. The short ball, you've got so much time to play the shot. The fuller ball, there's a little bit of grip for the googly, but not much. You're still in the game as a bowler.
Looked like Saud Shakil picked the googly there. He really was a truly great bowler, wasn't he, Abdul Qadir? Quicker through the air, quick arm action, all arms twirling around. Not an idea which way it was going, really. Well, I didn't anyway.
Some did.
Well played, David.
Thank you.
160 for 3.
Sorry, was that my personal score? No, it's not enough. The art is to pick it as best you can, obviously, and the more you play against any individual, the more chance you have of picking up the varieties, learning the movements of the hand that give you all the right clues. Yeah, he was a lovely man too, Abdul. And if you want to see, as it were, the spirit live on, Usman, his son, bowling in PSL, it's a very similar action, that same sort of bouncy approach, similar sort of actions. So the legend, as it were, lives on, but Usman still has some work to do to become as good as his father.
And with that mystery, later on when Abdul Qadir had retired, he was asked why the action, why all that build up and the uniqueness in the action, and he said it was just a show. It didn't really matter if I had that action or not. Now, nobody can decipher if he was actually being serious or it was a bit of tongue-in-cheek, but in that interview he goes on and says that all that theatrical action that I made up was because I wanted to confuse the batters even further. But it was such a unique action, wasn't it?
It was lovely. I mean, I love watching it, whether I was batting against it or sitting in the pavilion watching it. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that interview, hadn't heard him say that. It starts to edge him, well, it puts him in the same class as Warne then. And Shane was obviously outstanding, you know, as good as it gets, literally. But with a vocabulary that backed up the abilities. Thing about Abdul, if you pick the googly and sort of nudged it away for one, you'd run down the other end and he'd look at you and say, "Did you pick it? Did you pick it?" As if to say, you know, it was a matter of pride as to whether or not you could pick his googly. And the answer, whether or not you had picked the googly, is of course yes. A bit of bluff and counter bluff. And then the other side of that was if you picked the one googly, you had to pick the other googly too, because there were allegedly two.
Oh, yes, Leachy, very good, Leachy.
161 for 3. Let's have a look if we can see the difference between the googly. Just see maybe a bit more of the back of the hand. There's not much, is there? Just a fraction more. Not much, because his hand for the leg break, it goes all the way round. That's why his leg break is not a massive spinner and his googly probably a bit bigger. But if you imagine facing that at full speed, there's not many clues there. Just maybe a bit more of the back of the hand on the right there, and then you watch the seam spinning down, and that's another clue you will get. And easy as you like, Babar Azam goes to yet another half century. He loves batting here in Karachi. 25th half century. High-class player on a very good pitch. He's going to take some dismissing this afternoon.
Well, he's played well, but the captain in him will say, right, that's only a start. Because for Pakistan to capitalise on winning the toss and batting first, he needs to set the example. He's nicely set. So he needs to go beyond the 100 mark, and if possible for his team and for himself, make it one of those daddy hundreds. But a long way to go yet.
Talking to the great Shane Warne, he saw young Rayan Ahmed bowl as a 13-year-old in a net. He bowled with him, and he said that he'd play first-class cricket by the age of 15. He was so impressed with Rayan Ahmed, and that's a beauty. That'll do his confidence a load of good. Look at him, he's just bubbling away now. More deliveries like this. We said how difficult the googly was to pick, and he nearly had his first.
Well, the other thing is that whether or not you pick it, it's all a question of how far it goes.
Oh, in the air, there's a chance. Has it carried? Has it carried? Definitely two noises. They're going to check whether it carried. This could be Rayan Ahmed's first Test wicket.
Short leg.
Ollie Pope now at short leg. Just in normal time, it seemed as if everything was in order.
TV umpire to director, we have a umpire's review for fair catch. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with the spin vision front on, please? That's clearly hit the bat. Can I best side on for the catch or best?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Screen.
Given out, and England's youngest ever Test match cricketer is off and running, and his dad is celebrating with his son. What a moment that is, and what a catch that was from Ollie Pope. The googly followed by the leg break, and Rayan Ahmed has his first Test match wicket. Brilliant.
Yeah, and the sequence, a googly which turned well and beat the bat, followed by a leggy which has absolutely the right length. Didn't seem to be much wrong with the shot, but the little inside edge and a brilliant catch. Hats off to Ollie Pope because he had to react ever so quickly. Full-length dive for a short man, and a rare failure it seems for Saud Shakil. 23 for him, 162 for 4.
Yeah, you're pulling, mate.
It's those two again in the middle, Rizwan and Babar Azam, and a great moment for the young 18-year-old. There's Rizwan stats averaging nearly 40. 18-year-old with his first Test match wicket. Googly followed by the leg break, inside edge onto pad. We said get him on the front wood, and then a brilliant, brilliant catch from Ollie Pope. Outstanding. Well, we were highlighting there wasn't much in change of action between the leg spinner and the googly. He set him up beautifully with the googly, and he bowled both with the batter on the front foot. Just got his length right in that last over. He will feel so much better. And so will his own man. He was up and cheering.
And just with that googly, everything changed for him. The body language, sort of confidence flowed, and as if it was destined, perfectly delivered leg spinner. Ollie Pope with the catch, no gloves on. He's back at short leg.
So Rizwan on strike. He's tend to go after Leach. An odd innings in the first innings in Multan where he went nowhere. See how he plays this.
Oh, yeah, ball nut, ball nut. Within that, Leachy. Lovely work, buddy.
Umpire's just checking for a possible no ball. Very unusual spinner bowling a no ball. That's exactly what's happened. Well, let's have a look at those two deliveries again. Having a wrist spinner, just the variation and the mystery, the googly, and not much of a change in action. Very next delivery. And it spins the other way. Inside edge, pad, brilliant catch. Off and running.
Oh, yes, mate, yes, mate. That's not real good, buddy. Lovely stuff there, pal.
Yeah, and the googly went well, didn't it? And that was the point about that. Well, I was trying to make the point at the time. It's all a question as to how far it goes. The googly turned big, beat the bat. The leg spinner just enough to find that inside edge. And again, just real tribute to Ollie Pope for his reactions there. The final point about that, none of that happens unless you get the length right. You know, too short, too full by a foot, no more than that, and everything changes for the worse.
Hard sweep, you could see that coming. He got lower and lower as Leach got into his delivery stride. Rizwan off the mark with a slog sweep 4, 168 for 4.
Yeah, it's a really good example of how to stretch for the ball, yes, but we get the full extension of the arms, roll the wrists on top of it, keep it down and middle it. Well, the ups and downs of Jack Leach. Picked up that wicket, one wicket earlier on in the day, still been a bit expensive by what's required. This has threaded its way through, but Duckett is in the deep. Keeps it down to 2.
Just having a chat with Rizwan there. Was it the leg break? Was it the googly? I'm trying to work him out.
Or something in between.
That's short, that's pulled away. I don't think anyone will catch up with that.
This is the hardest part of leg spinning because of the intricacies of any action. Get it slightly wrong. If it's short like this, it just sits there ready and waiting to be hit. Leg spinner googly, doesn't matter. That was just a very gentle leggy.
And that's why he's played more white ball cricket than red ball cricket. Only the 3 first-class games, because that's almost like natural variation in a white ball game. You drag your length back, you bowl it into the surface. In an odd sort of way, your control can be different in white ball cricket. You have fielders out. That's good. Very watchful from Barber. Very watchful.
Well, I think Barber is prepared to respect it when it's of the right sort of length, and will be careful. But as soon as he's got any opportunity to play the short ball, he's going to go for it. .174 for 4. It's the learning curve for Rayan Ahmed, because he's got the wicket that will make such a difference to his appreciation of this game of Test cricket. Will just G him up nicely, but he will be self-critical, I'm sure, at the end of the day. Whatever happens between now and the end of the day, he'll be self-critical about his own performance. Others will talk through it with him, and both will know that it's been expensive. That's the only way to learn, isn't it? You get out there, play, you learn from what goes right, from what goes wrong. And you have to just get better and better, all being well. Babar Azam in tests in Karachi. Okay, we're currently with a not-out score, which will just inflate that average slightly, just to remind you. But let's face it, these are very, very good figures. And there's 57 not out so far. As I say, very quick on those, the shorter balls.
Yeah, loves his grounders, Baba. The pace of the pitch works in his favour, slightly slower. And as you expect with him, he'll play all around the pitch, the wicket. Last match he played, he got 196 and saved the test match for Pakistan. And Rizwan too got 100 in that test match. So you guys out there with fond memories just in the recent past and playing on this particular surface where the ball's not particularly going to bounce too high or come off the surface too quickly.
Well, that was obviously a monumental effort to save a test match. If they can reproduce those figures or something close, then they could put themselves in a position to actually win a test match here.
Leach has just got a couple to grip from that far end. Again, the length fight will get Rizwan on that front foot. Just a couple.
Go!
Hard sweep comes, and that will go away for 4. That's the challenge against Rizwan. Keepers get low, they pick up length well, they sweep well. That's exactly what he's done. 2 boundaries from the sweep shot.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at that replay and think that's a bad ball, really, would you? Because the line was right, it's full enough. Just a very, very good shot, very, very good counter-attack.
And that's why spinners hate the sweep shot, because they bowl a perfectly decent delivery and it goes for 4 or 6. Picked up length beautifully. Picked the length on a slow turner and just whipped it through the leg side, and it goes for 4. 3 boundaries, he moves to 12, a runnable 12. It's 182 for 4.
It's those fine margins, no real margin for error whatsoever for the spinner. love the style of Rizwan, just that flick of the wrists here. Fingertips not quite there for Zach Crawley. Just gets to do the tumble over the boundary rope.
Yeah. 29 deliveries to get off the mark in the last test. Rizwan, he's now 12 from 12, so a different method completely.
The trend through this innings that has built is that whenever Pakistan get a partnership together, England are striking back. The first partnership was 18, 28, 71, 45. Now Pakistan will want to break that trend. And Rizwan, what he will do is score quickly and make sure that the pressure's back on the bowling. England will want to continue with that trend, but these two probably the best batters on this particular venue because the style of play that they have, slightly slower pitch.
Sweep again, different challenge now for the young leg spinner. Rizwan's on the attack. Duckett does well in the deep.
And both Rizwan and Babar, in their own way, will be able to handle that slightly less space off the pitch. Now the sweep shot will be the go-to shot for Rizwan, while Babar will be able to force the ball through leg side. That's well done, so no problem there.
He's not moving very well after that. Bit of a hobble.
I think it was ankle. Yeah, went down to his left ankle.
Maybe just stuck in the turf a bit. Round about here. Yeah, just there. I mean, he dismounts like a gymnast. On his feet there straight away over the roll, but when he got up it was there not very much confidence, and he's hobbled his way back to his position at a wide deep mid wicket, but he's not looking that comfortable.
Fine sweep now.
It's very effective, Nas, as you say, and the ability to vary it too as the batsman. So you've got the hard sweeps where he goes at it full, then you've got the dab sweeps, the fine sweeps. So fielders are always guessing, bowlers always guessing. One thing that Rehan Ahmed should bear in mind, though, if you think back to Abrar at Multan, where England swept him a lot, when they're sweeping successfully, it looks dangerous. When they're sweeping and missing, they get out.
Oh, pick the googly. Good battle between the 18-year-old and the Pakistan skipper. 187 for 4.
Again, bring out
Just over halfway through the day as far as the overs are concerned. Pakistan have scored at a healthy rate, a little over 4 runs and over, but they have lost 4 wickets in doing so. 1 to the teenage leg spinner Rehan Ahmed. 3 wickets this morning, 1, and that to Rehan Ahmed this afternoon. And it's Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, who usually play so well together, who are trying to restore matters now for Pakistan. Well, Root had a fair bit of work to do in the last test in Multan. Took his 50th Test match wicket up there. We're going to see him for the first time today.
For a part-time bowler, Joe Root has done extremely good job. Is it Ben Duckett leaving the ground now?
Yeah, he looked as though he just damaged or hurt his ankle. That bit of fielding out in the deep the previous over. Ollie Robinson has been off the field for some parts of the day as well with a tummy upset. So Root will start round the wicket.
Babar Azam loves to bat here on this field, this pitch. Got a couple of centuries also, 4th Test match. Average 98 every time he walks on to this pitch. He likes to get 100.
Just to add to that, he's got centuries in all 3 formats on this particular venue as well. So he loves batting. He's got the numbers 196 against Australia in that second innings. There's a similar pair in Rizwan and him who got runs to save that Test match for Pakistan. And Rizwan's come out looking for runs. He's played a couple of sweep shots. He's raced to 15.
Catch. Effort routine. That's it, mate. Effort, boys. One on. Yes, Lichi. Brilliant.
190 for 4.
Let's test your memory, Athas. When you played last time, that evening game, that night game, when England won that Test match, was the pitch similar? I mean, was there grass on it? Or?
I just remember it being very flat. There might have been a bit of slow turn, there might have been a little bit of reverse swing for yourself and others, but fundamentally a very, very flat pitch and a high-scoring first innings. Runs about 2 and over, much slower rate than today. And then a third innings collapse from Pakistan that gave us an opportunity. Actually, I asked our scorer back in Sky when the game finished 22 years ago, and it was 5:52, which shows you how late it was. Call to prayer had already happened. If you remember, it was Ramadan at the time, and a lot of the journalists in the press box had stopped to take some food on board because call to prayer had happened. So I think it's right that you can then eat what fast has finished. That just shows you how late the game finished all those years ago. And of course, floodlights were here but couldn't be used. It wasn't part of the protocol then to use floodlights for Test match cricket.
Well, it would have been still dark with the lights on. A little bit risky from Rizwan, especially to a right arm leg spinner. But wants to play that shot. He likes to play that shot. He opens the blade when he's about to play. Took his hand off the glove, off the handle, and a little risk involved in that shot.
Risk if he misses it, for sure. Well, early look at Rehan, you'd say that he spins his googly more than his leg spinner. He's got quite a high arm. That high arm might slightly go past the perpendicular, so that makes it easy for him to bowl the googly. When we say go past the perpendicular, it means that his arm, if you imagine a clock, the arm can be at 11 o'clock. It just goes past the straight line up, and that means that it's much easier for him to bowl the googly, less easy for him to spin his leg break big, but he does spin his leg break, but not quite as much as the googly. On 94 for 4.
Well, ideally, the arm should be what, 1 o'clock or maybe 2 o'clock? Just a little low for a right arm leg spinner?
Yeah, it varies, doesn't it? Because if you think of some leg spinners, Anil Kumble and Mushtaq, for example, would be spinners with very high arm, not past the perpendicular necessarily, but very high. And then Shane Warne, for example, would bowl with a much lower arm than that. His arm would be much lower than Rehan Ahmed's, probably at 2 o'clock maybe. And that would allow him to get more side spin on the ball. So, you know, it varies according to the type of bowler that you are. But the height of the arm, or where you release the ball from, usually gives you an indication as to how easily or otherwise you'll find it to really spin your leg spinner. Anil Kumble, he was tall and much quicker and bowled with a lot of overspin. He bowled a top spinner a lot. He's very good googly, but he was not a massive turner of his leg spinner unless he got on a real ragging pitch in India. Mushy I found quite hard to read, actually. Shane Warne was probably the greatest leg spinner of all time. Was not a difficult leg spinner to read from the hand. His googly was very obvious, and he had that brilliant flipper. He was just a brilliant bowler, though. Even if you could read it, you still got to play it. But I found Mushy much harder to read.
What, is leg spin or is googly?
Well, just because that arm was high, the difference between the leg spinner and the googly was much less. So Shane Warne would bowl from there, Mushy would bowl from there, and the difference between googly and leg spinner was marginal, really. So for Mushy, I used to look for the ball spinning in the air. You ideally want to read it out of the hand because you get more time then as a batsman. If you can't read it out of the hand, you watch for the ball rotating in the air. And if you can't see that, then you kind of play it off the pitch. And if you can't see any of them, then you're stuffed.
Then you're good luck. Well, I think in Rehan's case, yeah, once he'll play more cricket, he'll figure out himself. It's his front shoulder, front arm. It drops a little bit too early. And that's why his arm goes really high, and then the whole entire shoulder sort of goes sideways, and then, as you say, there's ball from that 11 o'clock arm length, and that's why he can't get that leg spinner that effective.
Oh no! Oh dear me! Can you believe that? It's a full toss from Root. It's Stokes who was hanging a little deep at mid-on, and somehow Rizwan has picked him out. He advanced to Root, he got there on the full, but then completely mishit it. And England can't believe their luck that a full toss has produced their 5th wicket of the day.
Well, I don't think I can call this a soft dismissal even, because it was a loopy delivery. is nowhere near the ball. He was just reaching for it. Ball maybe dipped a little bit, got the bottom of the bat, and Stokes ain't going to drop that. Wonderful catch, running to his right. Big wicket here. And Root will be thinking, a little lucky. Rizwan gone for 19. It's 196 for 5 now, Pakistan.
England's day so far. They will be thrilled to have taken 5 wickets on this very flat pitch, 3 this morning and now 2 this afternoon. So Pakistan 5 down. Salman Agha joins the skipper Babar Azam in the middle, moments after Mohammad Rizwan just hit a full toss in the air. The moment he hit it, he knew he was doomed. Stokes was in a kind of halfway position, really, not really saving the one, but still offering the temptation to Rizwan to go over the top, and he couldn't believe it, nor could Root. He's taken 51 wickets now in Test cricket, and he hasn't taken them with as many filthy deliveries as that one.
That was proper filth. Even he knows that. But a big wicket in the context of the game. They can roll it very, very quickly from here on. The last batsman, last recognized batsman out there. Once again, Pakistan need to build up another partnership.
Well, Stokes is now taking the opportunity with that dismissal of Rizwan to bring Mark Wood back for a short, sharp spell here. Both to Baba, who occasionally has been unsettled by that short ball, but now there's a new man in as well. Get Wood on straight away.
Yeah, Rizwan will be disappointed. Immediately after he hit that shot, he had his head down. Never really got to it, but he continued to go through with the shot. Mark Wood hasn't given any runs whatsoever. He's been quick again. He's been on the money. And they'll be looking to put the pressure on the new man when he does come into bat. Even for Babar, watch out for that ball that angles into his front pad.
Yeah, the field tells you all you need to know really about the tactics here. That leg slip is in again. 2 men out on the deep, 2 men saving the single on the leg side. So Wood is going to bowl very straight at the stumps and at the pads with a bit of cover to the leg side. And there'll be the odd short ball in there as well to try and bring Root into play at leg slip. We'll get some reverse swing, but actually the outfield is quite lush. The square itself is reasonably well grassed. It's not as bare as the surrounds were in Pindi, for example. And that's Babar Azam's signature stroke, really, that off drive or cover drive that he plays so cleanly.
Yeah, if you mentioned the square as well, it's something which is slightly different from when they played in Australia. You see from an over eye off the middle, and it was 12 barren strips, which obviously adding to the surface caused the ball to scuff off. We're into the 50th over now and hasn't done as much as we're used to seeing in Karachi. Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Balled in nicely as well, right? Mark Wood in the middle with some short stuff. The previous ball, again, the effort ball, you could hear the grunt from Wood, but barely getting up to shoulder height and then dipping as it bounced once before Folks as well.
Yeah, Mark Wood found the test match up in Multan a real physical challenge. Unlike all the other England players here, he played no part in the pre-tour camp in Abu Dhabi because he was injured. He tore his hip flexor towards the end of that T20 World Cup. So he missed all of England's prep, then missed that first test match. So he came into the Multan test on the back of very little bowling. And that's the danger sometimes for these fast bowlers when they go from very little cricket or very few overs in T20 suddenly into a test match where you've got to come back for a second and third spell. And he said he was even more tired than a fast bowler would normally be at the end of that test match. Sweetly timed. Mark Wood was looking for that leg trap again, but Babar's balance is the key. That's the key. If you fall over, then you have a chance of clipping that to leg slip. But once your balance is good at the crease and you stay upright and don't fall over, you can just tuck it away with ease, as Babar Azam did there. Pakistan's 200 is up. Old-fashioned scoreboard here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. Used to do the tins at my local club when I was about 8 or 9 years of age. Little scoreboard that we had, Woodhouses Cricket Club up in the north of England. Saturday afternoon, used to get a few quid for doing the tins. Change of ends for Rehan Ahmed, who took his first wicket previously, has now replaced Joe Root straight away. So Stokes changing things around quickly. And Salman Agha gets off the mark with a nudge to mid-on, where Stokes himself may be a bit disgruntled, having just allowed an easy single to allow Salman off the mark.
Talking about the scoreboard, yeah, this has been there for a long time. The only thing is changed is that watch, the clock, Rado. I'm not 100% sure if this is Rado or not, but that has changed.
There's a few around the world, isn't there? There's Adelaide, that's still an old-fashioned manual scoreboard, and then there's one at Gaul, isn't there? Definitely. There's not that many left, though. Mostly electronic scoreboards these days. Barber has looked generally to play Ren Ahmed off the pitch, and up till now he seems to have picked him relatively straightforwardly. Pitch is so slow, the batsman can just get back and play it off the surface. 202 for 5. Bird life of Karachi. I was in the old polo grounds yesterday, and there was a unbelievable number of black and red kites just swooping in as we got towards the end of the day. Quite a lot of tape ball matches were happening yesterday afternoon down there. Nice scene. There they are.
I believe you and Nas were out and about in Karachi playing cricket with the boys around.
We had a game yesterday, and then one young lad came steaming in. He fancied the sight of Nasser, and he just came steaming in and bowled him a bouncer, and Nasser backed away further than, well, Ollie Robinson at the end of the Ashes last year. He was like off the cut strip trying to face this bouncer. And then I thought, well, I'll show him how it's done. And I got hold of the bat, and another young lad came in and bowled me an absolutely corking Yorker that got me LBW straight in front of all three first ball.
Brilliant. Brilliant. It's the beauty of cricket in Pakistan, isn't it? Everywhere you walk the streets.
But they're all fast bowlers. Nobody comes in and gives you a nice little easy spinner. They all come steaming in to bowl about 100 miles an hour from 10 yards.
They want to show off. They want to show you how much talent we have in this country when you talk about fast bowling.
It has a lot to do with how they wrap the tape around the ball as well. They try and make the roll of the tape go over the seam, so the seam's a bit pronounced, and they'll tear the tape off from one side. So even with that tape ball, there's a bit of movement, isn't there, Waqar?
That's how I learned. Don't tell me. That's how I learned the reverse swing.
And then when you got Waqar and Wasim to show you how it's done, then why not? With the ball's coming back in like that with the tape ball, it's quite amazing to watch them, how there's a whole science behind in that tape ball cricket and how the ball swings around.
Ooh, well, that's Mark Wood's version of the old tape ball, the big in-swinger there, trying to get it on Salman's toe. England took a wicket right on the point of lunch. They dearly love to do it now, right on the point of tea, and you can see exactly what Mark Wood was trying to do. Played it well, actually, got the bat down just in time.
Played it very well. Every time Wood tried to bowl that Yorker, he put in extra yards, put in everything behind the ball. That last delivery, 146.2, right on the money, quick and straight.
It's also the late swing. It's a late dip in the reverse. Obviously, the legend sitting next to me, world class at it, but Salman's done extremely well to cater to that late shape back in with the reverse, and he's clocking up some good miles this here. 149 Wood's previous delivery. The one to Salman was 147. Never easy at that pace.
Wood, not for the first time today, falls over on follow through. He absolutely hurled himself at the crease there. That was a fast over that he bowled. 203 for 5.
Come on, Ray. Have an early tea. Eh?
He does that frequently, Mark Wood. There was another fast bowler for England called Stephen Finn who used to do that a lot, and you end up, pitches are so hard, you just end up bruising the right knee in Finn's case that he used to fall on. So we're going to get one more over. The clock was showing pretty much bang on 22, but we're going to get one more before tea.
Now for Salman, he'll have to be careful here. 5 balls probably before tea. Watch out for the googly. First couple of balls he played for Rehan just had the bat face close. He doesn't want to leave any gap between. Still new at the crease. Not quite sure if he will pick up the googly.
With that single, Stokes has now brought everybody in. All the boundary fielders have come in to try and keep Salman on strike. Whether he can get one close catcher up in front of the batsman just before tea. Got to be careful with that shot because Leach is just behind square for the top edge. Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. There's a bit of pressure on here. Last over before tea. Every fielder in stopping the one, so Salman can't get off strike, and he's not sure which way the ball is going.
I think he's worried about the googly. That's why he just missed out on that. He was playing inside the line of the ball, and it was a tempted leg spinner which didn't turn. It went straight. Yeah, these last few deliveries going to be very tough for Salman. He tried to play a sweep deep down inside his brain at the moment. Is hoping that he just somehow get away, just somehow deal with this. Careful driving because he's got a good googly, and that's what he's trying to do, is trying to land that googly outside that off stump and target the stumps. He's brought another man a leg slip in.
Lovely. Lovely. He just didn't quite get it right with his first spell, but in this second session, Rehan Ahmed has bowled some crackers. He's taken his first wicket. He's passed the bat on a number of occasions. He's got that sharp spun googly up his sleeve as well. That's the googly to finish with. So it's an afternoon session that will have given him a lot of confidence. He's got that first test wicket under his belt, and he's looked dangerous. He's looked like taking more. Another good session for England. 2 wickets they've taken this afternoon. That run rate has dipped slightly. It was 4.62 for Pakistan in the morning, dipped to just over 3 in the afternoon, and England will be very satisfied having taken 5 wickets in all. Babar Azam, Pakistan's captain, has played beautifully. He's looked in good touch from the moment that he came to the crease, very comfortable on this ground. He's got a good record here. Average is bang on 100 now, and he's 71 off 105 balls and closing in on what would be another excellent test match 100. But he needs a bit of support from his colleagues. The next highest score, Azhar Ali's 45. Pakistan at tea on day 1, 204 for 5. Well, the pitch is a slow one, a flat one, and at the start of the session it all looked straightforward for both Saeed Shakil and Babar Azam. There was that one lofted drive that just fell past Robinson, but other than that, Babar's not looked troubled at all, really. was time eventually for Rehan Ahmed after Baba passed 50. Bowled a good googly that went past the outside edge of the left-hander, and then in the same over, a leg spinner that took inside edge onto pad and was quite brilliantly taken by Ollie Pope, coming in sharply from square leg. So that was a wonderful moment for the 18-year-old, his first Test match wicket. Rizwan came out positively, looking to be busy and take the attack to England's bowlers. In the end, that brought his downfall, a slow, loopy full toss from Root that Rizwan completely mishit straight into the hands of Ben Stokes at wide mid-on. Wickets for each of England's 5 bowlers: Robinson, Leach, Wood, Rehan and Root. We haven't seen Stokes yet. We didn't see him in Multan, and we haven't seen him yet today. Okay, 15-minute break from us, and then the third session of the opening day to come.
So Captain Babar gets to his 50s, not out 71, holding up one end, while the other end has been celebrations for England. Pakistan losing 2 wickets in session 2 and added 87 runs with, of course, as I said, Babar not out on 71. England again would field with 5 down at 204. They are in the game and in the sessions that have gone by. Just have a quick look at the batting card. Pakistan losing Abdullah Shafiq early. Then there was a quick fire 30 odd from Shan Masood. Azhar Ali looked good for his 45, but the wickets kept falling. Pakistan lost 3 in the first session and 2 in the second. Have a quick look at the bowling. And we got a wicket for everyone who's been tried by the captain. And they all have done pretty well to keep that pressure on. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Session 2 is done. Pakistan 204, but 5 down. We'll bring in our guest, David Gower, Waqar Younis. I'll start with you, David. A session that you say is more towards England, just like the first one, or pretty much shared?
It keeps it reasonably even. I mean, the thing Pakistan really needed was a big partnership. You know, batting first on this pitch, the one thing you want is a pile of runs in that first innings of the match. And it seems they're being denied, whether it's by good judgment or, shall we say, with the Joe Root wicket of Rizwan, where a full toss gets the catch in the deep. Well, that's a bit of good fortune for England, but an important piece of good fortune. So somehow England have had the knack, as you say, spreading the wickets around the 5 men used, of picking up a wicket every now and again, which just keeps things in check.
Yeah. Pakistan's been looking to score runs. They've got 200, but they've lost 5. Waqar, the way they've been attacked by the England bowlers, the fast bowlers have been bowling to a certain strategy, the shorter length into the ribcage, Pakistan losing quite a few down the leg, and the spinners, of course, with the new ball Leach. So there is a game plan that's working, and it seems like Stokes knows 204, but he's more happy about the 5 wickets.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very happy with the 5 wickets, because wickets are not easy to take here, and I'm very happy for Rehan, who picks up his first wicket. He was a little expensive to begin with. You know, they all got starts. You know, this was a beautiful delivery coming around the wicket. I thought when he came around the wicket to the left-hander, he was getting a little bit more out of the pitch. He bowled a good googly also, and this one, although it was very close to the bat, but spun very, very quickly, got the edge, and the catch was excellent. It was just a beautifully taken catch.
You talk about David, then when you look at Saud Shakil approaching that, he's definitely trying to read it out of the hand, but the setup was brilliant. The one before that was a googly, and then this one coming in sharp.
Yeah, the first one spun quite a long way. And as I say so often, it's one thing to work out which way it's going to go. It's another thing to work out how far it's going to go. So the first one spun well, and in fact the leg break went more than his normal leg break as well. And the length was so important, because both of them were up there drawing Shakil forward. If he has a moment to look at it, if it's a little bit shorter, it's a very different ball game. So the length had to be perfect. And this catch, I can't tell you how good that catch is, because at short leg, you've got very little time to react, even though the ball loops in the air, and you've got to get your hands underneath the ball. I mean, that was a very good combination all around. Googly, leg break, great catch.
Yeah, as a bowler, you would know that wickets do help you to just settle down. It's his first game. He looked a bit in a hurry in the first session, but now, as he said, the lengths have been good, and it was evident right there in Saud Shakil's wicket.
Yeah, early on he was bowling too full and he was nervous. The ball was also a little new, and I think he was struggling to grip the ball also. But once he came with the older ball coming sort of a pavilion end, I thought he was much more in control, a lot more comfortable. And not only to the left-hander, but even to the right-handers. Now, the last over we saw, you know, it seemed like that he's going to pick up a wicket on any delivery. So that's a really, really good sign for England.
You look at some of the wickets, you probably call them soft dismissals. Rizwan getting out on a full toss, you're probably just wanting to rewind that and play it in a different way.
Of course, I mean, every time you get out, you want to rewind, especially these ones where it did just dip a bit. That's the only thing I can say on behalf of Joe Root, but I mean, Joe was equally aware that this was not the finest wicket he's ever taken out of the 51 he has in the book. For Rizwan, it just dips a little bit, so it comes out the toe of the bat, and he loses control of the shot. Hence, Stokes comes into play in the outfield. So yes, that was an absolute gift for England.
Okay, time for us to have that expert prediction moment. So let's find out from our guests. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, start off with you, David. What you feel Pakistan's first innings score could be?
End of the day.
It could be anything.
Anything.
Anything. What are we now? 204. Could be, let's see now, 280 to 300. Unless wickets tumble.
How about you?
I think Babar is still out there, so a lot will depend on him. But then again, when I look at the last over before tea, you know, Rehan getting that rhythm, that groove, and Saud Shakil was not comfortable against him at all. So I feel that Stokes going to give him the ball again and ask him to keep coming at him. And so that is a little bit of worry for Pakistan. But I would say Babar still there. They should manage 300. I'm not sure if end of the day, but they should get 300 in the first inning.
Well, that's the expert prediction from the two. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Oh, the likes of the way they're scoring 100 runs a session, then no doubt they'll get to 280 or 300 if they keep batting like that, especially when you said Babar is still batting, so you'd like some company. You still got Salman there, he's a proper batsman, and Pakistan would hope to keep batting till the end of the day's play. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. And you know it that the tea show is quite squeezed in, but we saw some good wickets out there and some very good bowling. We wish Rehan Ahmed the best of luck in the final session as well. And we hope Babar gets to that 3 figures. He did that in Karachi against Australia. So, all to play for in the final session on day 1. Thanks, Waqar. Thanks, David. Okay, let's enjoy some Test cricket.
back to the National Bank Cricket Arena. Hopefully there won't be any problem with the light this evening. We'll get through the bulk of the overs remaining. It's the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022, and it's the last test of the series. England 2-0 up and having a pretty good day, having lost the toss on a very flat pitch. They've done really well to get 5 wickets. A few soft dismissals in there for Pakistan, which are a concern. Babar Azam is class and standout class, 71 from 105. A debut for England's youngest ever male test match cricketer. 18 years of age, got his cap this morning. His dad, Naeem, was there in the huddle. There was a big hug. Go and do what you do, son. And then after lunch, he just found the inside edge of Saud Shakil's bat onto pad. And the whole family were absolutely thrilled. Double thumbs up from Dad. He was a little bit inconsistent in the first session round, understandably 18 years of age and playing in his first test, but after lunch he was excellent. They all have a wicket each, and that pretty much sums up England on this tour. It's been a real team effort. There have been some individual brilliance from Pakistan and some soft dismissals as well. Last 2 recognised batters at the crease, Salman and Babar, the skipper. Got to try and get up. I think it's a 350 pitch in the first innings at least. So England get into the bowlers. It's a vital session. These two have to bat long. Slow pitch, a ground that he absolutely loves, averages the best part of 100 on this surface. And he loves playing on the back foot because of the slow nature of the pitch. Play spin beautifully, visualizing his shots before play, putting his shots into operation after play. Nice back cut there. He's got to get a big 100, you feel, for Pakistan to get to par. .29 more needed for another Test 100. David, what would you say is par? First innings par, having looked at that pitch and the way it's played.
Just say it's nice to be here, to be honest. Yeah, whether it's par or not, I think from where they, well, let's put it, where they should have been without the odd mishap, 350, as you were just saying. From 204 for 5, that's a bit of a stretch. But so much hangs on Babar because he has made huge runs here before at this ground. He's nicely set. He's the one who seems to be in control. If Salman Agha can keep him company for long enough, then they can build a partnership. If, as this happens through the afternoon, people get out the other end to Babar, or even Babar gets out himself, then 300 becomes a tough ask.
Mark Wood, first ball after tea. I was going to say there's been a bit of reverse swing, but it's not going to reverse from that length. As ever, Wood will give it everything on a very docile pitch for the seamers. Look how this carries through. Most other seamers would be absolutely deflated when they see that. Wood just has a laugh and a giggle, and he'll go again. Probably asking Babar, does he need a helmet? The pace of that bouncer. Just having a little joke. The skipper. And again, no pace, just dying.
Talking about power scores and talking about Pakistan being able to get that, the one thing that works in Pakistan's favor is that they bat long in this test match. We've got Mohammad Wasim Jr. who can wield the willow at number 9. Noman Ali at number, probably, yeah, it says Noman at 9, Wasim at 10. Noman Ali can bat a bit.
Oh, just wild. Square leg, deep square. Crawley does well.
Noman Ali has a 97 as the highest score in Test match cricket. So Pakistan bat pretty long. Yes, you want Salman and Babar to build a partnership, but even so, they've still got batting to come.
Yeah, Fahim's a genuine batter. Obviously, he'll probably take the new ball as well in that all-rounders role, but he's a batter who bowls, so he's got a Test 92, I think, his highest score. So still some batting to come. So England will have to work hard. That's all they know. They've worked hard so far to go 2-0 up. Pulled in front to square. I don't think Crawley can catch up with that. He can't.
Yeah, let's look as to how high it gets up, and it's just above belly height, isn't it? No more than that, so relatively easy to get on top of it. It's not a big backlift, actually, but easy enough to get on top of it.
Well, he's going to take it on until it gets too high, until it gets round about shoulder height. He's going to play the pull shot. And that just died in the pitch. This pitch is dying for the seamers. 210 for 5.
This pitch is bereft of life. It has expired. It is no more. You put 10,000 volts through it, it wouldn't go vroom.
So good battle one end between Barber and Wood, and the other end as well, because Salman has shown that he's a very good player of spin. He loves the sweep shot. Ran Ahmed is into his work now, starting to feel like an international cricketer after that 1 wicket. Whoever you are, however much confidence you have, you just want that initial 100 or initial 50 or a wicket or two just to give you some confidence. Now Stokes attacking with the new batter in. After lunch he defended with the field and attacked with his leg spinner. Now he's attacking with the field. Slip and a silly point. Correction, slip and a leg slip. That's exactly where the man was taken from, and that's the problem with a leg spinner, is that he won to bowl 6 deliveries at Salman, but he gets off strike with a 3 there.
Yeah, and then for Barber, they leave the man back. So Barber, of course, who picks length so quickly and so well. You can understand the men being set back as they are, too deep on the leg side. The one at deep cover as well there.
brilliant, buddy. Happy work, right? Nice, boys. Effort, bud, effort, right. Quite low, please, Matt.
A little bit more action, doesn't he, on his googly? Just a little bit more body and zip. Barber picking that comfortably. A little bit like when England played Abrar Ahmed. They got used to him the more they were in, the more they played him, they picked him better. Brook being a classic example of that.
Nice, Ray, very nice, Ray.
That's why this new batter staying on strike is vital. Can he pick him?
Some lads.
Off the back foot, 214 for 5.
Yeah, it's good for Rehan Ahmed to get some overs under his belt. Every ball counts as experience at this highest level. Tough though, you've got to say, you've got to admit it's tough for a young man coming in with so little experience and with so little leeway, so little margin for error. But it looks as though he's kept his head high, seems to be enjoying himself.
There is a bit of tail, but the ball now being into its 56th over. Not as hard. The softness of the ball just allows the batter more time to be able to cater for that reverse swing.
Rare fumble from Ben Folkes. First bye through the gloves of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, the attempt to get it up there high, it has to be so short that as a batsman you get your clues ever so early. Yeah, just see how short so many of those have had to be. Almost not enough space on the graphic to get them all in.
.216 for 5. Wonder if we'll see any of Ben Stokes. Bazid Khan for 4 days in Multan was asking where was the skipper. He was bowling yesterday in the nets. He was bowling this morning. He was marking up his run. He's now warming up. So for the first time for a long time in this series, we may see the all-rounder Ben Stokes. Just asking Mark Wood, how many more do you want?
Correct answer, if you're Mark Wood, is none. Thank
I'll
you.
never hear again, but he said one, Skip.
Yeah, Spare England are good, of course, and this is the highest form of the game. So yes, Mark Wood will be willingly available up to a point.
Edge, but again, no pace even for the spinner. So trickles to root.
Well, yeah, good length, good revs, just enough turn to find the edge, but the angle of the bat and everything else conspiring.
Oh, got himself in a bit of a tangle there, which tends to suggest he didn't pick the googly. No short leg in on this occasion, and it would have gone to short leg.
No, Stokesy, moving, Stokesy. Good, boys, real good here, Rick. Right, lads. Nice skills there, pal. Love it, lads. Good awesome here, Rick.
Googly picked it on that occasion. 216 for 5. So it looks like one more for Mark Wood, and then his Durham teammate will try and get that body, which is creaking at the moment. Ben Stokes' knee in particular, he'll try and get it loose for a spell at the media centre end. Slowly go through his warm-ups in this 6 overs and the 6 balls and the 6 balls from Ahmed at the other end. It will take some time. He's hobbling into the warm-ups. Not what Wood wanted. It's been given as a wide. Means he has to bowl another one.
Despite the height, it's only just got to Ben Foakes' lower shin height.
Tell you how slow this pitch is, and obviously the skill of Ben Foakes. I reckon Ben Foakes could stand up to Mark Wood here. And Mark Wood's one of the quickest, if not the quickest bowler in world cricket now. But it is just dying off that surface. Foakes is well capable of standing up to Mark Wood.
Mark would be happy about that.
Well, it'd make his bouncer look a bit quicker at least. At the moment, his bouncer is 2 bounces into Folkes' gloves.
You just heal. And day 1, all 3 venues. Yeah, Karachi, average bounce. You can see for yourself.
Well, you've done well, Karachi, to beat Rawalpindi. Congrats.
You just feel after tea there's been a bit of a stalemate with the 2 sides, and you think that the way that Ben Stokes captains the side, he won't allow it to continue too long.
Change of angle. It's going to come round the wicket. Slightly harder to get your gloves out the way from round the wicket if it's in at your left hip.
As out of the 3 venues, which one have you enjoyed the best? David, I know, enjoyed Lahore because he popped back there for a couple of times, so he has shown his partiality.
Unfortunately, we didn't see enough of Multan because the security was probably the tightest in Multan, so it was literally hotel and ground. I think Multan probably historically and culturally had so much more to see, but we didn't see it. We went out once, myself and Athers, to the shrine that was there and did some footage. Full toss that Barber nearly lost just over the sight screen. 217 for 5. I enjoyed Rawalpindi the place, but not the pitch. And the cricket there was excellent. It's always nice to come back to Karachi.
Well, some of us managed to get out in Multan every night. I won't tell you what you missed because I know how jealous you get. We had some excellent food there. The trip, yes, trip up to Lahore in between Multan and here was nice. Group of my closest friends, all wearing the same uniform. No, it was good. It was really, really good. I mean, there's so much up there. There's so much down here. There's something everywhere to look at. And I have to say, there's food everywhere. I mean, Baz, you're the professor of food around this country. Well, no, you keep getting sent out for a free meal somewhere, just as long as you take your camera with you.
I know the right people.
Ah, well, it's all about knowing the right people. It's all about who you know, wherever you are in the world.
Where's the best food then, Baz? Where would you get the best food in Pakistan?
Karachi.
Best biryani?
Hands down, Karachi. High-end or sort of street food, it has to be Karachi. The quality that in the food that Karachi has, although I'm going to get a lot of abuse on social media, but this is it. You said you went out once in Multan and you redefined fashion. You and Athos saw a photograph of you wearing a Sindhi topi, and it was spectacular. I've
Thanks.
never seen anybody wear it like that.
Thanks, Baz. Thanks, mate. I know you mean that. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Mark Wood looked like he just popped off the field there. He looked like he'd had enough and he's wandered off. Maybe just to change his shirt.
Just wondering if he failed to notify the umpires because they came together, had a word with Stokes. Could have been that. We weren't quite sure what the conversation was about. But yeah, if you do leave the field, just a courtesy, just a convention, you notify the umpires, give them a good reason.
Pulled. Sweeper out there. Yeah, for a couple of reasons. A, it is just courtesy. They're in charge of the game, the umpires, so they need to know. And B, obviously there's some regulations. However long you're off the field, if it's not an external injury, they'll make a note of, and you can't bowl for that period. So they need to know.
Yes, Ducky, lovely Ducky. Brilliant, Ray, brilliant, mate. Well, nice there, bud. Nice. Good here, fellas. Yeah, Brookie.
They have to hurry here. They have to hurry. He could be gone. I reckon he's gone here. Harry Brook has done very well at square leg, and it's Babar Azam.
TV umpire to director, umpire's review for run out. Your best square, please. Just roll it back a bit, just back. Okay, it looks like there's bails off early. I need a long shot, please. Okay, so first bail is off, and then I'm interested in the second bail when that comes off. Can you get me a split screen with those two shots, please? Second bail, roll on, roll on. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Yeah, the crowd find out. Barber finds out. It was brilliant work from Brook and also from Ben Folkes. He did just get one bail off, but the other bail was still on, and Barber has to go. A key moment. He misses out on a ton on his favourite ground. 219 for 6.
Well, we've just witnessed a big moment in the day with the run out of the Pakistan captain, Babar Azam, who was looking so untroubled, really. And then was called for a sharp leg side single, seemed to be hesitant to run initially, and therefore was always struggling to make his ground. The throw came in from Harry Brook. Ben Folkes dislodged one bail with his kind of non-catching hand. See how hesitant Babar was to go then. And what the close-up showed was clearly that Folkes had broken the stump with the hand that the ball was not in first of all. One bail came off, but then he managed to break the other bail. That's the first bail coming off. That's the second, just before Babar makes his ground. It's a brilliant split screen, really. And just to read the law to you, 29.3, the laws of cricket. If one bail is off, it shall be sufficient for the purpose of breaking the wicket to remove the remaining bail or to strike or pull any of the three stumps out of the ground. So it's clear that the second bail is off just before Babar makes his ground. So look how static he is at the non-striker's end. It was a sharp single, it was a tight single, and Babar looked a little unhappy at the closeness of that single, but he was a bit statuesque, wasn't he, at the non-striker's end? He wasn't kind of looking for the run. That's the advantage the non-striker gets, that he can be alert, ready for the run, and the moment the ball leaves the ground he can be on his way. But Babar was just a little bit statuesque. So 219 for 6. England's good day has just got a whole lot better.
England needed a magic like this to get rid of Babar. Babar was looking very comfortable, no issues at all against pacer or spinners. Babar did stuttered a little bit as he took his first step, and then he stopped and then he moved. And by then he was a little late, but a great job done by the wicketkeeper.
Oh.
Yeah, there he is. He's sort of stop, start, and then go eventually, and just fell short marginally. Even Salman, as he plays it, he takes his big stride forward, and he responds to Babar in a way where he's not sure if Babar's coming. And it's always is the case with these tight singles. If you go, you go. Split-second stutter, and that's what causes you millimeters short.
I'll just think how little there was in it, that split screen that was what, just millimeters really, or maybe a centimeter. It's so tight. So look at him there. He's motionless, motionless. Stops, hesitates, and then goes. And that is the difference between making your ground and just failing to make your ground.
Go, 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 go.
Folkes was also very lucky that when his left hand hit his stumps, just one bail came off. Would have been easily both bails lit up, and Babar would have been fine. Because the bail lit up, the right bail, with his hand, that means the second bail came out of with his hand where the ball was. So that is very clear. Big wicket in this over. 221 for 6.
Yeah, and Baba, the only one to get past 50 today, he was going nicely, 78 from 123, looked, for the most part, utterly untroubled. 221 for 6 is no great return on this surface, so Salman and Ashraf now need a partnership with just Nauman, Wasim and Abrar to come. So Fahim Ashraf will just have to try and watch for the googly. He has a natural googly that will spin a bit more than the leggy. I'm not saying the leggy is to be disregarded at all, but he definitely turns his googly a little more. Of course, he got his first wicket to a left-hander with a leg spinner, but he just beaten left-hander with a googly just before he took the wicket, so he threatens both edges.
Oh, yes, right, yes, right. Oh, buddy.
Well, when Rehan bowling to the left-hander, I feel he looks a lot threatening than to the right-hander. Not only because the googly, because that angle he creates.
Nice, buddy.
There was a googly a little too short. Very well read by Fahim.
Just shows you how much he does turn his googly, the fact that he can turn it from round the wicket to the left-hander. Because you're working really against the angle of the ball.
Catch! That's it, Ray. That's it there, bud. Oh, Ray, that's quality, bud.
221 for 6. England will be delighted with their day so far. They've picked up a couple of what you call soft dismissals as well. The full toss from Root, the unexpected run out of Babar Azam.
Catch!
The Shan Masood, who pulled a short ball, really a telegraph ploy from England, pulled it to one of 3 men in the deep. So you'd have to be a little critical of Pakistan today. They've rather gifted some wickets.
Now we all know what's coming up next, isn't it? A Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitivities. That's not going to help either. Yeah, if you talk about those wickets and 3 big wickets, Shan up the order was looking good. And then Babar Azam, the needless run out. Rizwan again throwing his bat at a full toss, which he didn't quite get to. Pakistan will feel they were in with a chance. Yes, they've still got Salman, who plays spin well. He's lost 3 big wickets in that 6 as well. Just to some silly selections, really. It's also what's caused the scoring to drop down just over 3.5 at the moment. Pakistan came out looking for runs. The ball was not doing much. The surface obviously very slow. outfield quick. Is that run rate now 3.6?
Oh, down the leg side. Leach is wondering whether there's a little tickle. Stokes thinks it's pad. There's no great reaction from Ben Folkes, which is probably the most significant thing of all.
There was a little bit of a delayed reaction. There was definitely a sound. It's come off his thigh, or his top half of his pad.
Yeah, definitely thigh pad. It's just whether it brushed glove on the way through to thigh pad. 224 for 6. Yes, that the view on the left there is a bit misleading, isn't it? A better view on the right, that it passes the bat and glove, if you like, at the moment that the sound was made. So iPad it was. He's had a decent workload today, Rehan Ahmed.
Catch! Oh, yeah. Brilliant, Ray. Brilliant there, Ray.
Nearly chipped it back to the bowler.
It was short. It just felt like it got stuck in the pitch.
That googly. It's beautifully bowled. He spins it very sharply, but it was spinning far too much. There's a big stride in. So it either hits the right-hander outside the line of off stump, or if it hits him in line, it must be going down the leg side. So the angles are all against the bowler there with the amount of spin.
Yeah, big turner with his googly, obviously because of his action. He's tossed the ball up and it's gone. Might have hit him in front of the stumps, but looking at the angle would have missed leg stump. A sharp turn. You see what he's trying to do as well. Try and entice the right-hander. There it goes. Missing the wickets by quite some distance. Good signs there. He's getting the googly to turn massively.
Yes, right, yes, right.
In fact, what he's more chance of doing is getting an LBW against the right-hander from round the wicket, because we've seen him to the left-hander. He can definitely straighten his googly from round the wicket. So he's a chance of doing that to the right-hander as well, like that.
Yeah, that delivery to a right-hander, big trouble.
Yeah, nice, buddy, nice. Brilliant creep, brilliant creep.
225 for 6.
All right.
Fahim Ashraf, normally a stroke maker, he likes to play his shots, but Pakistan don't want him to just stay out there and keep blocking the deliveries, because you got to keep moving the game. The more you put runs on the board, the pressure will go back to England, because this pitch moving forward in the 4th inning, it's not going to be easy. So just got to keep moving the scoreboard. Sometimes I feel the Pakistani batsmen, they just take way too long to start scoring runs. Agha Salman on 13 of 43 deliveries. Strike rate only 30. Fahim Ashraf batted for 11 delivery, no run, still searching.
Oh, yes, mate. Yes, now. Another two. Get in there, pal. I'll be right now.
Wakar, being a master of reverse swing and obviously getting the entire team revved up when you've got the ball to tail back in, why does it reverse so much in Karachi? Yes, there's squares there, the wickets are rough, but any other reason why it reverses more in Karachi?
Everybody in on the leg side. Stokes trying to put the squeeze on, which means that if he does hit that sweep shot and get it away, then there's runs to be had.
Well, this is a pretty safe shot because when you don't have anyone on the boundary, all you need is a good piece of wood on the ball, and you will score runs. So I think that's the risk I'm talking about. Be a bit more positive. Good positive running.
It's a rocket throw as well from Stokes. He just ambled in there, picked it up one-handed and whistled the throw in. Flattened that middle stump.
Well, Aruj, you asked me about the reverse swing, why it reverse here in Karachi more. To be honest, I don't know. But what I've heard, what they say, is just purely because of the sea breeze here. It gets a little bit more moisture. That throw was thrown so hard that the stump's broken. The stump cam. That's going to cost some dollars to stroke. Boom. So I feel it's a sea breeze which brings a bit more moisture in the mornings and more in the evenings after tea. I've played a lot of cricket here, so it does swing a little bit more. But with this Duke cricket ball, or Kookaburra cricket ball right now, which has gone so soft and there's nothing in the pitch, can't see any reverse. In our days when we used to play with either Gray's cricket ball or Duke cricket ball. It stays harder when it's swing. It swings a lot.
Well, there'll be a little delay whilst the kind of the middle stump is repaired. That's the one that's that has the camera in it. That's been broken by the ferocity of that throw from Stokes. So a bit of repair work to be done. Good chance to show you the wickets that have fallen today. The first to Leach, who opened the bowling, bowled with a new ball and skidded one through onto Abdullah Shafiq's front pad. Pull shot this from Shan Masood with three men waiting for the pull shot. Very deliberate ploy from Wood, and then Azhar Ali as well will look back with regret at that shot just on the point of lunch. Good catch from Folks. Lovely moment this for 18-year-old Rehan Ahmed, who took his first Test wicket, and a good one too. Shakil has played really well in this series, but then Root brought a mistake from Rizwan, who had a full toss straight into the hands of the delighted Stokes at deepish mid-on, and then the big wicket of the captain, who was just a little hesitant to respond to the call to a quick single. Smart work from Brook and Folks. Saw Baba just short of his ground. So 230 for 6. The stump has been repaired. The camera stump has been repaired. Still got the best part of what, 26.2 overs in the day, but we'll get more cricket here because it stays lighter. We've come very south, right onto the south coast of the country, so should get those overs in, I would have thought. You're asking Wakar about reverse swing. He's got a good record here, you know, our co-commentator. 38 wickets at 17s in 7 Test matches. But no enclosure, I notice, Wakar. Hey, no enclosure on this ground. What have you done to upset the authorities here in Karachi?
I think you should ask this question to Aruj. She's the local girl here. But yeah, that's my complaint too.
Well, a couple of days back in Multan, there's at least one enclosure after you. I don't see any enclosures named after any women cricketers. I should be the one complaining.
100%, all with you. The stadium should be under your name, Aruj.
That'll do as well.
So 17 overs on his first day in Test cricket. He's got 1 wicket. Dearly love to get a second and just open the door to the tail end. Stokes has looked after him today with the fields. Generally, he's given him a bit of cover, bit of protection out either side. His first spell was a little wayward, and he's improved as he's got through the afternoon and settled into his work. And of course, a lovely moment when he picked up his first wicket.
Yeah, he settled in well. He's got a bit of a spring in his step now, just gets into a nice rhythm. And the subtle variation in between his leg spinner and the googly gets to turn it quite sharply. It's been good to watch.
Well, whether this came off the bottom edge and boot and lobbed up to Pope, worth looking at again. Maybe just straight off the boot and the bat just hit the floor. Pope wouldn't have known, but as the ball bobbed up, because he wouldn't have known, he was keen to get his mitts on it, and just in case there was a bit of an under edge onto boot. Ultra edge should tell us more. Hits the floor. Yeah, straight off the boot. Lovely delivery from round the wicket. It's a beautiful googly ball from round the wicket. It's straightened off the pitch. Folks, judging by the reaction, is convinced. And England will send this upstairs.
Steve Ampatu, Director. We have a players review for caught behind, original decision not out. I have checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please? Can I have ultra edge to check if there's any bet on that? Just rock and roll that past the bat, please. And a little further back. And roll it through. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Asan. On field. Asan, there's no spike. You can stay with your original decision. On screen now, signal.
Evidence absolutely clear that there was no edge. Ben Foakes and Joe Root, I think you can see from that reaction there, are A, surprised, and B, rather doubtful. But the technology was clear. There was no spike. So on-field umpire, that his decision was right, and the third umpire absolutely right to uphold the on-field decision. It was still a beautiful ball from Rehan Ahmed. From round the wicket, he gets that googly going and can give it a real rip. 231 for 6.
He's enjoying himself, Rehan. He's having a lot more fun now than when he just started his spell. This was a beautiful delivery, dragging the batsman on the front foot. Big appeal. Somebody heard, especially Folks heard something. Although I thought there was a little bit of sound somewhere. The bat didn't hit the ground. Very clear that the edge was missed. But that smile, that's what we were looking for. It wasn't there this morning.
I don't think Rehan Ahmed himself was that confident, just picking up on that conversation there. But Folks, for sure, was super confident. It's further illustration, though, that he gets that googly going from round the wicket and therefore becomes an option to the right-hander.
I'll just take a little bit of a break from the cricket for the Osaka boundary contest. Every time a player's hit 1-4 in the third test match till now, 10,000 rupees to the player for the Osaka boundary contest. Yeah, it's quite amazing to watch when he's bowled that Rehan, the last ball of his previous over, how he's got the ball to shape back in with the natural angle and then to spin away. And just enough to go past the left-hander's leading outside edge.
I suppose the danger for him as he looks to progress and learn his craft is that because he bowls that googly so well, that he kind of doesn't almost overbowl it and become reliant on that googly, and, you know, forgets to learn to spin that leg spinner as well. No, outside the line. He did well to play the shot in the end, because the line wasn't perfect, you'd say. It was almost outside the line of where he wanted the ball to be, but somehow hit it really well.
The ball's almost behind him. He's got into a bit of a cross as the ball's dipping in as well. So he's gone from way outside and has dragged it. He's done well for him, Ashraf. Oh, he's finally off the mark with the boundary. 21 deliveries for that.
Yeah, he was just looking a little edgy, wasn't he?
Nice.
236 for 6. Yeah, I've often seen with young leg spinners, actually, just seeing young leg spinners who come through the pathways at 11, 12, 13 into their teenage years. Sometimes they do find it easier to bowl the googly. Not all of them, not always, but I've seen lots of young leg spinners who find it a more natural thing and turn it more. Partly because of what we were talking about earlier, the height of the arm, and what Waka was talking about, the way that front side dips down. It almost becomes a more natural delivery. I think I've seen him working with Jeetan Patel, England's spin bowling coach, actually, throughout the first 2 test matches. The thing that he works on is his leg spinner, because the googly is the natural ball for him. What he wants to kind of improve is that more natural leg spinner as well, to try and just lower the arm and get the side spin on the leg spinner. He's given his cap this morning by another great wrist spinner, Nasser Hussain, who was actually a very good wrist spinner at 15 until he lost it. He got the yips. First time I met Nasser, we were playing schoolboy cricket at under 15s. an ESCA Schools competition, and he was regarded as the best wrist spinner in the country at that stage. And then he got the yips and had to make himself into a batsman.
Yeah, he did all right with the transition.
He was a good leg spinner.
Well, probably in one of the master classes we can test that tomorrow morning. If Nas is listening, the Twitter love will spread, and I'm sure there'll be a massive call for us watching Nas bowl some leg spinners down tomorrow morning.
So you think he would have been better off staying as a leg spinner, or?
Big shout and given. What a moment this is. He's already picked up his first in the afternoon. And now Rehan Ahmed has his second. He's looked dangerous from round the wicket. He really has looked dangerous. It's gone upstairs, but England are very confident.
TV Umpire Director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision out. I've checked the front foot. It's fair delivery. Can we start with the spin vision front on, please? Can I check with Ultra Edge if there's any bat? Gap between bat and ball. Roll it through into the pad, please. Thank you. Ball tracking when ready. Pitching in line. Asan, impact is in line. And it's hitting the stumps. So you can stay with your decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. Signal now.
Good on-field decision. And a second test match wicket for Rehan Ahmed. He's looked very dangerous with that naturally spun googly from round the wicket to the left-hander. He already had one close caught behind decision that went up to review, and Fahim Ashraf this time propping forward. He's beaten by the googly from round the wicket and departs LBW. Pakistan 237 for 7.
Left-hander, left-hander.
It's been England's day here in Karachi. In halfway through the 67th over, Pakistan find themselves 237 for 7 on what looks a very friendly surface for batsmen. And Noman Ali, who is into the team for the first time in this series, comes to the crease. He's a left-hander as well, so there'll be no change in the tactics here from Rehan Ahmed, who has bowled beautifully round the wicket. He's got that googly going from the angle, and that makes him very dangerous. 3 catches now round the bat.
There's been some start for the 18-year-old. On debut, his smile is just bigger and bigger as he goes through the day.
Swept and swept for 4. He just strayed onto a round leg stump on this occasion, and the combination of the line and the length, which was right on a sweeping length, allows Noman Ali to get off the mark.
Trying another googly to the left-hander, this time straying leg side in line. Fuller in length as well, allowing Noman to swing through the line, picking up a boundary, but what a day he's having.
Swept firmly again. Both men on the leg side are in, saving the single. It was more of a top edge, really, so the ball has pulled up just before the boundary edge. A 3 and not a 4 to finish, but another successful over for Rehan Ahmed. 244 for 7.
Yep. Yes, sir. Bring on.
Two legs.
Stuck. Wrong ear.
Come into leg slip, rookie.
All week to do it.
Great. Outside.
So Jack Leach, 244 for 7. Leach has 1 for 99. About time we caught up on the wicket-taking stakes.
One deeper. One deeper or...
Time being taken yet again to meticulously place a field. Duckett comes in another 3 yards at short wicket. 3 men around the bat. Deep square leg is out there for the sweep shot.
Nice, mate. Nice out, bud. Good lads. Lovely chew.
Oman Ali is pretty decent with the bat. Got a 97 against Zimbabwe. Averages 21 in first class cricket. Especially good against spin.
Well, they've asked. They haven't got yet. Will they send it upstairs and see what's what? What's going on, says Ben Stokes. What's happened? Yep, they're going up.
TV umpire to director. We have a players review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. May I have the spin vision front on? Okay, I'll need ultra edge, please. Just rock and roll when it goes past. It seems to be a flat line, and let me roll it through and I can see any other edges, and clips the pad. Thank you. I'll go back to Joel on field. Joel, stay with your original not out decision signal now.
Well, it turns out to be a good on-field decision from Joel Wilson. The flick of the pad, not the flick of the bat. All that excitement from folks. Rather wasted. Oh, that's interesting. Looked a little full to get the full sweep shot out. Rattling sound was Ollie Pope's head.
Yeah, he looks all right. Maybe not the helmet. We'll go through the processes. The due concussion test. Ollie Pope was hit hard. Straight into that mitt.
Well, he's showing no signs of undue wear. room than on this room.
Right, while they do the necessary concussion test, the players will break for a drink.
That's rather good. Oh, hang on. All you're looking for in the test sign sit. Clear thing. Bloody good. Well, is everything going out? What's going on? I thought we disappeared into the ether in about 5 minutes. He's not hearing. You hear me? Goes.
Salman?
Well, welcome back. 2:45 for 7 is still the score, as it was about 5 minutes ago when the blow to the helmet at short leg saw the need for the concussion test, which it seems that Ollie Pope has passed with flying colours. Helmet A has been replaced by helmet B, and we can continue the game. Helmets for the batsmen have been swapped for the Pakistan cap. Star resplendent.
Nice. Love that nut, love it nut. Get in there, pal. Love the stuff, Lichi.
This time the one is on. Stokes is deep at mid-on. And the over bowled. 2:46 for 7, 68 gone. Well, there was talk earlier of 350. At tea time you were discussing the possibilities of 350 for this Pakistan first innings. Babar was always going to be the key. That run out was mighty important for England. Millimetres in it, but just enough to see the back of Pakistan's best batsman, and now it's going to be a bit of a struggle. 2:46 for 7. whatever Pakistan get in this first innings in the end. Of course, we normally wait to see what happens the second innings of the match to put things into correct perspective. So far, I'd say this is below par.
Catch. And Ducky. Brilliant, mate. Good, lads.
As long as Numan Ali is with Salman Agha, I think Salman will be pretty comfortable just to knock it around, because he has trust in Numan Ali. Numan Ali, a spinner himself. Most spinners fancy themselves against their opposition spin attack.
Oh, most batsmen would fancy that too. Easy pickings this time.
Every now and then he drops short. The batter is very quick to pounce on that. No deep fielder on the leg side for Rehan, for the right-hander.
Time for tea. A little bit late in my book, quarter past 4, but it's a Tapal tea moment in the comfort of the lounge there.
Yeah, nice that, mate. Brilliant, mate. Lovely, mate. Yeah, effort there, lad.
250 for 7. What do we think's good here then? I mean, I'd say this is below par, but what do we think's acceptable for Pakistan?
I mean, sample size is small because since 2019 there have been 3 test matches here, averaging first innings score 322. There's one game from the domestic circuit played here where 600 odd played 400 odd, ended up in a draw. So just looking at those numbers, not those, David. 322, still 72 runs short of that if you go by the 3 tests that were played here since 2019 as a first innings score. Obviously huge runs during the one game in the domestic Quaid-e-Azam Trophy. Pakistan will feel this slightly short at the moment. 7 wickets down.
Is that it?
Pretty much.
Well, thank you. Very comprehensive review of scores for the last 150 years. As I say, it'll all get put in perspective by the time England have batted themselves first time round.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what Ben Stokes feels right now, or thinks, because spin from both ends. Obviously, Mark Wood bowled, what, an hour ago. Robinson's just bowled 8 overs. Stokes himself hasn't bowled. Does he think it's the time to force the issue? Because, yeah, it's 251 for 7, but you still think that these two are capable, especially Salman, obviously, but Numan especially prefers spin to pace. So does he feel the need now to just amp it up a bit, or just satisfied with the way things are going?
That's 4. Both batsmen love this sweep shot. Both batsmen play it pretty well. And Stokes has opted not to have the men in the deep covering these boundaries.
Yeah, he plays a sweep shot well, especially with the line, with the angle ball across the left, the right-hander. It just takes the LBW out of the equation, giving him a little bit more liberty. Or Salman.
Yeah, don't want any more run-outs, Pakistan. One of Babar's already cost them dear. That came from a little bit of hesitation. Here we are again. Just no is actually loudly the call, which is good in the end. That's just steered away for the one.
Just looking across here from the commentary box, don't see Mark Wood or Robinson or Stokes for that matter loosening up. Still got 20 overs left in the day after these two deliveries. The light should be better in comparison to Multan and Pindi. New ball due in 10 overs. Just looks like they'll play with the spinners for a little bit longer.
Go!
Well, the various options for England include Ollie Robinson, Mark Wood. I wouldn't be trying to persuade Mark Wood to bowl at this stage. He looked, well, not saying he's never looks a beaten man, but he looked as though he'd put all the effort in he could at the end of his last spell. Stokes was warming up about 2 hours ago. Then they got Barber out, I guess. Got the run out, so that was him off the hook. Stopped loosening. And it has been the spinners.
Rehan to Noman now. He's been playing the sweep since he's come out. Rehan on the other hand has bowled really good googlies to the left-hander. And he's put a man out 15-20 yards in for the sweep as well.
Go, yes, right, yes, right.
Yeah, you've got the 2 men out on the sweep, one just in front of square, one 45 degrees. And there is that little bit of grip for him, and he's actually bowled some super deliveries.
Yeah, right.
But the Norman bat is way out in front of the pad. He's, as modern conditions dictate, having to play with the bat rather more than use the pad as that second line of defence. Googly is a little bit too short. Short enough that it didn't really matter which way it was turning. There was enough time to see it off the pitch, clump it away.
Yeah, Noman fancies the spin. He does have the shots to back it up. This one slightly short, and he's quick to pounce and go back. Yes, it's a slow pitch. It was pretty short, but because he's been sweeping so much, the length now dragged back, and it's worked in Noman's favour.
That turned. That wasn't out of the middle of the bat at all.
Lovely there, bud. Nice boys. Awesome there, right?
Yeah, every now and then he does drop it in short, but the googly to the leg spinner has been really good to watch. He gets the googlies to turn more than the leg spinner, and I thought this was beautiful. To Saud Shakil, the wrong one first, just causes it to leave the outside edge of the bat, and then he follows it up with a beautiful leg spinner. Just gets it to turn enough to get the leading edge. That brought about his first wicket in his test career. 4 of this over, Pakistan 261 for 7.
Yeah, he'll be proud of that little sequence, won't he? He'll have learnt a lot today about the pressures involved of playing at the highest level against very good players in conditions they understand. He's had a bit of help from the pitch, of course, with the turn that is in it. Everything else for the pace bowlers is zero. And that little sequence, that googly, the leg break, the length, all those things need to be etched in his memory. Would you believe it? He's taken 2 wickets on debut. Yep. But the last England leg spinner to take 2 in his first innings in Test was Ian Salisbury against Pakistan at Lord's in 1992. Definitely a daffer back. For once, Baz, you just can't argue.
No, I can't argue. I can tell you there was quite a game at Lord's. That was Salisbury got, I think, Javed and Wasim Akram out in the first innings, and then that partnership that won Pakistan the game was Wasim Akram and Waqar Yunus. Pakistan looked as if they were going to stuff it up, and then I think probably Waqar Yunus played the innings of his life. Hit one down the ground. I think it was Devon Malcolm. He hit him straight back over his head. Right, David, you asked Rouge all those simple questions of power score, of how long this game can continue, sunset and all that, but the question is,
the question will have to wait. That has been beautifully played over mid-off, wide extra cover. Really good use of the feet and a really good flow of the bat.
Yeah, he's been trying this for a while. He wants to hit it over the top this time. Just got enough length as he waltzed down the track, so got underneath it, just scooped it over. Very much in control. Yeah, Rouge waxing lyrical on Karachi and how good it is. Yes, we agree with that. But why don't people come to watch Test match cricket? There's nobody in the stadium. You come to Rawalpindi, the deadest pitch ever, and you get a full stadium. Why don't the Karachi people come and watch the game?
You've been thinking about that question all day, haven't you?
No, just since the morning.
This time it's reversed, and reversed very well. Powerfully struck, races away to the boundary Toblerones, and Jack Leach's figures take a bit of a battering. On 1 for 119 him, it's 272 for 7. Yeah, he gets in a good position, good head position. No one to worry about in that part of the field. So the little bit of top edge doesn't matter. It was so otherwise well struck. Partnership 35, better than a runner ball. So Rouge, what are they all doing today? Are they cooking, or what you know, because we've heard the food is so good down in Karachi, so are they all at home cooking, preparing something for Basit to eat tonight? What's the story?
It's a story I can't defend. Come on, Twitter, if you're listening, Karachi, help me out with this, because I really don't understand why the stadium right now is empty. And I would hate to have Basit Khan one up on me at the moment. But surely, there's no debate about this. Pindi has the best crowd by a country mile. Karachi, I just feel people here work a little bit more.
Go!
It's a Saturday. Come on. Yeah. I think we're now clutching at straws, Rush.
Yeah,
maybe it's a phase of the moon or something. You know, it's just.
Sorry, it's just very much a Karachi, but I cannot defend that. It's
Rush,
true.
we have never seen you lost for words like this before. Maybe we better talk about teeth or something.
Come on, Karachi, tomorrow. Let's turn up in numbers here.
No.
Yeah, for a Saturday, it is disappointing. It is disappointing. Yes, security to a concern, roadblocks, it's all there.
Yes, right, love it there, right.
But you still want your home crowd to come out and support your heroes in numbers, and not just that, enjoy cricket. It was Ben Stokes who mentioned that he thoroughly enjoyed.
Go!
It's short and it's been put away. It's put away in good fashion to end the over. 278 for 7. Ben Stokes was very happy with how the crowd responded, especially after the first win in Rawalpindi. He was very appreciative of the crowd and how they sort of applauded the England team off the ground after they registered that historic win in the first match of this series. So it's always lovely to have the crowd here in numbers.
Seven overs to go to the new ball. 17 overs left in the day. Shouldn't be any problems with the light for a while yet. 5:52 was around about when we walked off all those years ago. It was pitch black then, so maybe 5:30 to get these 17 overs in. Floodlights can come on. Umpires had a little debate whether they'd turn them on. Light's fine at the moment. Bit of Joe Root. Bit of off spin to the left-hander. England's fielding's been pretty good. They've kept it sharp throughout the day. Folkes has been excellent with the gloves. They've kept their standards going.
I like the way Noman is approaching the game. He's being positive, he's looking for runs, anything close to him where he can hit it. He's being positive. I think Pakistan need to play this way. Just keep scoring runs. This pitch is very dry. It's not going to get better. And I don't see any rain coming, so sun is going to bake on it and it's going to get more drier. Spinner is going to have bigger role.
And the pitch again, he's been very attacking, hasn't he? Now run out chance, and he gets in, I think with just the throw being a fraction wide. Then Folkes had to take the ball back to the stumps, but they're going to have a look.
Director, we have an umpire's review for run out. Your best side on angle, please. That grounded. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, he's easily home, but it was a shocking piece of running There was a long single. It was a brilliant bit of fielding from Leach, but terrible ball watching at the non-striker's end.
Oh! Yeah, that's right, say. Go.
Look at the ball watching. He's not watching his partner or having trust in his partner's call. He's looking at Jack Leach at mid-off, and that was nearly fatal.
Yeah, and he was saved because the throw was a yard wide, and by the time Folkes gets the ball back to the stumps, he's home. Already had a run out today, Babar Azam. Just a warning there for Noman to get off the pitch. He was running on the pitch. Root got a late one in Multan, didn't he? He got Imam ul Haq right on the close of day 3, a vital wicket. Another left-hander. Can he get one here? 280 for 7.
Six overs to the new ball. The light is pretty okay. Even if they need to put the floodlights, they will. But at the moment, it's all good. Haven't seen Stokes bowling after the first game.
Yeah, he was warming up after tea, ready to bowl, and then they got a wicket. They got the run out of Barber. I think he was going to bowl, and then he stuck with spin because of the new batter. What do you reckon about the new ball? I think you'd take it and probably give it to at least one spinner, if not both. We'll see. With a number 9 in, you may just go Wood. Oh, the odd bouncer, but I'd definitely give it to one spinner. It's absolutely bereft of any pace, this pitch. Anything at all for the seamers. Dying.
Well, if they take a new ball, I think they will give it to Leach. Rehan, it will be a little bit hard for him with the new ball. The first game to just land. We saw earlier also his first spell when he had a newish ball, he had struggled to just land in the right area.
Will Salman continue to be positive with the tail before the new ball? Yes, he looks like he wants to use his feet. Looks a good player of spin, excellent player of spin, and they say he's a good player with the tail. Paddle sweep. Joe Root gives chase. Should just be a couple. Yes, Salman's happy with 2.
This partnership is hurting England now, 45 or 47. They were not expecting Noman to play where he played. He's been positive. They've got to break this partnership. They cannot allow Pakistan to get away with things.
And again, Root off on his travels again. This time he leaves it to the man on the sweep. And they come back for 2 good batting. Man now goes on the sweep, the paddle sweep.
He threw it in, and then he just kind of tumbled over as if he slightly twisted his knee or ankle just afterwards there. And he then slightly hobbled back to the boundary edge.
Just maybe cramps. The look of it looks like that he He was trying to get up. He just felt it in his calf or maybe in his hamstring. His ball long spells with so much pressure on him, playing for the first time. He's running fine right now.
Funny thing, you know, I can recall my very first day in Test cricket, which was not a good day. Australia finished 301 for none. But I remember getting cramp later on that evening at dinner, and it's just never had cramp before, and it was just the excitement and the kind of nerves and adrenaline.
That's gone straight up in the air. Watch out here, mid-off and mid-on. And they call it. Stokes calls it. Stokes takes the catch. And Jack Leach has his second wicket and England their 8th.
Yeah, one too many. This was bowled a little slower from Leach. He wanted to go more toward mid-wicket, that cow corner. That ball just spun a little bit, bounced a little bit more, and he knew it exactly. Easy catch. Perfect. Another wicket for England, losing Pakistan losing their 8th wicket, and Leach picking up his 2nd. Noman gone for 20, is 285 for 8.
Mohammad Waseem on debut. They say he can bat, they say he can hit a long ball, a best of 29 in 8 matches. That's his first class career. Lights just coming on here in Karachi, and England continue just to nip away in the wickets column. They have 8 now on a very flat pitch. They'd love to bowl Pakistan out tonight. A perfect day.
Key to the dismissal was Stokes' bravery again in just keeping people up, mid-off and mid-on up, even though both in this partnership had been looking to play aggressively and take the bowlers on. Stokes keeps them up, encourages the big shot, and benefits once again. Been a terrific day for England. I think if you said you could be on the verge of bowling a side out here on day 1 on this pitch, you'd be absolutely delighted.
Wicket shared around, 2 for Leach, 2 for Rayan Ahmed on debuts. The spinners contributing. Root with a wicket as well, 3 overs, 1 for 7. Hard work for those seamers. Mark Wood back into the attack, down to the tail. Salman on strike. It'll be interesting how much he gives Mohammad Waseem of Wood. Whether he trusts him, we will see.
Well, they can push mid-off, mid-on, maybe a little bit deeper, and give an easy single to Salman and try to attack Waseem. He's new at the crease, a little bit of reverse swing with that pace. It will struggle for him. Yeah, he's pushing his fielders back a little bit.
Yeah, Salman was not out at the end in that last game when Pakistan were 20 odd runs short. And Marshall the tail here. He'll wait in that game. Last game Multani waited until the fourth ball. Field comes up, then he played the big shot. You might trust Mohammad Wasim with two. It's such a slow pitch that Wood will do well to try and bounce Mohammad Wasim out. He might go for the Yorker, a bit of reverse swing. Does he change the field now? Does he bring men up? This is what usually captains do. 2 balls to go in the over. They'll want Wasim to be on strike. Salman will want a single to get to 50 and also get up the other end and just say to Mohammad Wasim, survive 1 ball. Yeah, he takes the single, and that is 50 for Salman. He's played really well. His 3rd 50 in 5 tests. Excellent innings here. He's played beautifully.
Well, the number he bats at, that's a big effort. He plays with the tail most of the time. 240 runs he scored. Very young at this level. He's shown a lot of maturity. He's played a lot of first-class cricket. He understands the game really well. That's a pretty good innings.
Yeah, it's an excellent innings. He's played nicely. It's a good pitch, but he's running out of partners. And he wants Mohammad Wasim to survive this one delivery. May well be a toe crusher from Mark Wood. Back of a length. He does survive. 286 for 8.
We've had a few questions from England supporters at home, just looking around and seeing a fairly sparse attendance today on a Saturday in Karachi. And just the questions, why is it a combination of Test cricket maybe less popular than T20 cricket, being very well supported in the 7-match series, but is it also to do with the fact that Pakistan are 2-0 down and the series has been lost? Any particular reason?
I think it's a bit of both. Pakistan lost the series. People are disappointed, and you know, one reason. The other reason is it's a big city. They love their T20 cricket. They love the shorter version, white ball cricket. When you play white ball cricket here, even during the PSL, this stadium jam-packed. But Test match cricket, you don't really get big crowds here. You play in smaller cities like Multan. We played in Pindi. You saw crowd. I think it's important for PCB to take Test cricket in a smaller venues and play white ball cricket in these big stadiums.
Up and over extra cover. That's a really good shot. Zach Crawley had no idea where that went in the deep.
He stood there like Inzamam, didn't he, 22 years ago with his arms outstretched saying, where's the ball?
That was the exact spot, wasn't it?
It was.
You guys love bringing that up, isn't it? You just keep bringing it up. 22 years it's been. Come on, guys. That's a wonderful shot. Although the ball spun, it was a little bit away from him, but he just went with the shot.
Nice, lads. Ollie Chi. Perfectly cha. Oi, yes, mate. La Valley cha.
Anything else left which we haven't spoken about 22 years ago? Naz?
Not a lot, mate.
Nas has been living off it for 22 years, so. Been bluffing everybody that it's a difficult place to come and win. Ben Stokes has shown that up to be the fiction for what it is.
Two deliveries at Wazim. I'm surprised they've not attacked him a bit more. A little short leg, and he looks like he wants to block, even though he's got some big shots. He should be blocking. I'm surprised Stokes hasn't given his left arm spinner a gully or a city point or a short leg. I think Stokes thinks he's going to play the big shot. There's some spin there. Nice to see. This pitch has to spin. Toss it up. Get him playing the big shot. He does come down. It is the big shot. Those long levers, and it goes all the way for six. The first six in Test match cricket for Mohammad Wasim. What a way to get off the mark. 297 for 8.
Well, he looks like he should hit a big ball. He is a strong lad, and that's just muscled away, really. There's no great technique to it. And he didn't time it particularly well. I don't think it was anywhere near the middle of the bat, but just the strength got that ball, well, what, 10, 15 yards over the rope. A strong young man.
Really ran at it as well. He absolutely sprinted at it. He got his momentum, sounded the bugle, charged it and belted it for six. That's why Stokes didn't have him surrounded. He's done his prep, he's done his research. He likes to hit a long ball.
Yeah, Salman, after seeing the last hit he hit, he's just getting that confidence that he can just bat. That's a wonderful stroke. Look at the power going into the shot. It didn't really hit the middle of the bat. That was just maybe a little bottomish, but the strength, the momentum, the force into it just took the ball way, way out of that boundary.
Yeah, different challenge now, though. I know a man next to me that would be bowling a toe crusher at this stage. It'd be bouncer or Yorker. That is for certain against a tail ender.
Get in the block hole. Well, the bat is not coming down straight. It's coming more from a leg gully position. So there's every chance that if Wood bowls nice and full and try to swing it back, that before the bat comes down, he can sneak through.
He did Zaid like that in the last game, didn't he, towards the end with a bit of reverse swing. Mohammed Wazim shows his stumps. He shows his off stump. Man goes out on the hook. But Wood is targeting that off stump that he shows you. Nice little forward defence, and they'll take a single.
That's a serious pace at this time of the evening. Wood is bowling his 15th over, almost touching 150. Great man to have in your team. Every time you throw him the ball, he'll give 100%.
Oh. Now he got himself in a tangle there. Hope he's okay. I think it hit the grill. A little bit of pain. But he got himself in a tangle.
His difficulty was twofold, really. One, how skiddy Mark Wood is. He doesn't get steep bounce. He kind of skids the ball at you. And then the combination, really, of Wood being wide of the crease and spearing it in. He was looking to sway out of the way, and he just couldn't get out of the way at all. That combination of skid and angle, nasty.
Yeah, he's not wearing those protectors, is he, round the back? You have to really be careful with this one. Really take your time, the physio, with this one. It's a danger area, that.
Yeah, very dangerous. I think he hit him on the sort of chest a little bit before it hit him on the neck or back of the neck. If it hits directly, it is very, very dangerous.
Am I right, Nas, in saying that they're compulsory in England now, the back protectors in first-class cricket?
I think you're right, Arthur. There's different regulations and laws from different parts of the world, and you've seen Pakistan batters out here batting caps. I don't think you're allowed to do that in England, and some batters just don't like it. I remember Michael Clarke just used to wear those things around the back of the neck protectors. Just feel it uncomfortable. Obviously Salman is one of those that don't find them comfortable.
Salman?
Well, he's okay, thankfully, and as Waqar says, I reckon it just ricocheted off the shoulder that took some of the momentum off it, but it's still a sore area and a danger area. And he's played quite beautifully. Played really well. He's an excellent player of spin. He sweeps well. He's got long levers. Picks up length well. And he's used his feet as well to the spinner. Left arm spinner in particular. He's hit over mid-off and extra cover. There's an example of that. There'll be a couple of blows here over extra cover. Wide mid-off that he played beautifully.
I'm with you, Nas. There were two of them which he hit it over extra cover.
Sure, there were two. Atherton's just giggling at me in the background because I said there were two and then the graphic showed one.
I'm totally with you now.
After his fascinating cramp story earlier. 299 for 8.
Well, Athers were also talking about your right arm leg spin ability and how good you were.
Well, I'd be surprised if we don't get a masterclass tomorrow morning with the Rouge. We've had a masterclass on everything else. So far, he's been the best reverse sweeper we've ever seen, the best hitter over the top we've ever seen. I fully expect a masterclass on leg spin and googly bowling tomorrow morning with the Rouge.
You will be getting that, but not on leg spin, on how to play the short ball, Michael.
I saw that in the polo ground yesterday, and it wasn't very good.
Well done. You played Donald really well those years ago. Congrats again.
Wonder whether Stokes is fancying a bit of wrist spin at Mohammad Wasim Jr. as Pakistan bring up the 300. Lovely to have somebody who can send it both ways against the tail. He looks as though he wants to give it a go. More difficult when a spinner can send it both ways.
It's a good point, Ath, actually. The leg spinner, tail enders. It's another advantage of having Rehan Ahmed in your side. We saw what Abrar did in the last game. Toss it up, bowl those googlies, and Mohammad Wasim's eyes will light up. Gone! Beautifully bowled. And Ben Folkes isn't missing that. Salman Agha did. 300 for 9.
Lovely from Jack Leach, who hasn't always in this series managed to defeat batters in the air. But this time he just gets a bit of dip on it, a bit of drop, and it spins enough to beat the advancing Salman. Good bit of bowling from Jack Leach. And Ben Folkes very safe behind the stumps. It's good innings though, 56 from 93. It's at least got Pakistan to 300. It's still a below par total, you would think, on first innings, but a very useful half century from Salman down the order.
Last man in for Pakistan, Abrar Ahmed. He had some fun with the bat in Multan. Came out swinging, got 17 in no time. Doesn't look like he'll be hanging around here as well. Pakistan have managed to reach 300. Plenty of wonderful gear going around for the Pakistan team in terms of clothing. And you can visit shop.pcb.com.pk to get your hands on t-shirts, caps. Wear your passion, the hashtag. Big shout. Yeah, looks about right, Leach. Down the wicket, up and over. Starts off with a boundary. Abrar not afraid to swing the bat here.
You're almost tempted to ask the question, how did he do that? Because he's so far away from the ball. But he somehow managed to get the bottom bit of the bat, the middle of the bottom bit of the bat. That's...
Bowled them, cleaned them up with an absolute beauty. Leach whizzes fourth. He cannot believe it. Zing bales have lit up. And England have bowled Pakistan out for 304. double wicket in this over for Leach. First that is an absolute beauty. Came in with the angle and turned away to hit off stump. That is the end of Pakistan's innings. It's been a wonderful display from England. Never really got Pakistan to get away with the scoring. There were a few mini partnerships. Abdullah Shafiq was the first one for 8. Shan came in, got some runs, timed the ball well, went for 30. Azhar Ali 45 in his last game. Babar Azam, the captain, who looked in good nick. Needless run out in the end. Shakil with 23 and Salman at the end with a half century. Pakistan in the end bowled out for 304. 4 wickets for Leach, 2 for Rehan, 6 wickets, 7 wickets for spin. The debutant will be happy, but the pick of the bowlers by far, Leach with his 4, 1 wicket apiece to Robinson and Wood as well. There's been plenty of good action out here, and we'll be back after a short break. Welcome back to the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi as England have wrapped up Pakistan's first innings. 78 top scorer Babar Azam and Salman Agha in the end, 56. England bowling Pakistan out for 304. Plenty of spin between Leach. And the new ball, Ploy working absolutely perfectly to Abdullah Shafiq. Missed a straight one that skidded on. And played for the spinner, just went on with the angle. Stuck with umpire's call. Short stuff from Wood again, couldn't get quite under. Shan Masood and top edged one straight to Leach. Pakistan lost 2 early wickets. And once again, the leg side bowling, the short stuff angling in. Good catch from Leach. How's it early? Tickle of glove down to Foakes. Good catch again. The catch was sent up to make sure his fingers were underneath. Absolutely right decision in the end. Rehan Ahmed set up beautifully. First the googly to Saud Shakil and then the leg spinner. But bat onto pad, a good catch by Ollie Pope. The 18-year-old debutant picked up his first wicket. There's a bit of a bizarre shot from Rizwan, throwing it away, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. Good catch from Stokes, who was halfway from the boundary. Joe Root with his 51st test wicket. A couple of needless shots, and he knew straight away, Rizwan did, that he had not connected that to his wicket away. And Pakistan needed him to hang around with the skipper. Then the needless run out. Stop, start, stutter. Millimeters in the end. Again, the decision was sent upstairs. Foakes had knocked one bail off with his left hand. The stumps were still in play because of one bail still being on and active. And just on review on the right side of the screen, showing you his millimeters shot. This was another beauty. To the left-hander, Fahim Ashraf. The googly coming back in with the angle and then spinning away. Once again, the decision was reviewed just to show he was hitting off stump. Bang straight ahead. Pakistan lost that review. Leach came in, Noman came out. All guns blazing, one shot too many. Another simple catch from Stokes. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. Top edged one. Catching's been good, fielding's been good, field placement has been good. And line and length in particular for Leach as well. There's another one. Swinging down came Salman. It played the cover drive really nicely up till that point, missing the line completely. Simple stumping in the end. Lapse in concentration perhaps. He played well for his 56. And in the end, Abrar Ahmed, absolutely no idea. Another beauty from Leach. That was his 4th in the game. Beautiful angle into the right hand and spinning away to hit top of off. And the England bowling. Leach has bowled plenty of overs, 31, getting him 4 wickets. Rehan will be very happy with those 2 wickets as well. It took him a bit of a time to get into his rhythm, and 1 wicket apiece to Robinson, Wood and Root. Now Pakistan come out. We've got 304 on the board with 9 overs left in the day. Maybe we might not get as many with the sun just setting here in Karachi. And out come Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. Good series so far. And one thing is for sure, no matter what England get, they'll get them in quick time.
Well, maybe. I mean, one of the things that's interesting to me, whatever the roller's done will be interesting to see as well, because the roller might just have flattened things out. But at the end of that day, the end of that Pakistan innings, you know, Jack Leach was turning the ball substantially more than you'd normally see from that slow left arm spin. So there is evidence the ball is turning. So whatever England do, I mean, just give you one example from Multan, the previous test match. Harry Brook trying to hit Abrar over the top, not quite getting there and skying it in the air. They have to be careful if they're going to try and press the pace at some stage, not tonight as such, but tomorrow. They've got to be very careful how they select their shots if the ball continues to turn like that. But this evening, whatever play is left, it's just a question really of Crawley and Duckett seeing it through. The light is fading, yep. We just want to get through the evening session, whatever's left of it, intact. 10 wickets in play tomorrow, and then see what they can do to match or better Pakistan. I think Pakistan will be okay with 304. I think they all know they could have done better because some of those wickets were handed on a plate. So they could have done better than that, and 350 would have been just that bit more competitive.
Yeah, 14 minutes of play. Can't go beyond 5:30. But this will be tricky. As an opener, you're just looking at the clock and thinking, don't want to come out and bat for a couple of overs, and now you have to. And straight away is that magician already caused England problems in his first test match. 11 wickets in that test match. Now a newer ball, maybe a bit more zip off the surface, but this will be tricky no matter what.
Stokes gave the new ball to Leach. He yielded results very quickly. Babar Azam throwing the ball to another youngster on his side. Had a dream debut. Abrar picked up 7 for in the first innings. Another 4 to add to that tally. Light meter comes out. The umpires also go through the processes, recording light at different points when the artificial lights do come on as well. It'll be interesting to see what purchase Abrar gets off the surface here. Obviously more of a finger spinner. Starts off with 1 slip and short leg. Full 1 to start off. There is a man on the point boundary. Mid on, mid off, up in the circle. And the 2 men catching in front of point.
Abrar got rid of Zach Crawley in his very first over, and it was pretty newish ball. It was just the 9th over of the innings. And that one just drifts in, is the ball that he'll be looking at so far. He's not trying to turn it, he's just wanting it to drift back into Crawley.
We're just under about 13 minutes left. Abrar with the new ball, getting it to drift in. Will be a matter of England playing this last few minutes out. Oh, big shout. Looks dead straight and is given. The magician continues his magic, and Pakistan draw first blood for England. It's Zach Crawley, trapped LBW right in front of the stumps. He's going to have a chat. He's going to have a chat with Duckett, but I'm sure Duckett has said, well, mate, that'll be a waste of review. It was dead plumb in front. He walks back, Zach Crawley for Duck.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest things to do, to tell your partner, sorry, but you're gone. It's beautifully bowled. Just a little roll of the fingers. And to be fair, if England or Crawley had reviewed that, they would have had to go to court and answer a summons. That's beautifully bowled by Abrar. The first few a little bit too full. Crawley able to defend. That one's just the perfect length. Straightened beautifully. Crawley goes for none, and England a none for 1.
England none for one. And not often you see that scoreline, and that has caused Ollie Pope to walk out. Good player in the making, has got runs in the series. While Abrar, on the other hand, he's bowling an absolute beauty. Oh, that was another close one. Fired into the right-hander's pads. Good stuff from Abrar. What a start for Pakistan. England none for one.
Well, he enjoyed himself fully in Multan with the 11 wickets in the game. And this is the perfect start for Abrar to this England first innings. That's all it needs to do, just turn enough to beat the bat. Combination of the length, the pace, that little bit of turn.
Really nice to see the emotion of Babar behind in that buggy cam shot. Well, that's a scorecard you don't often see off late from England.
True. Hopefully it will change. Hopefully we can start changing some of those zeros into something a bit more positive. But spin at both ends. Nouman Ali playing his first test of this series.
That's a very gentle loosener. Azhar Ali's put in the effort, but I'm sure they'll have a check at this boundary. Lightning quick outfield here in Karachi, and Duckett will be very happy he's got that to get off the mark.
Yeah, just have to check this because he is so close to the boundary. Right, he's now lying on the boundary. What's he going to do next? I think that's what's known as a bit of confusion. That is one hell of a tangle. If that's not four, then I don't know what is. Come on. Come on, Azhar, get up. He's doing his best to disentangle himself from the from the Toblerones. Trapped by the Toblerones.
I tell you what, David, if he's managed to stop that boundary in spite of being in that confusion and tangle, he's done well.
I think everyone's enjoyed that.
And he has done well.
I mean, I can't take it all back. He saved it. Brilliant work. Absolutely brilliant work. He saved the boundary. He's one run more in credit.
A commitment. A last test match for Azhar Ali.
Yeah, Nouman will prefer this. The right-hander on strike, and he'll get the ball darting back in. With the left-hander, it's slightly more difficult for him to attack the stumps. Now he'll want this a little further in terms of length, and just the ball drifting in towards that front pad.
Yeah, with the new ball skidding in, makes it that much more difficult, albeit a slower surface with the new ball skidding in. We saw Leach do it. Abrar's already done it.
Well, lots of hands on heads. A little over-dramatic, I feel. First one he's really tried to turn, and Pope has watched it carefully, played it well.
Careful, careful, big shout. It just looked like to the naked eye it might be sliding down with the angle of this new ball. Babar Azam just asking, do you think it's sliding down? With the shape, his round arm as well, the way Nouman bowls. The time's up now. And we can have a look.
Yeah, the initial impression was that it was going just past that leg stump. It's certainly hurried through. It skidded through a bit. It's the benefit of the new ball. Joel Wilson just shakes the head gently. hoping he's right. And the impact right in front of that leg stump, the line taking it past the leg stump. So yes, original decision, spot on, and the decision not to review, equally spot on.
Yeah, Ollie Pope here just needs to be a little bit careful with the new ball skidding in. Pakistan made a conscious effort to play on the front foot to Leach as well when he bowled with the new ball. Careful when you go onto that back foot. Straying in line, nicely timed away. They look for 2 and they will get 2. Good over from Noman as well. England 5 for 1.
Yes, one of the things that Ollie Pope does, we saw in Multan, for instance, early on, although he got runs in that first innings, early on there are a couple of really close things where he's gone back, missed the ball, which has just been sliding down. It's as if just in those first few overs, he just slightly misjudges the length. But all is well as long, well, as long as the ball is indeed drifting down leg side.
You know, the problem with staying back, especially to the new ball, it won't give you enough time. He's gone back and it's skidded through. Yes, it's just gone down leg side, but that's the ball or the wicket that he's bowling to, the LBW or the inside edge. Now, just about 3 minutes to go. I reckon this might well be the last over of the day's play. Now, what does Duckett do? Does he back himself to sweep?
Well, I actually wouldn't mind seeing another catcher maybe in slip or just in front on the offside. Brawl will probably get the wrong one now to the left-hander. With Buzzer, to answer your question, just left of screen, there is a man for the sweep.
And with the new ball, the spinners are more dangerous in terms of the pace off the pitch, and also once it stays low, you don't have any time at all. You saw Jack Leach get a few to grip with that new ball.
Quicker this time. Much quicker in the air and off the surface.
He's skidded through. He's played nicely. Almost straight to the man, Abdullah Shafiq. We know that he's so good at short leg. He took an amazing catch in that previous test match. Now, I think Abrar too, he'll like to bowl to the right-hander. Brings the stumps in play much more with that little drift. Anything within those stumps and he's in business.
Yeah, quick run there. Couple of balls before I reckon the umpires will call it. 5:30 is the time that play is allowed till. Artificial lights have been on for a while. And Pakistan will be extremely happy with this start. They've picked up Zach Crawley.
As a non-striker, you don't want to be crossing over. Just sit on your bat, take your gloves off. Yeah, you handle it.
How many times have you done that, Baz?
If I survive that long, always.
This should be the last ball of the day's play. There's a sweep. There's another big shout. Are they going to review this? His eyes have absolutely lit up here for Abrar.
They always do. He has permanently lit up eyes. I think that's probably just pitched outside leg, the line of leg stump. 3, 2, oh, he's gone for it.
TV umpire to director, we have a players review for LBW, original decision not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we stand with a spin vision front on, please? Can I check with Ultra Edge if there's any bat involved? Okay, that's clearly missing the bat. Ball tracking when ready. Thank you. Hassan pitched outside leg. So you can stay with your original not out decision. I'll tell you when to signal. You can signal now.
It is a game of fine margins, and it was just that fine margin of pitching outside leg stump. Babar Azam going for the review just in the nick of time. As they walk off on day one, Pakistan will be very happy with this start. They've picked up one wicket, that of Zach Crawley. The session so far, Pakistan came out scoring runs earlier on, lost 3 wickets, and session 2 yielded 2. The session 3 has been interesting. 6 wickets as Pakistan's tail got wiped up, and now England as well losing their first wicket. Rightly so, Babar Azam asking Azhar Ali to leave Pakistan off the ground here in Karachi on day one. He's a champion cricketer in his last test match in his test career, as he's announced retirement after this. England will be slightly disappointed to lose Crawley for a duck just before close of play. And Duckett and Pope will come out fresh tomorrow and will look to close this trail 7 for 1. Spin with the new ball at both ends, paying dividends very quickly. Abrar picking up a wicket in his very first over, and Noman with just the 1 over. Let's have a look at session highlights. Babar Azam came out. He timed the ball particularly well once he got in. Until that happened, stop, start, a bit of a stutter. Just short by millimeters on review, as Ben Foakes' one hand had knocked the bails off. The other bail still active, and Babar Azam was caught short, probably just by a few centimeters. Salman Agha played well, and there's Fahim Ashraf, who was bamboozled by young Rehan Ahmed's googly. He bowled there his googlies really well, picked up 2 wickets on them. And Salman Agha continued to play his shots. Noman Ali, once he came out, he didn't stick around for a very long time. He got a few runs, and I thought that was brilliant. Using his feet to the left arm spin and playing with the spin. A reverse sweep, a feature of Pakistan's game you don't see very often, and then one too many for him. Stokes with a simple catch, called it loud, took it clean. Wood was brought into the attack. His pace went for a few runs. That was Salman's half century. It's been a good find for Pakistan. Then came in Abrar in fine fashion again. Came down the wicket, swung 1 for 4. And Salman came down the wicket trying to emulate him, just to have Ben Foakes uproot his stumps. Last wicket of the day for Pakistan. Outfoxed by some brilliant bowling from Leach. Abrar Ahmed went for just 4. England very happy as they walked out on that occasion. The openers came out, and the magician did a little bit more magic. 24-year-old had a spring in his step. Babar Azam was extremely happy as Zach Crawley was undone by him. Match summary so far: Pakistan 304, top scorer the skipper with 78. Jack Leach the pick of the bowlers with 4. Rehan will be extremely happy with his 2 wickets on debut. England reply so far 7 for 1. Zach Crawley to fall to Abrar Ahmed. At the bottom there, England trailed by 297 runs. Action continues live from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi on day 2. The last test match between Pakistan and England. We will be back live at 9:50 AM local time. Join us then.
It's the final test of a riveting series. England 2-0 up with 1 match to go.
Oh, now close given. That's gone in the air, straight down to long leg. Well, that has been thumped. A couple of skipping paces down the pitch.
Well, I think the third umpire, Murray Erasmus, has made the correct decision there.
Babar Azam goes to yet another half-century.
Oh, in the air, there's a chance.
Oh, no. Oh, dear me.
They have to hurry here. They have to hurry. He could be gone. I reckon he's gone here.
Big shout and given.
For Salman, he's played really well. His third 50.
Well, it's been yet another 50 for Babar Azam, was run out in the end, unfortunately. but some celebratory moments from England as well. They've restricted Pakistan to 304, and Pakistan is now looking to get early wickets. That's what they got initially. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting one. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pit Side Show. Well, Pakistan, of course, had made 304 today. Couldn't really convert those starts that we saw from them at the top. But tomorrow is going to be really interesting because they have got one wicket. But of course, when we're talking about today it's all about Azhar Ali. This is his last test match. He's announced his retirement. And we're happy to inform you that he's also alongside with us in the studio. Alongside Azhar, we've got the usual suspect, Arooj Mumtaz, with a huge smile on her face, as always. Azhar, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो बिकॉज इतना अच्छा करियर, इतना लंबा करियर, इमोशनल मोमेंट्स भी हमने आपके कल देखे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में. आज आपको एक मोमेंटो भी मिला फ्रॉम द PCB. अब जब आप अपने करियर को वापस देखेंगे तो कैसे देखेंगे?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. नहीं, बिल्कुल बड़ी एक ऑनर की बात होती है अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करना, और कल इमोशंस भी ऐसे ही थे बिकॉज़ आपके साथ बहुत सारे लोगों की जो है वो सपोर्ट भी जुड़ी होती है. फिर आपसे बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे होते हैं जिन्होंने आपको बहुत सारी जगहों पे मदद की होती है. फिर आपके टीममेट्स जो होते हैं जो इतने अरसे से आप साथ खेल रहे होते हैं, फिर आपको एक टाइम आप इमेजिन नहीं करते कि कभी गुड बाय कहना पड़ेगा, लेकिन दैट्स व्हाट कि जो ज़िंदगी है वो ऐसे ही है. लेकिन मुझे इस चीज़ की बहुत खुशी है कि जो है ना बहुत सारे मैंने दोस्त बनाए, परफॉर्मेंसेस भी दी, लेकिन जो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है ना कि जो हम जितनी भी हमने फतूहात की वो साथ हमने चेरिश की और एक फैमिली की तरह हम रहे. तो उसकी जो फीलिंग है ना कि वो उससे बिछड़ने की फीलिंग होगी. बस बाकी ये है कि क्रिकेट आप जब स्टार्ट करते हैं तो एक दिन अख्ताम होना होता है. तो आई थिंक आई विल लुक बैक टू माई करियर विद लॉट ऑफ जिसको कहते हैं ना कि फ़ख्र के साथ मैं देख सकूँगा कि मैंने एक अच्छा करियर जो है वो गुजारा है और अच्छी क्रिकेट खेली है, अच्छे दोस्त बनाए हैं.
अच्छा, कल इनफैक्ट किसी ने तस्वीर लगाई हुई थी आपके साथ सेइंग कि इस पॉइंट पे हमारी आपस में रिटायरमेंट की बात हुई थी. आप यू ब्रॉट अप दैट टॉपिक ऑफ रिटायरमेंट. तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ, कब से आप इस चीज़ के बारे में सोच रहे हैं कि नाउ इट्स टाइम टू रिटायर? व्हेन वाज दैट डे व्हेन यू वोक अप एंड थॉट ओके यू नो व्हाट आई नीड टू हैंग अप द बूट्स नाउ?
देखिए, काफ़ी सारी बातें भी होती रही हैं कि अब छोड़ देनी चाहिए. इस तरह के हमारे कंट्री में काफ़ी होता है. लेकिन एक प्लेयर सोच लेता है कि मैंने इस टाइम तक खेलना है और उसके बाद नहीं. मेरा तो ये पर्सनली था कि मैंने एक टारगेट बनाया हुआ था कि ये 100 टेस्ट मैचेस तक मैं खेलूँगा, उसके बाद वेरी नेक्स्ट डे आई विल गिव अप. बट सिचुएशंस और कुछ अमेजिंग यंग प्लेयर्स आर कमिंग थ्रू. I felt कि just for sake of playing 100 test match I shouldn't continue. तो obviously कहीं selfishness आती है कि यार थोड़ा सा drag on करके मैं कर लूँ किसी तरह, लेकिन I felt कि more है कि आप इज़्ज़त के साथ अच्छे वे में जाएं और अच्छी यादें लेके जाएं. तो that's why. लेकिन मेरा ये पिछले साल से ही प्लान था कि मैं इस साल के एंड तक जब 100 टेस्ट मैचेस मेरे हो जाएंगे मैं जो है वो उस वक्त तक खेलूँगा बस.
अरूज, यू प्लेड द गेम एंड यू नो कि जब वो रिटायरमेंट का टाइम आता है तो इट्स अ वेरी ट्रिकी डिसीजन बिकॉज दैट्स ऑल यू नो ऑल योर लाइफ यू प्लेड क्रिकेट. तो आपने जब व्हेन इट वाज योर टाइम, क्या इमोशन होता है? एंड आई मीन आई एम श्योर यू कैन रिलेट टू हिम.
Oh yes. I mean 100%. I think जो अजहर भाई बात करें, emotions I think get the better of you and rightly so. And I think you need to let them flow. I mean it's difficult to hold back. But एक जो सबसे अच्छी बात अजहर भाई ने की is honest realization of where your cricketing journey lies. And once you're content with what you have decided, it like he's saying, parting away with something that you've done all your life is never easy. But जब वो honest realization आपको होती है and when you know it's the right time for you, it just makes the transition easier. We sit here because of Pakistan cricket, because of Pakistan cricket has allowed him to be Azhar Ali, me to be me, and so many other stars. So you can only give back and look at these memories with a big smile on his face. Just him talking about retirement was giving me goosebumps. Because it is a place where we can relate.
Emotional होगी.
It is a place where you can relate. आप बिल्कुल relate कर सकते हैं. Obviously, by no means was my career as illustrious or long as his. But when you play for Pakistan, when you've captained the side, and it's pretty much what you do all your life, right? So I'm smiling honestly because happy for him and आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. It's been a pleasure to watch. It's been wonderful the way you've led Pakistan, the way you've played for Pakistan, and for honestly for the person that you are. It's been quite remarkable. So thank you.
I think that obviously बड़ी अच्छी इन्होंने बात की है कि off the field भी the way you've carried yourself. अच्छा ये बताएं कि मैंने आपसे पहले भी पूछा था, you mentioned कि जो आपकी Southampton में innings थी, that was your personal favorite because of the conditions in England. काफ़ी अच्छी आपकी innings रही हैं. मुझे तो double header 100 बहुत पसंद है. What about the Champions Trophy? A lot of people forget that you were in that Champions Trophy final. We've focused on the red ball format, but let's not forget the fact कि एक बहुत memorable, यादगार दिन इंडिया को हराना final में. How does that? Where does that sit in your list of achievements?
बिल्कुल उस दिन को तो no one can forget that. If I have to choose one day in my career, it will be Champions Trophy final. Inning in that also very important, for me. But in that game, I was in form. Like मैं carry on करता आ रहा था runs. But I chose Southampton because हर तरह से challenge था. Because you're getting bombarded from everywhere because of your captaincy. Then your technical faults being discussed. Your head falling. It's a lot of challenges. उसके लिहाज से आई चूज़ दैट इनिंग कि मेंटली चैलेंज, टेक्निकली भी आप डाउट में हो और उसके बाद आप अपने आप को फोकस करके एक इनिंग खेलते हो. तो आई थिंक कि वो मेरे लिए इसलिए बहुत स्पेशल इनिंग थी. उसके अलावा नथिंग कैन बीट इन टेस्ट क्रिकेट 200 इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया. आई मीन 300 आई क्रिएटेड इवन मोर देन 300 इन अगेंस्ट वेस्ट इंडीज़, क्योंकि हमेशा से एक आ जाता है कि हम बाउंसी विकेट पे अच्छा नहीं खेलते. और फिर जब आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाते हैं पहले से डिस्कशन शुरू हो जाती है कि ये बाउंस से प्रॉब्लम होगी. और मैं आज फिर बताता चलूँ, ऑस्ट्रेलिया से अच्छी जगह बैटिंग की कोई नहीं है. इवन के पाकिस्तान में से भी अच्छी बैटिंग कंडीशंस होती हैं अगर आप सेट हो जाएं वहाँ पे.
अच्छा कोई जब इंसान रिफ्लेक्ट करता है अपने करियर के ऊपर, एंड आई एम श्योर अरूज विल एग्री, कई ऐसे मोमेंट्स होते हैं जो आप सोचते हो शायद काश ये डिफरेंट होता या ये चीज़ डिफरेंट हो जाती. आपके करियर में या व्हेन यू लुक बैक कोई ऐसी रिग्रेट माइट बी अ स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड, बट कोई ऐसी चीज़ जिसको आप देखते हो और सोचते हो शायद मैं ये चीज़ मुख्तलिफ तरीके से कर सकता था या ये चीज़ मुझे हासिल करनी चाहिए थी लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं हुई.
इस तरह आप काफ़ी लाइफ में चीज़ें सोचते हैं कि आप डिफरेंटली कर सकते हैं, बट दैट्स हैड टू हैपन. जो ओनली रिग्रेट में भी रहा है कि मैं न्यूजीलैंड का टेस्ट मैच जो हम हारे थे, मैं लास्ट विकेट जब आउट हुआ था, तो वो एक रिग्रेट है कि मैं शायद एक चांस लेके हिट मार लेता. मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोलॉन्ग कर दिया उसको. तो वो एक
जो
मुझे
ड्रॉ हो रहा था, जो टेस्ट मैच जो ड्रॉ हो रहा था एक पॉइंट,
नहीं वो जीत रहे थे हम मैच. एकदम विकेटें गिर गई थी और आखिर में 4 रन रह गए थे तो मैं आउट हो गया था. और उसके में मतलब 12 रन रहते थे, उसको हम आहिस्ता आहिस्ता एक रन करके लेके गए थे. लेकिन जब 3-4 रन 5 रन रह गए थे तो मुझे आ भी रहा था जहन में, लेकिन वो रिग्रेट रहा है कि मैंने वो एक हिट लगा देनी चाहिए थी और वो किसी तरह, बट हाइंडसाइट वो रिग्रेट रहा है कि वो मैं किसी तरह मैच फिनिश नहीं कर पाया.
अच्छा अजहर भाई, स्टार्ट लेग स्पिनर के तौर पे हुआ और बहुत ही अच्छी लेग स्पिन भी करते थे, तो ये ट्रांजिशन फ्रॉम अ लेग स्पिनर टू वन ऑफ द ग्रेट्स ऑफ द गेम में फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान, ये कहाँ सिलसिला शुरू हुआ, कहाँ से आई ये चीज़?
आप किसी भी लेग स्पिनर से बात करेंगे वो हमेशा कहेगा मैं बैट्समैन ज़रूर अच्छा हूँ, और अक्सर लेग स्पिनर अच्छे बैट्समैन होते भी हैं. लेकिन ये कि इफ़ यू लुक एट दैट वे, तो मैं तो एवरीथिंग इज़ इन बोनस देन, बिकॉज आई नेवर एक्सपेक्टेड कि मैं लेग स्पिनर से बैट्समैन बनूंगा, फिर बैट्समैन खेल के फिर इतना अर्सा मैं पाकिस्तान के लिए सर्व करूँगा. ये सब अल्लाह का शुक्र है. और जितने मेरे फैमिली मेम्बर थे, मेरे दोस्त थे, मेरे कोचेस थे, आई थिंक उनको बहुत क्रेडिट जाता है कि मुझे उस टाइम तक मुझे पुश करना. जैसे मैंने कल भी कहा था कि शायद मुझे खुद इतना बिलीव नहीं था जितना मेरे वालिद साहब को था. तो आई थिंक उससे जो है वो ड्राइव मिलती रही और इन दी एंड जो है ना वो बैट्समैन में कन्वर्ट हो गए. अल्लाह ने इतना अच्छा कैरियर बना दिया.
अच्छा आपका बेटा जो है इब्तिसाम, ही ऑल्सो प्लेज क्रिकेट एंड आई नो कि वो अपनी क्रिकेट को बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं, एज ग्रुप क्रिकेट वगैरह. तो कोई आपकी एस्पिरेशंस हैं फॉर योर सन? डू यू वांट हिम टू प्ले फॉर पाकिस्तान? डू यू पुश हिम टुवर्ड्स दिस करियर? आई मीन व्हाट्स योर रोल इन हिज डेवलपमेंट?
मेरी कोशिश यही है तमाम बच्चों के साथ, ना सिर्फ इब्तिसाम के साथ, अजान भी है, वो दोनों बहुत क्रेज़ी हैं. छोटे को तो अभी पता ही नहीं है इतना, तो वो बहुत क्रेज़ी हैं दोनों क्रिकेट के लिए. तो मेरी कोशिश होगी जो भी वो करना चाहते हैं उसमें उनको सपोर्ट करें. कोई प्रेशर नहीं है उनके ऊपर मेरी तरफ से कि आपने लाजमी पाकिस्तान से खेलना है। जब वो स्कूल भी जाते हैं मेरा ये भी नहीं होता कि आपने लाजमी ज़्यादा नंबर लेने हैं या पोजीशंस लेनी है। आई जस्ट वांट देम टू ग्रो एज ए पर्सन, बोथ इन स्पोर्ट्स एंड इन एजुकेशन, एंड ऑल्सो एक अच्छा इंसान बने बस। एक अच्छे इंसान जब वो बनता है तो उसके साथ बहुत सारी दुआएं होती हैं, फिर वो इंशाल्लाह वो किसी न किसी करियर में बस एक्सेल कर ही जाता है।
ये बताएं कि एक जो चीज़ हमने एटलीस्ट जितना भी आपका करियर फॉलो किया है वो देखा है कि मिसबाह हक एंड यूनुस खान हैव प्लेड सच अ ह्यूज रोल। अक्सर हम देखते थे आप जब नए नए आए थे, ऑब्वियसली देयर वाज मोर एक्सपीरियंस ऑन दैट एंड द काइंड ऑफ पार्टनरशिप्स दैट वी हैव सीन यू शेयर विद देम। तो ये डायनामिक थोड़ी सी इसके बारे में बताएं कि मिसबाह के साथ कैसी रिलेशनशिप थी और यूनुस भाई के साथ कैसी थी, बिकॉज वेरी कंट्रास्टिंग पर्सनैलिटीज़।
बिल्कुल, बहुत डिफरेंट पर्सनालिटीज़ बट बोथ फॉर वेरी ऑनेस्ट, एंड कभी भी ऐसा नहीं लगा कि मैं कुछ शेयर नहीं कर सकता उनके साथ। सबसे बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ ये थी, मुझे कोई मसला है, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम है, वीकनेस है, मैं स्ट्रेट अवे जाके डिस्कस कर सकता था। सो दे वर वेरी अप्रोचेबल, दैट्स द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग। और हमें मुझे तो हालांकि यूनुस भाई का सारे ना थोड़े थोड़े डरते थे कि साथ नहीं बैठना, ये नहीं होना, लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैं साथ भी बैठा हूँ, सब कुछ किया। लेकिन अगर आप सही चल रहे हैं ना तो वो आपके साथ बिल्कुल ठीक
और अगर गलत चल रहे
अगर गलत हुआ नहीं तो बस फिर हेलमेट पहन लो,
फिर साथ नहीं बैठ सकते।
ही वाज अमेजिंग कैरेक्टर एंड आई रियली एंजॉयड बोथ ऑफ देम। बहुत डिफरेंट कैरेक्टर्स थे, लेकिन दोनों ने अपना रोल जो है ना सिर्फ मेरे लिए बल्कि बाकी सारे जितने भी यंगस्टर्स थे उनके लिए प्ले किया।
अच्छा ये बताएं, आप भी अरूज की तरह इस साइड पे आ रहे हैं, अब आपका रिटायरमेंट के बाद इस साइड पे आ रहे हैं या उस साइड पे जा रहे हैं, कौन सी साइड पे जा रहे हैं?
हाँ
ऑन द स्पॉट मैंने आपको डाल दी।
नहीं, अभी अब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह टाइम मिला, अब सोचेंगे आगे क्या करना है। इंशाल्लाह अभी मेरी दुआ है कि हम ये टेस्ट मैच जीतें, एक अच्छा फिनिश करें, और उसके बाद फिर टाइम मिलेगा, आराम से रिलैक्स होकर सोचेंगे। फिर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ ऑब्वियसली फिर आएंगी, उस हिसाब से फिर जो वट एवर आई थिंक आई डू इट राइट, एंड इफ़ आई डू इट एन्जॉय इट आई विल डू दैट इंशाल्लाह।
ठीक है, कोचिंग या कोई कोचिंग
अभी कोई क्लोज नहीं है, स्पेशली इन पाकिस्तान, नो।
he's being very honest about it, no plans of coaching at all, but I think it's nice to see that you get to spend some time with your family as well. नाइला बहुत खुश होंगी कि आप जो है थोड़ी देर घर पे भी होंगे। You know how it is with cricketers and with everyone in this fraternity, you're always on the road, but thank you so much Azhar for your thoughts. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. It's been an absolute pleasure covering all the cricket that you've played, and you've been an amazing ambassador of the game and of Pakistan.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank I think all the fans and the cricket board, especially the way they have given me the respect. I feel really honored. So thank you so much again.
All right, thank you once again to Azhar. We'll be taking a short break. It's been absolutely amazing watching Azhar Ali bat. His entire career, in fact, has been so important and so integral to Pakistan's success. We'll be taking a short break and we'll be back just in a bit, so don't go anywhere. Just a quick reminder of how day one went in here in Karachi. Pakistan were bowled out for 304. Jack Leach was the top wicket taker for England today, taking 4 wickets. And then from a Pakistan perspective, Babar Azam and Salman Agha contributing with the runs. And at the end of the day, at the close of play, England lost 1 wicket for 7 runs. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, England are trailing by 297 runs, and I've now been joined by David Gower. David, 304, Pakistan could have done much better, but from an England perspective, do you think they'd go back happy tonight?
Yes and no. I think you're right. Pakistan, if they'd made a fewer mistakes, I mean, the run-outs, the Rizwan catch, things like that, 2 key players, Babar and Rizwan, out for a lot less runs than they might have made. That makes a big difference to your first innings total. I think Pakistan would have been eyeing up 350, maybe more. So 304 is below where they wanted to be. But that wicket at the end of the day puts the pressure on. We've seen the ball turn as the day went on more and more as well. So if Pakistan bowl well tomorrow, and we always say this, we have to say this, you put things in complete perspective at the end of the first 2 innings. So when England have finished their first innings, we'll know a lot more about this. But England have got some hard work ahead of them.
They definitely do, with all the spinners, bowling well. We saw Abrar Ahmed take a wicket right up front in the first innings of England. Now, we're talking about Pakistan, couple of soft dismissals. Let's revisit some of their wickets.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, it was a new ball from Leach. The Stokes trusting him and obviously paying dividends quite early on. Abdullah Shafiq playing for the spin. There's Mark Wood with the short stuff to Shan Masood. I just top edged that one, almost sort of played it along the way rather than trying to keep it down. Azhar Ali, well, he'll want to forget this one on his last match, gloving it on the way down to Folks. I thought he did exceptionally well to get his gloves under the ball, and this was a beauty. A wicket for the debutant, the young 18-year-old. Foxed him, set him up quite nicely with the googly first to Saud and then the leg spinner for the bat pad. Talk about soft dismisses or probably needless shots. Rizwan throwing his wicket away, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. Just continue to go through with the shot. And this Babar run out as well. It was a bit of a stop-start, and it is a game of fine margins, as David Gower says, and that's exactly what he was caught short by. Fahim Ashraf didn't pick up the googly form. Rehan, the debutant, the big smile went from a big grin year to year when he picked up his second wicket. Again, his googlies have been good to watch when he's landed them. Then it was a Jack Leach show. Noman Ali came out swinging. Once again, simple catch. Stokes called it, took it cleanly. The tail spiraled very quickly after that. Salman, I thought he could have gone over cover. He did that during the innings once as well. He tried to muscle it down mid-on. He could have easily gone with the spin. And then Abrar. His emotion or his reaction was fascinating to watch. That was an absolute beauty from Leach.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, there were 2 contributions from Pakistan today. Babar Azam, there was obviously a run-out. Salman Agha was looking good, but again, somebody who couldn't really convert it into a big one. But for today, he's our top performer.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, he's one of these men who've come into the Pakistan side in this series who has been looking to make a more major contribution. And this had the makings of it. 56, where he played his full array of shots. When he plays like that, when he's strong like that, he uses his feet well, then he looks a really solid player, a really good player. And he had, of course, a stronger tail to bat with this time. Multan was a bit different. He had a stronger tail to bat with this time, which maybe gave him a bit more time to play his normal game.
Well, he made 56 runs, and like you rightly pointed out, we saw that he used his feet really well. It's his third 50 already in his short career.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
So many starts for Pakistan Arooj today. I mean, Babar Azam was looking so good. There were lots of players that were looking so good, but you didn't really see that that big one from any of them. Lots of soft dismissals.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be disappointed because, again, we talk about the surface. Again, the surface wasn't doing much. It was, and there was a lot of bad balls on offer as well. It took Rehan to get into rhythm after the new ball from Leach. Even for the Pacers, it wasn't doing too much. Shan, again, got the runs. Azhar Ali got a few. But again, soft dismissals, and they'll be disappointed. As DG says, we won't know until England play out with what they get. But I just feel they, owing to their own mistakes, probably didn't get as many. But one thing's for sure, no matter what England get, they'll get them in probably half the time. So it won't be very far till we find out which side of the coin this is.
All right, we're talking about Pakistan's performance. They'd be disappointed with that score in the end. But is it going to be enough? Let's find out from our experts in Have Your Say.
Have Your Say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Aruj, considering the conditions that you've seen so far, there's obviously help for the spinners. You said that at the pitch report as well. But from a Pakistan perspective, do you think they can get a lead? They've got 1 wicket.
I think it's 304 is what they got. That's done. They've already picked up 1 wicket, and you just saw Abrar again getting the ball to talk. Now the surface will continue to probably break a little bit, spin a little bit more. They'll have to be very consistent. They know for sure what's coming at them. So I just feel with this 1 wicket, it puts things slightly in perspective. England held back, but then you saw Duckett come on and play the reverse sweep just before the last ball, and you're just wondering, well, just hold on a second. But I just feel Pakistan probably 50 odd short, but the 1 wicket, they'll come out the happier team tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they've got Numan Ali. They're playing Numan Ali to give Abrar Ahmed some assistance. Your thoughts, David, on the situation?
Well, yeah, Numan Ali's been around for a long time. He's experienced. It's that low arm that gets the ball to sort of skid on with the new ball. And if he's going to grip a bit later, then, of course, that's quite a nice contrast. So he has experience on his side. And I think one of the reasons he's there is to try and keep it a bit tighter, because we've seen in the press, the first couple of test matches of this series, if anyone bowls offline, off length, the likes, especially, good example, Harry Brook, they're very quickly onto that and they score quickly. So we'll see if that works for them. Abrar is still the key. I mean, Abrar is very much the key. We saw what he did in Multan in his debut test match, which was outstanding. We've seen him take a wicket already, again, in the first over, Zach Crawley going. So if the effects of the roller wear off soonish tomorrow morning and the ball starts to turn a bit more, we saw it at the end, right at the end of the day, Jack Leach turning it more than he's turned it all series. So if that's a pointer, I mean, I don't know enough about Karachi, but if that's a pointer for the rest of the game, then the turning ball will be the absolute key to this game.
All right, lots of prospects for tomorrow in terms of how it's going to pan out, but that was Have Your Say.
Have Your Say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
All right, thank you, Aruj, and thank you, David. Of course, this is only day 1 of the test match in National Bank Cricket Arena, but we'll be joining you once again tomorrow at 9:30 with obviously this last test match. Well, it's been a pleasure bringing you all the coverage today. Day 2 is going to be as interesting as today was. We saw lots of wickets, and then we saw that 1 wicket towards the end of play, which has made the match much more intriguing for tomorrow. So plenty to look forward to for tomorrow, and from here, for now, it's goodbye.
It's the final test of a riveting series. England 2-0 up with 1 match to go.
Close given. That's gone in the air, straight down to long leg. Well, that has been thumped. A couple of skipping paces down the pitch.
Well, I think the third umpire, Murray Erasmus, has made the correct decision there.
Babar Azam goes to yet another half century.
Oh, in the air, there's a chance.
Oh no! Oh dear me!
They have to hurry here, they have to hurry. He could be gone. I reckon he's gone here.
Big shout and given.
For Salman, he's played really well. His third 50.
journey on. Many congratulations. Enjoy the week.
Go! Go! Go, go. Go, go. Yeah! Nice pitch, nice pitch. Effort there, lads. Effort there, Licha. Pull in that. Effort, bud. Go, lads. Go! Yes!